so glad we don't have this confusion.
Good morning, race fans. Live from Portland International Raceway, this is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are almost at the halfway point. Tomorrow morning will be round 10 of this year's SCCA Super Tour. Halfway through our 18-round season, our middle weekend here at Portland, and it is going to be a spectacular weekend weather-wise. The northwest part of this country in May is just absolutely gorgeous. Sunny skies, should be mostly dry this weekend. I'm looking forward to that, but it is wonderful today. And we've got our qualifying underway already for our open wheel group here. This is Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2 prototypes and prototype 2s. Looking at who is on track at the moment. We have, let's see here, we've got a couple of FE2s. Actually, we have all FE2s on the racetrack this morning. Our early out lap winner, Tom Burke, with a 141.143. Tom, of course, out of Shoreline, Washington. Last year did all of the Super Tours, and I think he's been at all of them so far this year as well. But that was how he started his retirement, with a year of Super Tours. Tom Hope right now in second, John Yeatman third, Paul Marino, but these times don't mean a whole lot early on in a fairly chilly temperatured session here at PIR. Again, weather is going to be pretty darn good today for sure. Let me pull that up so I can look at the forecast. It was 58 degrees this morning when I got in the car to drive over here from the hotel. So it's going to be a really, really decent day. 6 races today, 6 races tomorrow, and it is Mother's Day weekend here as well. So hi to all the moms out there listening to us in YouTube land, as well as all the moms here at the racetrack. We appreciate you giving us this weekend. And if you're racing this weekend, Mom, awesome. What a great way to spend your racing weekend, your Mother's Day weekend, but behind the wheel of a race car. So early on here, Tom Burke, Tom Hope, Paul Marino, John Yeatman, Robert Edmiston, who's double dipping in Spec Race for Ford this weekend as well. He's one of our Southern California guys. So got a couple of people who've come up from SoCal. Paul Marino's come up from SoCal. And it's going to be a good weekend here. Love this racetrack. Here is turn 10. This is the left-hander before they go into this little awesome. This is the racetrack here before they come onto the long drag strip main straightaway. Cool weekend here at PIR. Friday night was the drags. Today we've got racing here on the road course and in the parking lot just outside the road course. They're running an autocross this weekend as well. So it is a motorsports cavalcade this weekend here at PIR. 20-minute qualifying sessions this morning, and followed by this afternoon 25-minute races. We'll go a little bit longer on the races tomorrow. Our feature races are 35 minutes with a short qualifying in the morning. The temperatures and conditions for qualifying absolutely perfect this morning. Right now, after 3 laps, Tom Hope has our top spot here with a purple lap of 117.305. Tom Burke's in second right now, a little more than a second slower at 118.973. Then we've got John Yeatman. He is in third right now, about 0.2 slower at 119.078, followed by Paul Marino. Oh, there's a car way off and into the wall in turn 10. Boy, that is a tough place to go off because you are absolutely flying at that point. It is not quite the same situation as the kink at Road America, but that is and that's a left-hander versus a right-hander. But yeah, no, that's a tough place to go off. Slid all the way through the grass, a dewy grass this morning. I was up actually in that area doing a little TikTok video this morning. How not old man am I trying to act like? But I was up in that area, actually right up on top of that hill this morning, doing a little social media, and very dewy this morning. So if you do go off the racetrack, it's going to be very difficult to get the car slowed down before you have a little bit of a tete-a-tete with the Armco there. So yeah, slid into that Armco fairly hard. I'm going to guess that they're going to definitely go out and check on this driver. There's a corner worker you can see making their way down there, trying to get some information here. Looking at who is still on the racetrack, who's not. That may be, I'm not going to speculate just yet. There's our start-finish line. This straightaway is a very long straightaway here, long enough that it is a drag strip on other parts of the year. It was a drag strip last night, actually. So coming out of turn 11, there's going to be a rubber compound there from the drags last night, which some cars may or may not like, depending on the rubber compound and how it matches up with the rubber of the cars that were doing the drag racing last night. So that's something to keep an eye on as well, especially for the first couple of sessions today until we get sports car rubber down in that area. Looking like that's going to be, I'm going to say that, yeah, still don't want to speculate which car it is down there because we have two cars that haven't made their fifth lap yet. So it is, all right, I'm just hearing now, it is the car that went off there at the exit before they got to turn 10 is Robert Edmondson in his FE2 car number 14. So that is the situation there. Looks like our connection with Tom O has popped up. Tom, whenever you're ready, just let me know that you're here. Right now, our fast lap is Tom Hope with a 1:15.351. This is, I think, the fourth consecutive purple lap he's put down here. So he's gone faster a little bit each time. 1:15.351. Paul Marino's also dropped a better time down with a 1:16.3. So he is flying as well. Tom Burt now in third place overall with a 1:16.5. Get about 11 minutes into this session. Let's do this. Let's take our first break of the day. We'll get that out of that way. And when we come back, we'll get you all the way to the finish line. I'm going to do a quick call to grid before we do that. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 2 cars to the grid. STU, Touring 3, Touring 4, STL, and B-Spec. Group 2 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof. Forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to Portland International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are in qualifying mode for our Formula cars. And joining me now is Tom O'Gorman, the brand new, newly minted 2026 One Lap of America champion. Drum roll, please. Tom O.
Good morning, Brian. Happy to be here with you.
How about that for an intro?
That was epic. I'll take it any day.
We're going to roll that and make it into a GIF.
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome. You are coming to us from a hotel somewhere near the end of the one lap, which I'm guessing is near Gary, Indiana, because you're near the headquarters of Tire Rack, right?
Yeah, we just finished at the Tire Rack this morning at their dry skid pad, a big partner of the SCCA and a bunch of different programs. So got to see a bunch of our SCCA friends there stopping by, and luckily the Portland Super Tour is 3 hours behind, so we got to finish that up, and now I'm here with you to watch some racing.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations. We'll probably talk about that more throughout the weekend, but right now we're in the middle of Formula Car qualifying here. Atlantics, well, actually just all FE2s this weekend. And starting off up top, Tom Hope out of Downey, California. He is our leader of qualifying at the moment. Tom Burt just jumped back into second place. He was down in third or fourth before we went to our break. John Yeatman is in third. Paul Marino, Graham Wood, Robert Edmondson. Tom, while you were setting up, you may have noticed he had an off-track slide into the wall at turn 10. So his qualifying is done. He is also, though, Tom, with one of our prep shops. So my suspicion is they'll be able to put that car right back together and get it back out for the race.
Yeah, hopefully so. Oftentimes the accidents in a Formula car look a bit bigger than they are because they are, of course, open wheel and sort of, in a way, designed to fall apart when they take an impact so that they don't damage anything else. But these drivers here working their way through the first chicane in the previous lap, really hustling the cars through that first sector. There's not a lot to Portland International Raceway, it has to be said, but it does require a lot of hustle and a lot of momentum because there's not a whole lot to it, and it also makes it a great racetrack. So this is going to be a lot of fun getting drivers out early here for qualifying, and then, of course, moving into those 25-minute races later this afternoon. Sure, you covered that as well. But these guys obviously not fighting for track space, having plenty of opportunity to get some clean laps here.
Yeah, when we show you the picture cut at the exit of the Shelton chicane for the next time, you will see the only elevation change on this racetrack. It is a little tiny, there it is. There is the only elevation change on this racetrack. It is pretty much flat. It's a gorgeous city park. I actually drove around it this morning for the first time. I've been here for a couple of years. I really haven't. Oh, there's a car getting a little loose. Drove around the whole track this morning for the first time outside of the track. And it is a great place to come and spectate a race here. It is just absolutely, it is a park and it's beautiful.
It is gorgeous, and I think it might be one of the only racetracks, if I remember correctly, it's inside Portland city limits. So we are very much in Portland. Most racetracks we hit have to be way out in the middle of the boondocks just to make sure that we can be, undisturbing to other people. But here, I mean, we're right in the city. As 4 minutes left to go, looks like one of our drivers reporting back to the pit lane. And I think at this point, the Formula Enterprises will be absolutely up to speed and kind of in their prime for the remainder of the session.
Yeah, they're all as fast as they're going to get. Tires are warmed up. I was pulling up the weather, and then I got distracted by something else, shocking to nobody. But like I said, it was about 60 degrees when I pulled in this morning. It may have warmed up a little bit right now, but it's probably the best conditions for qualifying you can ask for, Tom.
Yeah, it looks absolutely gorgeous. It's also gorgeous out here in the Midwest, so it must be a good week for weather. But look at the gap, Brian. I'm sure last time through on lap 11, current provisional pole setter Tom Hope only has 6 thousandths of an advantage over Tom Burt. These two are effectively tied coming out of qualifying, and they only have 0.5 of a second on Paul Marino as well. So although there are only 7 cars entered in this group, it's shaping up to look like a really, really competitive race at the front.
Yeah, with a little over 3 minutes to go here. And Tom Hope just put a new purple lap down on lap 11. There is that car that went off. That is the Robert Emerson car. The nice thing about the Formula cars is you don't have to take off fenders and other stuff to get to the damage. It's all out in the open, and it's usually pretty quick to get fixed. So 1:15.041. Right now, still 59 degrees with the famous 1% chance of rain, which is meteorological terms for I'm afraid of commitment. So should be a perfect day here today. Tomorrow's looking to be, I think, decent as well. So yeah, it's gonna be a good weekend.
Previous lap, of course, affected by the safety vehicle down in the final sector. But right now, your current 6th place driver, Graham Wood, is on a couple of personal best sectors to wrap this session up with just under 2 minutes left. Personal best sector 1, personal best sector 2. And by the way, don't forget about at the top, look at Tom Burt, a session best sector 2. He may still have something yet to say about that pole sitting time that Tom Hope set.
Yeah. Yep, there is Tom Burt right to the top of the leaderboard with a 1:14.866. That's 0.2 faster than Tom Hope. And Graham Wood also, you were saying, had some pretty good laps in, but not quite enough to jump up the leaderboard. Tom McClintock, though, he went to P3 just now with a great lap of a 1:15.339. So McClintock and Burt, this is one of their home tracks up here. They're both Northwest guys. Now getting to go a little bit faster than the Southern California guys who came up. So,
yeah, Burt started another session best sector 1 here. John McClintock on personal bests across the board, and he had the fastest sector 1 until Tom Burt came through. So 2 of our top 3 cars still on the move. Down the front straightaway shortly for John McClintock, looking to improve on that 1:15.3. He needs to get a 1:14.8 to pick up the pole, and he just misses. Brian, look at this 9 thousandths of a second between those two for the front row. Holy cow.
Yeah. It's like, it's not the East Coast West Coast battle here. It's the Northwest Southwest battle. The Northwest guys just went to the top of the leaderboard, pushing all of those Southern California guys down to 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So yeah, what a great couple laps there by Tom Burt and John McClintock.
And Tom Burt was able to improve just slightly once more. It's still under a 1/10 for the pole, 89 thousandths of a second between the two, with a new provisional pole time of 1:14.80 for Tom Burt.
But look at Tom McClintock, just won purple in sector 1. Let's see what he puts down in sector 2. If he goes purple there, that could be very interesting.
Both drivers on their best sector 1s, working their way through the first sector, of course, now down onto that long bent back straightaway, right up against the concrete wall, basically cutting distance into the final chicane. The highlight of the road course, in my opinion, into the braking zone, a quick flick before we come up onto the front straightaway once again. Sector 2 for Tom Burt, a little bit weak. John McClintock is on session bests 1 and 2, and he goes to the top of the board again by 3/10, so 1:14.4 now for the 23 car. John McClintock has a bit of an advantage. That's the biggest advantage we've seen, in fact, for the pole since I hopped on after the commercial break, actually.
Yep, and it looks like that's going to do it for both Burt and McClintock. They've both taken the checker flag. Marino and Yeatman still on the racetrack, and hope they might be able to move up a little bit here. So let's see whether they, on these last couple corners here, if they could improve. They still have a chance, but none of them are dropping even personal best times here. So I don't imagine either of these cars, and it looks like they may actually be going into the pits. Yep, both these cars are going into the pits. So they're going to wave off their final lap. So as it looks, Tom, it looks like it's going to be provisionally John McClintock and Tom Burt on your front row, both in the 114s, the only 2 cars this session to dip into the 114s. Then we've got Tom Hope and Paul Marino, who will probably make up row number 2. Then John Yeatman, Graham Wood, and if Robert Edmondson can get that car put back together, he'll start in the 4th row here for our race. This race is going to come up this afternoon right after lunch. It's our first race after lunch, a 12:25 Pacific time start. So if you want to come back for that, but we'd love to have you stay for the whole morning and the whole day. But if you're specifically interested in the drivers and the cars in this past group, 12:25 is your start time. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, Group 2 qualifying. Let me do a call to grid, and then we will take a break. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid for qualifying. STU, Touring 3, Touring 4, STL, and B-Spec. Group 2 cars to the grid.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Portland International Raceway, Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, Touring 3 and 4, B-Spec qualifying underway here. And I am here with Tom O, who is coming to us from Indiana. We have 12 cars this weekend. All of them are STU and STL cars. I don't see any. Oh, wait, there's more cars coming across the line now. There'll be more than that. I think there's one B-Spec car here this weekend, Tom. So not a lot of B-Spec cars on the West Coast, unfortunately. Great East Coast participation. Haven't quite caught on out west yet, though.
Yeah, one of those things where the classes tend to travel in packs. So if the fuse hasn't been lit on B-Spec in the region, it does have a good cheerleader, though, and Derek Ambrose. I think we're going to see that driver in the Mazda 2 having to split seat time this weekend between Touring 4 and B-Spec, with both in this run group. I think he's planning on racing B-Spec today and Touring 4 tomorrow in his Mazda 3. But the majority of this group going to be made up by STL and Touring 4, both pretty healthy with 9 and 7 cars respectively. And a really good look at a variety of the style prep styles that you're able to do here in SCCA, STU and STL Super Touring. Engine swaps allowed, bolt-on aero, a lot of cool trick race car stuff underneath, kind of in the tuner vein. And then the touring cars, very, very lightly prepped, very mild race cars here. Touring 3 with the BMWs and the Nissans, a little quicker than Touring 4, mostly made up of Mazdas this weekend. We got RX-8s, we've got Mazda 3, we've got Mazda Miatas, but also some Mustangs and FRSs in there as well. And then we get to the B-Spec, the subcompacts, with a great onboard shot from one of our favorites here. Always gets good onboard images, Ryan Gutile, up the front straightaway and jockeying for position early here in the qualifying session, Brian.
Talked with Ryan yesterday, and he said, yeah, I'm here this weekend, and this weekend I've got rain tires, because if you remember at Allen, he went out in his car in the rain on slicks, and it was an absolute adventure. And this is the weekend he doesn't need the rain tires, so that's the way racing works.
If you bring them, you'll never need them.
100%. 100%. So, a very wide speed differential between the fastest cars in this group and the slowest cars in this group. And that will be a bit of an adventure for some of these drivers. Although they're starting to get used to playing with each other, so now it's not as big of a deal as it was when they first put these groups together.
Yeah, this will be an interesting group. It's for sharing this racetrack. It always is, no matter what racetrack we're at. But Portland, that first sector with all those big, long sweepers, basically a triple apex right-hander to start off the lap, and then into a much slower left and an even slower right-hander. Most of these cars in this group are not going to be all that differently paced through those sections of the racetrack, even the B-Spec cars. But then we have these two long straightaways where things can even out. I have to imagine it might be one of the easier tracks to manage traffic unless you catch just at the wrong time through that first sector.
And I'm wondering if Derek Ambrose, Tom, is running that Mazda 3 in B-Spec trim, even though it's in the T4 class today, which is pretty typical on these race weekends where, it seems as though when you're double dipping with the same car, one of the two classes is a compromise. And
for sure, yeah, you're right.
T4 is the compromise for him this weekend.
Right, yeah, it looks like he is on the racetrack in the Touring 4 car, and that car would not be eligible in B-Spec, so he can't do anything there. Maybe we'll see the B-Spec car tomorrow.
Okay.
Or maybe, I doubt he would do this because he does need to get some points to qualify. All these drivers, of course, getting points towards qualifying for the runoffs come October. But if he chooses to not race the B-Spec car at all, that would compromise that situation. One of our STL cars moving real slow down the left side of the racetrack, trying to get some space, joins right in front of one of the flat-out motorsports cars from STL.
Yeah,
lots of Mazda Miatas in this group, lots of Mazdas in general.
Yeah, I think that was Amy Mills looking to catch up with her pack of teammates, maybe start putting down some good times. Not as much in these classes, Tom, as with the Spec Miatas and the Spec MX-5s, but working together on qualifying in particular is oftentimes with the draft, especially with these really long straightaways here, helpful for putting down a really good qualifying time.
Ooh, really interesting stuff down into turn 1 as well. That chicane, this front straightaway is so wide, and it's very tempting to try to make a move, but all of a sudden your trajectory ends up completely different than normal, and you're much more pinched. Those drivers all working their way through. Looks like the STU RX-7 of Michael Lewis also out there kind of in the mix of this scrum. Current top time out of STU and for the overall session is a 125.8 for Mark Hoover in his Mazda MX-5, and then Jared Korth is your current provisional pole sitter in STL, only 6/10 of a second back. I believe, Brian, that Jared Korth is a double dipper from SMX, if I'm not mistaken. So that car is actually not fully prepared for this class, but still sits on the overall pole. Or on the class pole, excuse me.
Coming up on 13 minutes and 45 seconds left in this session. And just taking a quick peek at the top driver in each class. It's Jared Korth at STL, your fast car right now at STL. In STU, your quick driver is Mark Hoover. And T3, the quick car is Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez. And in T4, your fast car, Scotty B. White and his Ford Mustang. That's how they set up right now. Still a lot of qualifying time left in this race, though.
Yeah, big dramas on the front straightaway for Tom Van Veen, who was second quick in the session, or second quick in STU, excuse me. And it looks like there's a big line of fluid where that Civic was down the right side of the straightaway, luckily able to just pull directly back into the paddock. And it looked, I can't tell if that goes all the way back to turn 10 or not, but it's a significant amount. You can kind of see the shininess of it there. Looks almost like a lane, but that's from underneath Tom Van Veen's Civic. Not a good start to the weekend for that car.
Yeah, you can tell there's a lot of fluid going down on pit lane when everybody in race control gets up and starts looking around. They don't typically move that fast. But everybody was trying to figure out what was going on with it. So, you know, from basically turn 3, Pat, when you get to that little straight after the chicane, through turn 7, Tom, it's just a really cool, flowy section. It's one of my favorite parts of any racetrack. 6, 3, 4, 5 corners there. Really fun to drive.
Just zipping the car through, kind of using the curbs, especially that second one. Beautiful shot at the angle there. Beautiful camera setup over there. Thanks to our friend Brandon over on the production side. And then you really have to woe the car down. It kind of puts you perfectly into this decreasing radius corner for the final section. Then you can hit on throttle so early on a track map. That corner looks relatively slow and tight, but the space available on the pavement is huge, so you can really keep the momentum up, track it all the way out to the wall, especially in the higher horsepower cars.
Yep. It's the Shelton chicane here. For those of you who used to watch the, or maybe still do watch the IndyCar races, but from back in the day when it was the G.I. Joe Grand Prix, the Shelton chicane, it used to be called the Festival chicane. So that's what that is here at the racetrack now. They call it the Shelton chicane, named after one of the longtime members out here, workers out here. Back on board now with Ryan Gutile. Right now, he is the lead car, the second fastest car in STL. Jared Korth, your fast car there with a 126. Well, still your fast 126.5. Ryan Gutile's fast lap at this point is a 127.0, so about 4/10 slower at this point. Here's turn 11. This is that part right onto. This is the part I was talking about earlier, where they've got the drag racers start last night. So sometimes early in the weekend, when you've got the rubber down from the drag racers, that adds a little more slipperiness into that turn 11. That'll go away as the sports car rubber gets put down there, and by the racing this afternoon won't be an issue. But sometimes on Saturday morning, that turn 11 can be really sketch.
Haven't talked about him much yet, but in Touring 3, Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez, we call him Gama, is your current pole sitter and actually has the fastest lap of the session now at a 124.3 in his Nissan 370Z. Got a healthy lead right now, provisionally at least, over Chris Johnson in that 330 BMW. And then over in Touring 4, the slowest of the classes in this other than B-Spec, Scotty B. White is your current provisional pole sitter at a 1:30.2. He's 7 seconds, up on Derek Ambrose, who I think I just saw maybe rejoin the session in a white Mazda. Maybe you can get an eye or a number on that car if that's Derek or the other B-Spec entry. We did have 2 this weekend, the second of which entered by Tom Lepper, but I think that's Derek Ambrose's car. It might have just managed to drive both race cars in one session.
Yeah, nothing says you can't do that. So that is the car here, the white car that Tom's talking about, getting passed by one of the Miatas here. Hey, we're at the halfway point. Let's take our break, and we'll come back and get the rest of qualifying right after I do a call to grid. Attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. Spec Racer Fords to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 3 cars to the grid.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back live at Portland International Raceway. Group 2 qualifying, Touring 3 and 4, STL, STU, and B-Spec out on the racetrack right now. Your fast car is Gama Aguilar Gomez, and his Nissan 370Z. He's, of course, out of Renton, Washington. His fast lap, a 1:24.247. He did that on lap number 4. So Mark Hoover is second overall. Jared Korth is in third, followed by Tom Van Veen, Ryan Butile, Bryce Johnson, Amy Mills, Roland de Guzman, Gavin Wardle, and Chris Johnson rounds out your top 10.
Jared Korth up on the pole in STL. That's the biggest class in this run group for cars under 2 liters. Excuse me, up by 0.5 of a second. 2 liters or under, I should say, but 0.5 of a second advantage there on the provisional pole for Jared Korth over Ryan Gutile, who has another 0.6 of a second over Bryce Johnson. Then we get to a bit of a scrum. Johnson, Amy Mills, Roldan de Guzman, Gavin Wardle, all on the same 1.5 seconds or so. Colin Kaler is also pretty close. And then rounding out that 9-car field is Eric Weller and Brian Richards. But the battle for maybe, even worst case scenario, the third podium position in STL is shaping up to be a bit of a burner as Gama Aguilar Gomez comes through on another big improvement, extends his pole in class to 5.6 seconds and a best lap time of 1:23.7. It's the only car under the 1:25 mark even, and he's way down in there. So he's the quickest car on the racetrack by a decent margin.
Getting word from race control that we're going to checker this session early. That oil down or whatever the fluid was from earlier, they're going to get a little early start on getting that cleaned up. So checkered flag is in the air, I believe. Yep, it is. So everyone can get to finish their lap here, Tom, and they're going to get them doing a little bit of a cleanup here. Trying to keep us. As I say, we're trying to keep us on schedule. I believe, is there drag racing? Events that are going on here, but we'll try to keep on time today. We let a couple more cars cross the line. Let's take a look at the top 3 in each class here after qualifying. Right now, as long as nobody does anything crazy on his final lap, Ryan Gutile, Jared Korth, and Gavin Wardle, your top 3 in STL. Your top 3 in STU, Mark Hoover, Tom Van Veen, and Whit Gregg. Looking at Touring 3, we've got 2 cars. It's Gama Aguilar Gamez in his T3 Nissan, followed by Chris Johnson. And in T4, we have Scotty B. White, Derek Ambrose, and Steve Lakey. And then Ryan McGill and Tony Kiratsus did not take laps. So that's how they're going to stand. Let's take a break. When we come back, we will have one more qualifying group. We'll do a call to grid, and then we'll take our break. Attention the paddock, Group 3 cars to the grid, Group 3 cars. Attention the paddock, Group 3 cars to the grid for your qualifying session, Group 3 cars, Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid for qualifying.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
My name's Eric Yeagle. I'm the pilot of the 46 B-Spec 2013 Honda Fit. I'm out here racing this weekend. If you want to come join me, you obviously need a race car. There's 3 options: a brand new build from a prep shop, start from scratch build, or what I did, buy something in progress and make it your own. There are a few things that you should really look for when you're either buying a car or building a car. One of the important ones is a cage. Every class has requirements in the GCR that lays out where pipes need to be welded, how many pipes need to be there, and how thick. So before you buy a car, you always want to verify that the cage is up to the rules, and you can drill through and measure to double check before you dump all the money into building a car and finishing one. Another important factor is driver comfort. I bought this car with a seat that was way too small for me, so remounting a seat is 9 times out of 10 going to happen with either a new build or a pre-existing build. So what I look for in a seat is obviously how far back away you are from the steering wheel, so you can fully depress all of the pedals, and then shifter comfort is a big one. You're shifting a lot during laps. If you have trouble reaching up to 5th or 3rd, it's going to be a problem. So those are the main 3 things that I look for, and you want them to be right while you're on track. So if you're buying a car that already has a logbook, chances are you're gonna have a fire extinguisher and all of the required safety equipment. Since this car did not have a logbook, I had to install a fire system, and then obviously your personal touches, whether you want aim data, video camera, flagtronics, all that stuff. So I personally had to add my aim dash, my aim camera, the flagtronics, and then I actually took my extinguisher system from my previous car. One of the things I like about B-Spec is there's not a whole lot you can do. Some cars you're allowed headers, some cars you're allowed intakes. This specific car, you're allowed an intake with a slight weight adder. It's a lot about personal preference, little things like tow hooks. This is kind of a bump drafting class, so you don't want a big tow hook that sticks out where you have the opportunity to stick another guy's bumper and turn him. So that's why we prefer the fabric tow hooks. But besides that, everything is more or less stock, and you can buy all the parts from the parts store. And the main goal for this class is really just to go out and have fun for not a lot of money. So being that I got this car half built, it took me probably 60 to 70 hours to do the finishing touches on it. And the first weekend went pretty flawlessly. And I've been lucky enough to not have any problems out of this car, but don't feel bad if you do, because this is racing and stuff happens. Just know everything's fixable and you'll be all right. We're here to have fun, and you're gonna have fun in a car like this.
Back here live at Portland International Raceway, a gaggle, a veritable cornucopia of Spec Racer Fords on the racetrack now for qualifying time. I think our biggest race group of the weekend.
Looking at Spec Racer Ford 3 with about 25 cars entered and a bit of a who's who, as it always is. At least a half dozen or more of these drivers could end up on the front row, but some names we should keep an eye on. Mike Miserandino is out there in the number 11. We have John Black out in the number 17, both past national champions. We have the number 99 of Caleb Schrader, who's always a venerable force out of Oregon. Then Asad Nikodembayev was maybe the surprise, the big mover and shaker at the beginning of this season's Super Tour schedule back at Buttonwillow, taking a win for is he 15 or 16 now? I'm not sure, but
15, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, getting to get into this super competitive class. Great start there. And then, of course, about 20 plus other drivers as well, starting this 20-minute qualifying session. And I think this track is probably just on the border of, if you nail the drafting choreography, it will be a bit of an advantage here at Portland International Raceway, especially up the front straightaway and, of course, down this side straightaway towards turns 8, 9, and 10. They count it as turn 7, but those are both long enough that the aero of these cars is going to start to push the air out of the way. If you can be tucked in and have just a little bit of space to gain advantage through that draft, that will help for sure.
Yeah, and these cows take a lap or two to get their tires up to temperature, and then it'll be game on for hopefully the whole 20 minutes here. For some reason, my timing screen's not working.
Yep, mine neither. Not just you,
okay.
But that's okay. I just missed their outlap so far. Hopefully we get that back. But everybody working together to kind of get the space on the racetrack that they'd like. I see Miserandino tucked in their second car on the racetrack. I missed the number of the very first car that's leading the way, breaking the air for everybody else as they work their way onto that side straightaway, that back straightaway, let's call it, for the first time at pace. Bit of a shuffle back at turn 6 for a handful of the cars, still trying to find the track position that they'd prefer to be in.
The good news, it does appear that our timing pylon is accurate, so we can take a peek at that from now and again and use the information from there until we get our timing screens back up and running here. I want to say good morning in the chat to Tim Adelson. He's in the chat with us this morning, so welcome, Tim. Appreciate to have you here. I wonder if we have a couple of different places we can go to get our timing information. I'm going to double check just the flat out race monitor. That might be working this morning in lieu of this. Yeah, and it does look like Race Monitor is working. So if you're looking at the SCCA live timing, that might not be working at the moment, but we do have the regular Race Monitor timing up. And at the moment, our fast car is John McClintock, followed by Asad Nikodembayev, Tom Burt, Don Pingray, Dave Robson, Steve Fogg, Mike Miserandino. That's your top 7 right now. So again, really early on, weather temperature's perfect here. So I assume that these times are going to go down, down, down over the next 15 minutes and 30 seconds. But that's where they sit right here. Early on, a couple laps in. And a fast lap right now, put down by Asad Nikodembayev with a 1:23.8.
Looks like a spin.
Fogg. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, excuse me there.
I was going to say Steve Fogg's jumped up to second, Miserandino third, Calvin Harris in fourth.
To look at a replay, a little bit of a spin coming into the first chicane. Really easy to do these mid-engine sports racers. You're just trail braking the car in, carrying as much entry speed as possible to try to flick the car through those first couple of corners, loses the back end and spins the opposite direction. And this first sector, I imagine these cars with, again, that mid-engine handling, you're just really dragging the brakes a little bit and then trying to keep the car on the right rear, or the left rear, excuse me, all the way through these first couple of corners after that first chicane through turns 4, 5, and 6. And then you have to really sort of gather the car up and flick it back to the left before you really park it there in the background of this shot. That's turn 7, and then on the front, onto the back straightaway. They count this as turns 8 and 9 before we get into the heavy braking zone here at turns 11, 10, and 11. Flatter curbing here this year, so a little bit more usable, but they put those pylons to keep you from cutting into the grass. And this excellent shot.
Oh, look at that little drift.
Slide. Yeah, that's really getting after it. Maybe not quick, but a good save there, and then it just perfectly puts you into the final corner back up onto the front straightaway at turn 12.
Battle of the young guns. Asad Nikodembayev was in the top spot. Caleb Schrader says, oh, no, you don't. I'm coming to have some fun up front, too. Drops a 123.167. Then Caleb Schrader's mentor, John Black, now pops up to the second spot here, and with a 123.248. That pushes Nikodembayev and Miserandino back to 3rd and 4th. If you remember back to our Buttonwillow round of the Super Tour, it was those 4 cars that raced up front both Saturday and Sunday, and no surprise to me that those 4 are back up front again today. "13 minutes left to go." Schrader with that time, Schrader just dropped down, was it's about 0.6 of a second faster than John Black in second place. So still some room for improvement on several of these cars. And now I think, Tom, all the tires should be up to temperature, and now it's just find your drafting partner and try to put down some just really good laps.
Yeah, these cars will tend to get quicker and quicker over this session. Dave Robson is at the front of the line that we're watching come through the final couple corners, poking a hole in the air for another couple cars behind him down the front straightaway now. And it'll get tempting to try to make a pass if you're really glued to the car in front down this front straightaway. I think that might be the 11 of Miserandino just behind, trying to gain an advantage from the draft.
Nikodembayev just dropped his best lap, a 123.098, so he reclaims second place. Miserandino jumps up to 3rd, Fogg to 4th. John Black on that lap now drops down to 5th with those couple of faster laps from the other drivers in this group. So still things shaking up lap to lap here. Another good crop of cars coming up here from Southern California for this race. Much like the FE2, the SoCal FE2 cars came up with the MBI team. A lot of these Spec Racer Fords from down south also with Team MBI as they come up to do these races along the West Coast. So Miserandino and Paul Marino, all of those cars are coming up here from Mark Bielanski, Robert Edmondson. Those are all SoCal drivers coming up here to the Pacific Northwest for this race. Only 2 shots at the apple on the West Coast for the Super Tour this year, Portland and Buttonwillow. So a lot of these drivers trying to qualify for the runoff, so it's another opportunity to get another one in as close to home as possible. So 10:41 left to go here in this session. I'm going to do a call to grid, and then we will take our break. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. GTs 1, 2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and A Sedan. Group 4 to the grid for your qualifying.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back live, in Portland International Raceway, the racetrack in a park in a city here in northwest part of the United States. Great little track to run. Tons of cool people up here to hang out with. We love being here in Portland here with the Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Tom O is here with me, fresh off his second One Lap of America win, Tom, or is this third or 14th? How many have you got?
It is fourth, actually.
Fourth. How easy it is to forget when you're just that good. Tom O is still reveling in the probably. Are you down? Did you get a chance to take a shower after the champagne and everything? Or did you come right here to talk to us?
Unfortunately, no champagne, but I back at my hotel, ready to rock. Yeah.
Good stuff. Qualifying right now at the top of the list, John Black is our fast car right now. Asad Nikodembayev in second. Michael Newmeyer is in third, followed by Taylor Harris, Calvin Harris, McGuire Dickerhoof, Mike Miserandino in seventh, and Steve Fogg is in eighth.
Actually, on the race monitor side of timing and scoring, it's showing Caleb Schrader with a 121.9, which was at one point about a 0.6 of an advantage over the rest of the field, until just across the line now John Black improved to a 122.2, Nikodembayev to a 122.4. So now they're starting to knock on the door of that time from Schrader. His transponder doing some funky things on timing and scoring, but if that time is accurate, and it seems completely plausible, a 121.9 will be your provisional pole time by 0.3 of a second there onto the front row for the number 99.
Well, I think what's happening, Tom, is to fix our problem. Everything's been reset all at the same time, and we had a little shake-up. So all that stuff I said about who was fast about 30 seconds ago was wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. So, yeah, Schrader, Black, Nikodembayev, Newmeyer, Taylor Harris. That's where they stand right now. I think that's accurate.
Still getting quicker and quicker as well. Nikodembayev just claiming the fastest sector 1. Personal bests in some sectors for Newmeyer, for Harris, and for both Harris, actually. Taylor and Calvin, both fastest in sector for themselves in sectors 1 and 2. See if Nikodembayev able to realize any improvement. No, not this time through. A 122.5 was his fastest lap, or was his lap that time, or 122.4. His current best lap. Taylor Harris with a nice improvement, though, up into the second row in the number 72 car, 122.6 just there. And that makes only 4 cars under the 1:23 mark, with Caleb Schrader still on the provisional pole, the only car under the 122s.
DDR, Dan Dennehy Rodriguez in the chat, congratulating Tomo on his one-lap performance. Also wants to know how you're also with us while doing that. The magic of technology. Love it.
Just don't look behind the curtain.
Exactly. You never want to see how the sausage is being made. Schrader, Black, Nick, and Dembayev. This is probably where we're going to sort out, Tom. I don't know. At this point, there is a window on these cars where the tires, they don't go off a lot, but there is a maybe 3 or 4 lap window where they are absolutely the fastest in the session. And now that we're at lap 10, we're past that window.
Yeah, it's going to be down to maybe just the draft. If somebody gets something just right, they might be able to improve. But I agree, the tires of the car are likely just outside of their prime at this stage of the session with 4 minutes to go. It's a bit of a surprise that Mike Miserandino down in 8th, not having a stronger session, just behind McGuire Dickerhoof. Those cars working, the number 11 at least working together with one other car working in Sector 1 now.
CW White in the chat. Welcome. Good morning to you too. Yeah, when I say that the tires do go off, they don't go off a whole lot, maybe a tenth or 2 tenths once they get past their peak. And then when they get to that point, they hold steady for a long time. That's why the drivers love the tire they're on here. They're very consistent, but they do have that short window of being peak fast.
Right. So. Yeah, very, very, very accurate there. And John Black, though, trying to make a liar out of us, goes quicker, is now within 2 tenths of a second of Caleb Schrader's provisional pole time, a 1:22.0. That number 17 still has plenty of pace in it and actually just started a session best Sector 2. Caleb Schrader starting a session best Sector 1. So if anything, maybe those drivers giving the tires a bit of a breather and trying to go for it one more time. Nick Dembayev also barely missing out on improving his lap time, effectively matching it at a 1:22.44 versus his best of a 4:3. Tom Burt, nice improvement after that early spin, getting the rhythm back into line. He just jumped all the way up to 11th from a bit further down. And these cars, if you're curious, just clearing 125 miles an hour in the trap speeds here at Portland.
Looking down through the fields, you have to go down to 10th place. 1 through 9 are all within a second of each other. So you have to go down to 10th place to get beyond the 1 second gap from first. And that is pretty awesome. So you've got a slow car here. 63 is our slow car here. That is the, let's see, who is 63? That is Gary Kniezvich. Oh, there's a spinner.
Yeah, big spin coming off of, that is turn 7. Just trying to carry as much speed off of those first couple corners into that left-hander. And these cars just will track most of the way to the right side, but this driver in the dark car here coming into the corner just misses it by a little bit. Goes for a huge ride. Luckily able to keep it back off the racetrack for all the rest of the oncoming traffic. Loops it back around and we'll be able to drop the clutch and keep it going.
Very, very well done there. Thank you for not coming back on the racetrack. Carl T in chat says, Maine is my favorite state and I've never seen it. Well, that's because, Carl, this is Portland. Oh, he gave me the wink. Very nice. Portland, Oregon, not Portland, Maine, although I love Maine. Portland, Maine's a beautiful place. Thanks for the wink. You caught me. I was going to, you got me in Mr. Gullible mode. Thank you, Carl T.
Improvements that time through for Asad Nikodembayev and Calvin Harris. Those are your 3rd and 4th place runners, now down to 1:22.3 and 1:22.5 respectively. Despite his strong start a lap ago, John Black was not able to improve into the 1:21s. He set the fastest sectors, fastest sector 2, but then slowed down just a little bit in the final sector and lost that opportunity. Taylor Harris isn't done either. The car sitting in 5th, the number 72, starting a personal best Sector 1. This will be the last lap for that car, as well as Calvin Harris. Those two cars in close quarters, both running personal best Sector 1s.
Carl says, he used to live in Seattle and used to flag at Portland a few times. Yep. Great core of volunteers here this weekend. Appreciate all of them being here to do. I think I saw like 40 flaggers this morning, which is fantastic. Coming up on the checkered flag, just dropped here, so these cars will finish their hot laps, and then if they're crossing the line now, their qualifying session is over. Looking to see, there is Nick Dubayev crossing the line a final time. He did not improve at all there. Schrader still at the top. I think most of the fast cars are probably across the line now. Maybe Schrader and Harris. No, Harris just crossed the line. I believe Schrader might be on his final lap here, but he's already our leader. Schrader, Harris, Black. Schrader, Black, Nick Dubayev, Harris, your top four. That's Calvin Harris, Taylor Harris, 5th, Steve Fogg. Michael Newmeyer is in 5th, followed by McGuire Dickerdorf, Mike Miserandino in 9th, Paul Marino in 10th. We'll take our break. When we come back, we'll have a lot more qualifying, one more call to grid, and then we'll be back here in a few minutes. Attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4, GT1 and 2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and A Sedan. Group 4 cars to the grid.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We're back here live at Portland International Raceway, the Portland, Oregon International Raceway, as opposed to the Portland, Maine International Raceway, which there isn't one. But thank you, Carl T., for trolling me in the chat on that one. I appreciate it. We're back here live. Our GT1 Big Bore cars, GT1, GT2, GTX. We might have one of those, possibly. And Touring 2 and 1 and 2 an A sedan. So we've got maybe one of my favorite cars in the SCCA right now, Tom, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo of Michael McAleenan is out here this weekend. He is out of Tacoma, Washington, but he travels a lot of the Super Tour. That green and black car that just went through our screen there, it is absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to have to walk down there and see if he'll let me sit in it once just so I can like be in dream state for like 15 seconds.
Yeah, absolute screamer of a V10 there coming up on one of the GT2 cars. GT2 is going to make up the biggest class in this run group with, GT1 is actually the biggest class in this run group with 6. Then we have 5 GT1s as well.
Well, got the 4 GT1s going to Acura NSX, Dodge Challenger, Chevy Camaro, and a Lamborghini Huracan. How about that for class mark variety here, which is pretty cool. And you got all of our GT2 cars, a BMW, a Ford, and a Mazda. And then our T1 cars, a Pontiac GTO. T2 is a Ford Mustang. Got everything you ever want on the racetrack right now. And we'll top it off, Tom, with a former stock car, Chevrolet Monte Carlo SS in GT2 that's been moved over to road racing mode. So you can't find something to get behind in this race, Tom. You got something to talk about.
Yeah, no kidding. Thundering down the front straightaway, and usually GT1 made up of those basically tube-frame Trans Am style race cars, but we have 2 homologated factory race cars in that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 and also the NSX GT3, one of the GT1 cars with issues coming through turns 5 and 6. Big smoke from the left front of that car. It looked to be coming from the left front tire, but it was already smoking by the time they got through the first chicane.
Yeah,
that is definitely more than tire rub.
Yeah, it's Jason Fiorito in his Dodge Challenger. But yeah, it's not a good sign. Yeah, that started all the way back in turn 8. So yeah, he'll probably go and get it checked out here and see what the heck's going on. A couple cars coming up behind him. Doesn't look like they're having too many problems with like fluid that they're skating through these corners behind him. So hopefully not a huge big deal here.
Fiorito appears to have slowed down, probably going to dive to the right side of the racetrack and come to the pit lane in that yellow Challenger. Does indeed. That's going to let the NSX of Sean King Wang come through. And then the BMW in GT2. This is a pretty unique GT2 car for Jim Valdez. That black B46. Lots of proper race car stuff under that thing to get it up into GT2. Trying to hang on to the back of the GT1 categorized NSX. And they've got that stock car behind following through. Fun fact, that is the exact NSX GT3 that I got to drive when I was testing and racing for Honda. Cool to see it still out here after being probably retired from pro racing by Gradient Racing down in Texas after a couple seasons in IMSA competition. Living its second life in club racing here in SCCA.
Love it. One of our associate producers who is almost every weekend in our chat and always helping us out is Tim Adelson. He gave us one chat message first thing this morning saying, "Good morning. Perfect day for racing." He is right now our fast car on the racetrack. Oh, he was until Michael McAleenan just threw down a good lap. But Tim Adelson's out there in a GT1 Camaro. And so let's go associate producer power. Let's root him on a little bit this morning. He has been part of our live stream for the whole time I've been doing it over the years. And it's really cool to see an associate producer on the racetrack with us. I love it, love it, love it.
And as you mentioned, second overall, second in class. Look how busy Sector 1 into Sector 2 has gotten now just this lap by the cycle of things coming through. Michael McAleenan having to navigate his way through on the GT2. I think that might be the Monte Carlo of David Adelsman.
Also, DDR mentioning the Cold Trickle livery GT1 car. That is from, of course, the movie Days of Thunder. Tom, are you being trolled? Have you not seen Days of Thunder?
I have not seen Days of Thunder. I'm so sorry to say.
Dude, you've missed you've missed a slice of pop culture Americana. It ain't a good racing movie, but it is a slice of pop culture Americana.
Right. Top Gun with race cars, I've heard.
Exactly. Michael McAleen in fast. Wong Quan Wong. I'm guessing at that name. I hope I got it right, or I'm at least close. In the accurate is in second. Tim Adelson now in third. There's your top three in GT1. Jim Valdez, your fast car in GT2 with that BMW E46. T2 leader right now, actually our only T2 car. That's Scotty B. White in the Mustang. So, looks like Jason Fiorito in his Challenger went in to get that smoking issue taken care of. Has not come back out on the racetrack just yet. So, when I was going through the paddock yesterday, that thing was up on jack stands, and they were doing a lot of work around that Challenger. So hopefully we'll get that sorted out before we get to the race today.
These cars definitely take the most work of maybe anything in club racing to keep running. Big moment there between Ed Gless coming through turns 10 and 11 in the Pontiac GTO, not a road racing car we see all that often, but he's got company in the GT2 car just behind. The stock car going to be pretty easily able to outmotor that thing down the front straightaway, I would think.
Yep.
Also, the silver Mustang, you catch little glimpses of that. That's Ross Murray, your lone American sedan entrant, but that driver had a fantastic run in the wet back at Hallett in our most recent round of the Super Tour. Probably happy it's dry, but got to put on a good show there.
McAleen just goes purple again with a 112.002. That is almost as close as you can get to a 111 without getting there. Yeah, you were talking about these cars that most to work on. There are cars in the club that are the easy button, and there are cars in the club that are the fun button. This is definitely not both of those buttons. This is the fun button car.
And that counts for driving as well. These are big machines.
Oh.
One car, big spin at turn 7. I think this is the one of the GT2 cars. No, excuse me, that's Michael Lewis in the GT1 car. He's just entered the racetrack late in the session, and a Jaguar stopped drivers left. It looks like a mechanical issue potentially for this car, already moving very slowly. A little bit of smoke or something coming off.
Ooh.
And that was a odd spin. Lost the back end at low speed and has yet to resume.
I could speculate, but I won't.
There he is, gotten going. Now he's down the back straightaway towards turn 10 now in the black with the orange highlights. Just gets passed through on the NSX for Sean King Wang.
Yeah, whenever someone comes out late and has like a spin like that, I always have to wonder what maybe someone forgot to do something and they're rushed to get the car on the racetrack before the session is over. Again, purely speculation, no idea, but I've done that before. That's how I know.
Yes, absolutely. The worst one, excuse me.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say the worst one is when you forget to torque the wheels. Oh, that's a painful mistake to make. But you're going to make the point. McAleen is flying.
Yeah, he is. He just got below that 111 mark. Actually, got below the 110 mark as well. No, 111. 110, 110.947, and nothing is close to him on the racetrack. That's almost 4 seconds faster than the second place car. So he is absolutely flying.
3.2 seconds up on the NSX GT3, who is another further 4 seconds up on your third place runner in GT1. That's Tim Adelson in the Camaro. Then your current provisional pole sitter in GT2, Jim Valdez in the black BMW, leading the way with the 118.2 over Matthew Butson in the Ford Mustang from GT2.
Coming up on the halfway point, we'll do a call to grid, take our break, and then come back for the rest of qualifying. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600. Group 5 cars to the grid for qualifying. We'll take a break. Be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Back here live at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Portland International Raceway, a 1.977-mile road course in a park in a city. Brian Bielanski, Tom O on the call here. We're in the middle of qualifying for Group 4. Group 5 is up next. And I want to say hi to Yo Dude in the chat with many U's. He's watching us from Germany. Thank you. Thank you for not watching WEC today and watching us. The Daily Racers here, talking about Days of Their... I don't know if it's a good racing movie, but it sure is a racing movie, and I love it. That's a good way to put it, I think. So, in the middle of our qualifying session here, 6 minutes, 55 seconds to go, and our top car right now, no shock to anybody, Michael McAleenan in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo with a 1:10.947, and no one else is close, Tom.
Not even a little bit. 3.2 seconds advantage to the Lamborghini over the NSX GT3. That Lamborghini and NSX both homologated to global GT3 standards, so in theory they should have very, very similar performance levels, and then of course classed here into the SCCA in what we know as GT1. But we do have some movement in GT2. Matthew Butson has taken over the provisional pole. The Washington driver in the Ford Mustang down to a 117.9, 0.3 of a second advantage, or not even really, over Jim Valdez in the E46 BMW. Hometown guy out of Portland, Oregon. So that's a really interesting battle shaping up between two quite different cars in GT2. Scotty B. White, lonely by himself in Touring 2 this weekend, has that provisional pole, of course. And then Ed Gless by himself in Touring 1. Ross Murray by himself in American Sedan. That rounds out the 5 classes in this group. The other mover and shaker right now, Michael Lewis, after that little awkward spin on an outlap, back into the pit lane and then back onto the racetrack, just turned his best lap time and is getting the rock spinning on the proverbial string. Momentum building for the Jaguar XKR, a 1:18.7. Only needs to find 2.6 seconds to try to catch Sean King Wang in the NSX GT3. And that sounds like a lot. In a lot of categories it is, but these GT cars build speed very, very rapidly. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Michael Lewis able to challenge for that second spot. On bottom of the front row, there's the XKR sweeping through turn 8.
Yeah, it takes a couple of laps for these slick tires to get warm, and
right.
So the first 2 laps kind of a throwaway, and then lap 3, all of a sudden, where'd that come from? So one of the things we've learned, Tom, with this Lamborghini over the years is it tends to really shine on tight, twisty tracks because there's so much aero. And then you've got, it tends to have a problem at places like Road America where there's so much high power. This is interesting because there's tons of high horsepower here, plus the twisty technical sessions, and it is just spectacular.
It really is kind of a tale of two racetracks, you're right. And those GT1 tube frame Trans Am cars are going to shine on the straights a little bit more relatively to the GT3 homologated pro-built cars. But the other thing those pro-built cars come with is a whole lot of technology packed into them with driver aids. The NSX, I know for a fact, has separate controls, 11 different settings for both traction, forward traction control, and yaw control, as well as anti-lock brakes. So you just turn the knobs on the wheel, and Michael Lewis has absolutely none of that in the Jaguar XJR. It's all him. So totally different styles of race cars here in the class, and we thought Michael Lewis might be able to challenge. He certainly is close now with a new best time, 1:14.3, and still has enough time for maybe even 3 more laps as he rips up onto the back straightaway. Not a lot of improvement on the sectors this time through, but he's only a 10th off of second spot.
Yeah, the only driver aids that Jaguar has is the go faster pedal and the go slower pedal.
Right.
There ain't a whole lot of options.
And then the go over there knob, right in front of your hands.
Exactly. Yeah. So he might have brake bias adjustment. I think he probably has that. So, and he's going to pull in. So both cars here heading to pit lane. Looking for a second to see if they threw the checkered early, but no, we're still racing here. So there was that Days of Thunder mellow yellow liveried car coming through right into our screen right now that we're talking about, an homage to that movie. I think that is the Monte Carlo SS, which is basically a stock car that's been oh, is that a Mustang?
Yeah, I think that's Matthew Butson.
Okay. We do have one of those stock cars converted to road racing out here as well this weekend. There's a lot of those stock cars up here. There it is. In the Northwest, a big contingent. Usually we have 4 or 5 of them out here for the Super Tour. Only one this weekend, it looks like. Mother's Day weekend. So sometimes I think the dads trade 1 year for this and 1 year for home with mom. 2 minutes, 12 seconds to go here. Not a lot of changes right now. Still keeping an eye on Mike Lewis to see. Well, actually, he's deciding to call it a day, so he's going to be happy with starting on the inside of row 2. It looks like.
Personal best sector 2 for Matthew Butson. Watching him come through turns 10 and 11, woeing it down for turn 12. Probably a whole lot of work to keep that car off the wall coming up onto the front straightaway. You don't have to worry about the outside wall nearly as much as the tire abutment that splits the staging lanes of the drag strip. That's the first thing you come across if you run a little bit wide in the final corner down at turn 12. Was it an improvement for Butson? No, just a little bit. Actually, yes, it was a little bit quicker. 17.78 that time by.
There you go. That'll put him on the outside of row 2. So, we talk about a lot about McAleen and how good that Lamborghini is. We should also talk about how good he is. He does not make mistakes. He is steady Eddie behind the wheel, always in the hunt, and just one of those guys that you just can kind of count on to be up front every weekend. It's one thing to have the car to go fast, but to be able to do it week in and week out is a whole different deal. 52 seconds left to go in the session. Not a ton of cars still circulating.
No, with how much power and weight these cars have, they tend to burn the resources pretty quickly if you're attacking in qualifying. And the lap counter tells that story very much so. Most of the cars having completed somewhere between 4 and 8 laps, despite the time allowing for something more like 14 or 15 laps at this point. So drivers definitely cutting the session a little bit short. Ed Gless is who we're watching work through sector 1, and then the Monte Carlo out of GT2. This is David Adelsman sitting in the 3rd spot provisionally in class and needs to find about 3 seconds to pick up a spot to Jim Valdez. So that's a bit of a gap. Tough at this stage of the session. Unlikely that you have 3 seconds left in your pocket without maybe going back to video and data or even the setup and kind of looking things over to find that extra lap time.
Ed Gless, David Edelman, and Matthew Butson, using my golf theory on I've paid for the whole golf course. I'm going to use the whole golf course. They paid for 20 minutes of qualifying. They're using every bit of it, all of them in the 12, 13 lap range. Most everyone else, as you said, has done their thing. Oh, there's the birds are back. I don't know if you saw it. Infield by turn number 11, that little section there. We usually have, there they are. They're like, this is my home. Why are you messing with my home? And they're going to come through there. Actually, they're on the racetrack.
They are, and typical Canadian geese, completely unbothered.
Nope. That is so awesome. I don't think I remember them ever being on the racetrack, but I've been waiting for the geese to be here. They're here every year. That's awesome. Thank you, Jordan, for the instant replay. That's pretty good. All right, checkered flag is in the air, or it will be when the next car comes by. Has everybody come in? Do we see anybody on the racetrack, Jordan? I think we're going to call. Oh, there's one lonely car, and they're not even going at speed, I don't think. Let's go through our top couple cars in every class before we take our break here. A sedan, we have one car, Ross Murray. He was out there this morning. In GT1, your top three, Michael Macklin and Jaquan Wong in second place, Michael Lewis in third. And honorable mention to Tim Adelson, our associate producer, in fourth. Matthew Butson in first in GT2, followed by Jim Valdez and David Adelsman. In T1, we have one car, Ed Gless, and in T2, we have one car, Scotty B. White. We'll take a break after I do a call to grid, and then we will be right back for our next session. Attention the paddock, Group 5 cars to the grid, Group 5 cars to the grid for your qualifying, Formula F, Formula 6, Formula V. Group 5 to the grid for qualifying.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
You know, one of the most rewarding things about working a race experience event, which I get to do a few times a year, is just seeing the enjoyment. How much people enjoy just getting out there and driving when position doesn't matter, when class doesn't matter, when you're just kind of having fun. And for a lot of us that are very traditional SCCA folks that want to take that victory lap, I think sometimes we forget how the pure joy comes about, and race experience has reintroduced me to that.
Back here live at Portland International Raceway for the little classes that could. I love these cars. Actually, some of my favorite cars on the racetrack. Not big in numbers, but big in passion. Formula F, Formula V, and I don't think we have any Formula 6s out here this weekend. But here we go, Tom. And Formula F, we've got the cars here, either 1600cc Ford motored cars or 1.5 liter Honda Fit motors in those. And then, of course, the legendary 1200cc Volkswagen Beetle based Formula Vs.
Yeah, I actually got to spend one lap of America this year with Andrew Abbott, who's a staple of the Abbott family, really a staple of Formula V. Got to talk to him a little bit about these cars and gave me some insight because they're a bit of an enigma to me. I have not driven one. I don't know much about them, having commentated the runoffs, as Larry McLeod tends to do that class. So it's kind of fun to get a little bit of insight. And one of the things we know is that they will be absolutely draft machines on this racetrack, especially towards the end of these longer straightaways. So that'll be pretty important, I think, for these cars. Definitely come race time, but as you can tell, they're all running in a little pack together. I think they have that on the top of their mind as well for qualifying.
They have put on a pretty good show here the last couple of years. The V's in particular, Marjorie Lundberg, Andrew Maulsley, and Robert Posner, and Quinn Posner actually as well. They run together. Drafting very important, momentum very important. I've spent a little time in the class, and they are an absolute hoot to drive. So very much momentum based.
Yeah, that was the main thing that Andrew Abbott had shared is you know, the line that you take and even getting the apexes just right is not as big a deal in a Formula V as just keeping that momentum going. If you push hard and you keep the momentum up by a mile an hour or two and you miss the apex, that's actually better case scenario where many other cars and classes are going to prioritize making sure that they hit those marks more precisely than trying to keep the momentum going. But that's just how it goes in Formula V. And then in Formula F, really probably not too far off of the similar situation, as they are certainly more powerful and a little bit better handling, mostly by wider tires and a much wider track width, but still no aero to work with. And kind of especially those first couple corners after the chicane, turns 4, 5, and 6, you really have to keep the momentum up to try to carry the speed through that section of the racetrack, as well as this one at turns 10, 11, and 12. I have to imagine that's barely a break in a Formula V coming into the chicane.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. And the tires on these cars, literally the width of your fist. They are really skinny tires on the Formula Vs. The Formula Fs, of course, they benefit from a little bit of a wider tire, which is a big help to them as well. Formula F's, the top cars now after a couple of laps, Jonathan Kotek, Mark Smith, and John Hill, your top three there. Of course, you've got in Formula V, then you've got Quinn Posner, Marjorie Lundberg, and Robert Posner. Those are the three that ran up front last year, and I think the year before as well, but definitely last year. Those three cars were the ones that put on the big show last year.
Jonathan Kotek, a past national champion at the runoffs here in Formula F. So that is certainly a national benchmark level driver that the rest of the Formula Fs here, the other four, are going to have to aim for. And then the 4 Formula Vs, all still running in fairly close formation. The pace setter so far, Quinn Posner, at a 1:34.5. That's about 25 seconds slower than the Lamborghini in the previous group. We went from the top of the lap time board to the bottom. And Posner has some good pressure from Marjorie Lundberg, who's on the same second after the first couple flying laps. But John Hill resets the benchmark time in Formula F, a 1:25.2, 83 thousandths of a second over Mark Smith.
And just like that, there's that shakeup you were talking about, getting in here with even in the first 5 minutes. These cars, similar to what we were talking about in Spec Racer Ford, best times are going to come early in these, probably in the first 10 minutes. And then the tires basically level off and stay pretty steady out through the rest of the run, especially with the temperatures that we have right now in the low 60s. That won't do too much as far as warming these tires up too much as this session goes through.
Right. I'd love to see this. These two cars coming at us. This is John Hill and Mark Smith running in formation. It's a pair of Crosley 35Fs, a much older style Formula F. This class has been going at the same approach for coming up on, I think, about 60 years. These cars go back to the early 70s, if not maybe the early 60s. I don't know my history exactly on Formula F, but I've driven a 1973 Formula F, and it was perfectly competitive with the ones from the 90s and 2000s. It's really cool to see that pair of cars. You just see visually they're so low on the front end, much wider body as well. A totally different approach to something like maybe the Van Diemens that we see so often with the longer, narrow, almost bullet style body.
It's an interesting, almost history lesson of how aerodynamics and the understanding of how cars work over the years changed even cars at the Formula F, Formula Ford level. At that point in time, they're all Formula Fords. But yeah, it's very interesting. You can actually look at how technology changed over the years, just looking at the different generations of the cars.
Looks like Jonathan Kotick entered in a Crosley as well, so I have to imagine maybe there's some collaboration going on across these drivers. Then over on the Formula V side, the much smaller cars, down into the 132s now, picking up a handful of seconds since those early laps. Quinn Posner still setting the pace there over Marjorie Lundberg. Now the gap between those two is over 2 seconds. And then it's another 2-some seconds back to Andrew Maudsley and Robert Posner. Big gaps in V. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, because Kotick won his 22 national championship in a Magali-clad Honda. So, definitely not what he's driving this weekend. 12.5 minutes to go here at PIR. Our leaders in Formula F, qualifying fast cars, leading qualifying, John Hill, Mark Smith, then Jonathan Kotick. In Formula V, the top three right now, Quinn Posner, Marjorie Lundberg, Andrew Maulsdy is now jumped up into third, dropping Robert Posner back down to fourth. Alan Zorich and Patrick Tretico, your lower running cars in Formula F, pulling up the 8th and 9th place spots right now.
John Hill was able to improve the provisional pole time in Formula F last time through, a 124.21. That's a 0.3 advantage over Mark Smith. That's the pair of cars still running together down towards turn 10 now. I think it's Hill with the green nose and Smith just behind in the red. And I'm trying to tell if this is maybe Jonathan Kotick that they're coming up on in another, all four Crosleys there in the camera shot for a split second. But the two in the middle are the quick ones for sure. Kotick finds a bit of time, drops into the 126s after standing on a 127, but that's still good for third in the session.
We also have an even older Crosley 30F in the field, and you'll notice that one, you see the big wide inlet on the 35s. There's a narrower inlet on the 30, which is really kind of cool. So again, just in this race, you're seeing the generations. I believe the one that was coming in. So this is the wide 35F. And then right behind it is these little bit narrower inlet on the front. That's the 30F. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely love the shape of this era of Formula car. Just low and wide, like a wedge.
Yep.
John Hill reporting to the pit lane. We're going to call this session either done or maybe a bit of a setup adjustment, tire pressure checks for your current provisional pole sitter in Formula F. Mark Smith continued to run. No help on the Sector 1 here, but Jonathan Kotick went quicker yet again, dropped about a half a second down to 2.1 seconds off the pole time. Still sitting third, but almost into the 125s.
I can see that number 10 car right in front of me on pit lane. They're checking tire pressures, whether they're adjusting them or not, or just doing the coming off the track recording of tire pressures. I'll keep an eye on that as well. Let's do this. We are at the 5-minute or 10-minute mark, halfway through. We'll take a break. I'll do a call to grid, and let's just see. Is John Hill going back out? Yep, back out on the racetrack for John Hill. So a little bit of a change. Maybe changing the tire pressures to go at it again. So we'll take our break. When we come back, we'll get the rest of qualifying here. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Production, E, F, and H production. Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 to the grid for your qualifying.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back live with 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go here in qualifying for Formula V and Formula F. And having a good time here at the racetrack here, Portland, Oregon, beautiful part of the country. Tom was asking me, what's that mountain in the background? That's Mount Hood out there. And you can see it's a little hazy today, but on a clear day, you can see it nice and clear right there. We went up there, Tom, last year. My wife joined us up here for Mother's Day weekend last year. And on Monday after the races, we spent a couple of hours up on Mount Hood, and it snowed while we were up there. So she was all excited. We don't get much snow in Southern California, so to see snow was a ton of fun. And I was up there wearing shorts because I didn't plan on snow, and it was snowing. It was a lot of fun. All right, back here, top of the heap right now, John Hill, and he is with a 124.2. Doesn't look like he's improving. Oh, well, now that I say that, he just dropped the purple sector, so they made some tire pressure changes just before the break, and he went back out. Looks like it might be helping him a little bit.
Yeah, the pace is still dropping in Formula F. John Hill has the provisional pole at a 124.2. Mark Smith, standing on a 124.3, is less than 0.2 of a second behind, but both are starting this lap off with personal best Sector 1, which ends just here in the camera shot. As they turn left, that starts Sector 2. The red car here is Mark Smith. John Hill already down the back straightaway into turns 10, 11, and 12. In the blue and green number 10, session best Sectors 1 and 2 for this driver. He's already on the pole, but he's looking to extend that lead. Can he get to the 123s up onto the front straight? Oh, he does. 123.9 for Mark Smith, but holy cow, 122.8 for John Hill. That is absolutely flying. Over a 1 second pickup for the number 10 car. That's incredible in this late stage. That's the green car now headed into turn 4.
And last lap before this one, we had 6 of the 9 cars on the racetrack turn their best lap this late in qualifying. So that's pretty impressive. Part of that might be guys hooking up on the draft at the right time. That's helpful, of course. But I think John Hill's doing it on just raw. I don't think he's working with anybody.
No, he's just caught up to one of the other Formula Fs. There's a couple of red ones. I don't know the number on that one, but the number 10, John Hill there, the car looks so pointy. It's just absolutely changing direction on a dime. These cars already changed direction quickly, but that thing was just absolutely hooked up in turns 6 and 7 coming onto the back straightaway. A little replay of something down at turn 1, maybe a spin.
Yep.
First time we've seen this, one of the Formula Vs losing it on entry for the right-hander and not able to navigate the left-hander by the time they need to turn left.
And just let the car spin around twice, kind of had it pointed in the right direction, dropped it into first, popped the clutch, and off they are to go. So, a couple of our Crosleys here now. I think this is Hill and Smith. And they're really slow. Is the checkered flag up? They were really slow going into turn one. Like, unusually slow. I was wondering if maybe there was a yellow flag there or like a local yellow. But anyway, they're back through there now. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Looking at Formula V, Quinn Posner, Marjorie Lundberg, and Robert Posner, your top three right now in Formula V.
And that has not changed since nearly the very first lap of qualifying. They did all get quicker, but they kind of all got quicker in unison. So Quinn Posner still enjoys that right about 2 second lead, current provisional pole anyway, maybe not lead for Formula V. Lundberg trying to get closer. The biggest move has been, oh, excuse me, that's out of class. So Robert Posner still sits quite a bit back from Marjorie Lundberg.
These cars, when they get to the race, will start. Usually, they start with a gap start. So the Fords will start up front, or the Formula Fs will start up front, and the Vs will start with a slight gap back, and giving each of them a chance to do their own little race, at least for the first few laps of the race, before the Fs start catching the back of the Formula Vs. Interesting here, we've got drivers from Washington, Idaho, Florida, Oregon, and British Columbia. We're actually close enough to the Canadian border, Tom, where we'll have two national anthems today.
Right? Yeah, one of these things is not like the other. Jonathan Kotick from down on the coast in Florida.
Yeah, could not be further apart between Chilliwack, British Columbia, and Atlantic Beach, Florida. So, minute 57 left. Couple cars still circulating. Looks like we've got 4 cars still on the racetrack. Posners, both the Posners, Marjorie Lundberg, and they look like they've decided they've got enough in for the day.
Jonathan Kotick able to improve. Speaking of, last time through, a 1:25.0 is the number 24's new best lap time, and starting a personal best Sector 1 yet again. That is the red car coming into camera shot here any moment down into turn 10. Completing Sector 2 on another personal best. Needs to find 2.2 seconds to challenge for the pole, but only needs to find 1.2 seconds to challenge for the front row. Mark Smith is the other red Formula F just across the start-finish line. Goes a little bit quicker on that lap for himself, a 1:23.8.
I give our credit where credit's due here. We've got some great camera angles here this weekend. Brendan setting them up for us. That speed shot at turn 7, 8, 9 is awesome. And then coming off of 11, where basically the car cuts right into our living room. Great work this weekend. Top 5, Hill, Smith, Kotick, Posner, and Lundberg right now. Hill just put a personal best and purple lap, Sector 1. Kotick just barely slower in Sector 1. Looks like Hill is being able to take advantage of the draft off of Kotick.
Yeah, fastest in Sector 1, just across the line there. Loses about 3/10 in Sector 2. I think, Brian, he might have bailed on this lap. He was much closer than I think they are now.
And the checkered flag is in the... He was absolutely coming in. So this will be the last time across the line for Jonathan Kotick. See if he gets any faster. And he does. Mark Smith that just came across the line. I apologize. Not any faster. He'll stay in second place now. So it looks like our top 3 in Formula F are going to be John Hill, Mark Smith, and Jonathan Kotick. And our top 3 in Formula V are going to be Quinn Posner, Marjorie Lundberg, and Robert Pausner will be your top 3 there. We'll take a quick break. I'll do a call to grid, and then we'll come back for our final qualifying session of the day. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid. EFH Productions. Spec Miata. Spec MX-5. Group 6 cars to the grid.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
back here. We are live. Portland International Raceway, Group 6, EFH Production, Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. I'm going to guess that most of our cars are going to be Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Brian Bielanski, Tom O, Jordan Worth, pressing the buttons. Brendan Kazmarek taking care of the beautiful pictures. You got the A-team here this weekend. Well, the A-team with me. I'm going to leave it at that. And good times will be had by all regardless. Another great big group here. If we talk about Spec Miata, Spec MX-5, we know all of those. Let's talk about the production cars for a second. We've got Austin Bradshaw here, who's really come on over the last couple of years, Tom, in that E-Production Mazda RX-7, that he and his family do all the work on it themselves. He ended up on the podium last year at the runoffs. Just a ton of fun to watch this family grow within the sport to become, one of the best cars in the production classes.
Yeah, that's been a lot of fun to watch that. And we also have Joe Carr in E-Production in the red number 12 Miata. So it's going to be 1982 Rotary RX-7 versus 1999 NB Miata. They're in E-Production. Then over in F-Production, we have 3 entries, Lance Stout, Michael Lewis, and Ken Kennard. It'll be fun to watch Ken out there in the Acura Integra after, I think, maybe debuting an MX-5 or Miata back at Hallett. Then Bill O'Kell out of H Production running solo here this weekend. He had a great race back at Buttonwillow to start off our Super Tour calendar. And then we get into the scrum that we're watching right now, SMX and Spec Miata. Spec Miata relatively small this weekend with only 4 cars entered. We still have your most recent race winner for a Super Tour, John Salerno, is entered here along with Jason Rollins, Eric Weller, and Nick Leveroni. But SMX, the biggest field of the group, 8 cars entered there. Going to be a lot of fun to watch, and I think every single car on the racetrack is in turn 7 right now, Brian.
Yeah. I'm going to say this. Joe Carr will take it in the spirit of which meant, because an old guy talking about an old guy. But it's a great juxtaposition in the SCCA. You've got Joe Carr, the old guy in the new Mazda, and Austin Bradshaw, the young guy in the old Mazda. And that's about as perfect as you can get in the SCCA. So, yeah, Joe Carr's been doing this forever with the SCCA. One of our always count on him to be here, guys. Oh, a little dust popping up there, put a wheel off. That's very Buttonwillow-esque to see dust come up when a wheel goes off. Haven't seen that here very often, but not a lot of real estate when there's 8 cars trying to go through there all at the same time.
Yep, did not take much time at all for SMX to find the dirt, trying to make that chicane as straight as possible over in turns 10 and 11. I would expect the E-Production cars will likely be the fastest, or maybe even one of the F-Production cars, but the SMX cars are going to be much more aggressive, quick out of the gate, and you can see the E-Production cars that started at the front, specifically that red Miata of Joe Carr just getting absolutely swamped by drivers who are trying to get the most out of their tires early on. One of the big differences between these, of course, is SMX running what we call DOTR compound, so it is technically DOT rated, but that Hoosier tire, the spec tire there, is going to light up pretty quick versus the full-on racing slicks that the production car you take a little bit more time. Oh, we see how that goes as Bill Carr just cannot get out of the way fast enough. He's not doing anything wrong, but in his mind, he's probably like, geez, all right, go, y'all. You can just go on through here. I'd like some space, please.
Yeah.
And indeed, look, there he is, just off the throttle, trying to let everyone else get back through. Right. There's dust flying over at turn 7 and 8, a little bit chaotic for what the production racers are used to, typically sharing the run group with B-Spec, not Spec Miata and Spec MX-5.
Yeah, one thing also to remember is the Spec Miatas and Spec MX-5 cars, they're on a tire limit this weekend. So the tire they're racing on today has to get all the way through the end of the weekend tomorrow. So, they'll try to put in a couple of laps here, be happy with what they've got, and then get off the racetrack to preserve what they have here. That's usually the strategy. Now, the F-Production, the production car, is starting to light up those tires. Austin Bradshaw goes to the top of the leaderboard with a 126.18, a full 2 seconds ahead of the fast car in SMX, which is exactly what you said was going to happen, Tom. Those Spec MX-5 cars fast early, but then as soon as those slick tires on the production cars decide that they're ready to go, they go to the front.
Ken Kennard holding strong in the Integra, not bending a knee to the other SMX cars around. And in SMX, we got a bit of a preview of what to expect in qualifying, as Jared Korth was on pole in his SMX car in The Super Touring Light class a couple run groups ago, Brian Bielanski was second and Gavin Wardle was third. Those cars all double dipping into the second class. But here they've also got Christian Hoagland in the race, Emmy Kissick, Bryce Johnson, all in SMX to blow that field out a little bit bigger. Down into turn 10 and 11. Current fastest time, though, is Jared Korth. Christian Hoagland is right behind, about a second back.
Michael Lewis now jumps to second on the leaderboard in his F production RX-7. Now you'll look at those two, Bradshaw's RX-7 and Lewis's RX-7. The Bradshaw RX-7 is the original body style RX-7. The Michael Lewis, the newer body style RX-7. So very different cars. That's why they're in different classes. One's an E production, one is an F production. There is Ken Kennard in that Acura that you were talking about a few minutes ago. That Acura Integra. He's out of Sebring, Florida. That car prepped out of the Jesse Prather shop out in Kansas. Jared Korth just puts down a purple sector 1. So he puts down a fast lap there, improves back up to second place now. That bumps Michael Lewis down to second overall. My guess is this is going to end up being a split start this weekend with the Miatas in one group and all the production cars in a second group. No official word on that, but that's typically how this works out.
Yep, that's what I would expect as well, and that's going to delay the overlap just a little bit. But with this many cars and this big of a spread, this is the other group I think that's likely to have traffic involved. The first group, of course, being side by side at turns 10 and 11 for Kennard and one of our SMX drivers. That's a bit tricky. Not going to be fast for either of them, but they've at least sorted it out to finish that spot. The other group that I think will be affected by that is the Super Touring and lower touring class group. So that's something that these groups in specific have to deal with that maybe some of the other groups don't.
Right.
Bradshaw down into the 123s now, fastest car on the racetrack by 2.5 seconds over your top two in SMX. Also missed this, but William Wallace also entered and on the racetrack, sitting second in SMX behind Jared Korth. And both of those SMX drivers have hustled the much simpler race cars that they're in front of the top two in F production for Lewis and Kennard. That was, I think, a very close call for, I don't know if that was Utile. It was.
I think it was, yeah. Very, very loose going through that section there. Almost put the right rear off, but was able to just save it in time. I think you and I have learned, Tom, over the last couple of races that Ryan likes his car loose.
Yeah, is one of the rowdier drivers to watch, and it's fun to hop on board with him too. You got footwork in the upper right, you got a rear view camera in the upper left, just behind our tower, and then a good look back at the driver in the bottom left. See how the inputs are going, both from his body and then also on the data system on the bottom right. Full throttle, of course, down this straightaway, but watch how little brake it takes to get the car slowed down for turn 10.
Yeah.
Basically a stab and a downshift and then back to the throttle, rolling speed through there and then back onto the brakes again, using the extra road just to get the car down to the apex. And like we talked about, that wall on your left, you really have to challenge that before you get up onto the wide front straightaway that doubles as a drag strip.
Bradshaw has added a Spec Miata to his stable of cars, and he'd probably be out here doing both this weekend, except that they're all in the same race together. So and he's got that E-Production Mazda so sorted. That's going to be his big push for the runoffs, is to maybe move up a step on that podium. $10 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Let's take our break here, and then when we come back, we'll get you all the way to the finish line. And because if I'm going to pull up my schedule, I'm pretty sure we got lunch next. We're not going to even have to do a call to grid. So we'll take our break. When we come back, more qualifying from PIR.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because Built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. Live. We don't have a live bug. We need a live bug, Brendan. Always live. Except when I'm watching it on the stream. DriverSeye Live. Well, I guess it's in the name. Anyway, back here live at PIR for our final 7 minutes of qualifying this morning. Once we get done with this session, we're going to take about an hour break for lunch. And then we're going to go racing this afternoon. 6 25-minute races. And it'll be a great afternoon of racing here. Perfect weather in the Pacific Northwest, Tom, and it's showing that in the qualifying times.
Absolutely. Quickest car on the racetrack right now. Austin Bradshaw continues to go faster and faster, now into the 122s for the E-Production provisional pole sitter. Michael Lewis and Ken Kennard having a great duke out in F Production. That's the Tube Frame RX-7 versus the Acura Integra, separated by 0.3 of a second, with Lewis having the advantage. Tight as always in Spec Miata. We haven't seen much of them in this run group, but John Salerno has the provisional pole by 0.3 over Nick Leveroni, and it's only another 0.2 back to Jason Rollins. Then the big one, SMX, Jared Korth, the 0.2 advantage over William Wallace. Then 0.4 back to Christian Hoagland. Ryan Gutile just improved to 4th position, and Emmy Kissick will round out the top 5 just in front of Gavin Wardle, Bryce Johnson, Adrian Comstock rounding out that field.
It'll be interesting to see, Tom, this afternoon. Spec Miata, Spec MX-5 often big enough to have their own races, even between the two of them. But to have them all together and then to put a couple of production cars on the racetrack at the same time, not very common for these cars. So they're going to have to, go back to their multi-class racing routes to learn how to get through that traffic today. So it'll all be interesting to play that out.
Right, and again, there's really not a ton to Portland International Raceway. It's a relatively straightforward racetrack, which tends to mean that your consistency starts to make a bigger and bigger difference. There's nowhere where you can really make time or break yourself away from other drivers. You'd have to be just kind of technically as on the ball as you possibly can when it comes to braking zones, brake release, getting your shifts just right, because as a simpler racetrack, mistakes stand out even more than maybe a big long place or even a different style of smaller racetrack like we were at Hallett just last round. Going to make for some very interesting racing for all of these drivers.
Yeah, 100%. A multiple-time national champion Jesse Prather's in the chat. Says, hi, guys. Have a great weekend. Also, James Ricketts in the chat as well. says great coverage. Thank you for watching. If you're here in the chat, drop us a note. Say hi. We'd love to have you. Love to talk with you. 4 minutes to go. Not a whole lot of changes at this point. Bradshaw, Korth, Lewis, Wallace, Kennard, your top 5, followed by Hoagland, Gutile, Kissick, Wardle, and Bryce Johnson. There is Kennard as he comes through in that Acura. Bradshaw's kind of now settled in. I think he's called it a day at 8 laps. Exactly. I just saw. I looked up in just enough time from the timing screen to see that play out there. Wow.
Yeah, I've seen a handful of these SMX cars really dance in the back end around, both in the slow and fast corners. A couple of them really loose on the turn-in for turn 7, which is the tightest hairpin in the middle of sector 2. And then you just saw that huge rotation from the black machine with the pink wheels. I'm trying to remember if that's William Wallace or not, but either way, big rotation from that car as well. Of course, these relatively low horsepower cars for what they weigh, and typically you'd want to drive them with the back end to point the nose where you want it to go while staying on throttle, but it can be overdone. I think that was a little bit past that limit.
250 left in the race. I'm actually a little surprised, Tom, that there's so many of these Spec MX-5 cars still out here with the tire rule this weekend. Usually they call it a day by now.
Yeah, I agree with that, Brian. This track is also, I'm not sure if it's technically hard on tires from a surface perspective, but it doesn't have any elevation to help the cars or banking or camber or any of that. So you are relying on the tire quite a bit at this racetrack. And we're way out of the window of where these tires are going to be at their prime at this point in the session.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael Lewis has pulled it in for the day. Austin Bradshaw has pulled it in for the day. It looks like Jared Korth has called it a day. Emmy Kissick, I think, has called it a day. A couple of the other cars, Johnson, Comstock, have called it a day. Now, that'll be interesting to talk about when we look at tomorrow's races to see if those drivers, Bryce Johnson, Adrian Comstock, maybe Emmy Kissick, if they have an advantage late in the race tomorrow because they've got a few less laps on these tires. I'm going to put that in my memory bank to look at tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have to start maybe get an extra graphic for SMX, so a number of laps done on this one set of tires throughout the weekend, so you can see who has the theoretical advantage. Here's on board through sector 1 with Ryan Gutile, that triple apex right-hander that kind of just slows down a little bit right towards the end. You got to get set up for this left-hander that it drives fairly fast for how tight it is, and then you really have to slow the car down to see if he does a downshift or not. Nope, it's going to hang it in 3rd gear and just try to roll speed through the apex and up onto the back straightaway. This is ending sector 2, driving towards sector 3, and the speed traps up to, let's see, right about 117, maybe 18 miles an hour towards the end of this back straightaway. Going through on one of the Spec Miatas. There are 4 Spec Miatas out there as well. John Salerno does continue to hold the provisional pole over Nick Leveroni, and Group 1 is going to be in for quite a surprise with how much dirt is down in turns 10 and 11. They were all very responsible in FE2, but SMX, not so much. They're pushing every track limit you'll give them.
Yeah, maybe they'll go out and take the sweeper out during lunch, which we're coming up on, to give a little easier shot for our friends in FE2. Roger Cadell in the chat, thanks everyone for the live stream. Anybody who's used an AIM data logger will know Roger Cadell, one of the good guys, really smart. I love talking to smart people, Tom. All right, checkered flag is in the air. The car is on the racetrack now. These laps will count if they decide to take it in all the way across the finish line. If they don't decide to end, these cars look like they're on a lap, so I think they're going to take it all the way across the finish line, see if they can make an improvement here with just a few corners left in this session.
While they work sector 2, there's a quick look at Bill O'Kell taking the checkered flag, their lone H production entrant this weekend, running a 135 flat out of British Columbia. But yeah, that was Ryan Gutile in the blue MX-5 and William Wallace in the black with the pink, working their way onto one final lap. No green sectors to be found on timing and scoring for either of those drivers. So this is just a seat time exercise, maybe a bit of a research into what the car does after 20 minutes of hard lapping, which could be an advantage for the 25-minute race. But to your point, it does put a whole bunch of extra laps on those tires.
Yep. All right, let's go through the top three in each class here as we get ready to take our break. In E production, we've got Austin Bradshaw and Joe Carr. In F production, it is Michael Lewis, Ken Kennard, and Lance Stout. Moving on to H production, our singular car is Bill O'Kell. Now on to Spec Miata. Your top three is John Salerno, Nick Leveroni, and Jason Rollins, followed by Spec MX-5, Jared Korth, William Wallace, and Ryan Gutile. That's how they're going to line up for our Group 6 race. This race this afternoon will come off the grid at 3:45 p.m. Pacific time. So check back in with us for that, but be better if you checked in at 12:25. That's when we're going to go back to racing here after our lunch break. Any final thoughts before we head to lunch, Tom?
No, just make sure you're back for the first race of the day. It was very close in FE2. Going to be fun.
All right, that's going to do it. We'll be back in about an hour, folks. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
We're back here live at Portland International Raceway. We're getting ready to go racing for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Group 1 qualifying is in the books. Group 1 racing is about to happen right now. Formula Enterprises 2, that's our only race class in this race group today. So let's get right to our starting lineups. On the front row, we've got John McClintock in his FE2 car number 23. Next to him, Tom Burton, number 45. Row number 2, we have on the inside of row number 2, car number 18, Tom Hope. And next to him on the outside of row number 2 is Paul Marino in the number 44 car. In row number 3, on the inside, John Yeatman in the number 22 Formula Enterprises 2 car. And next to him, car number 56, Graham Wood. Row number 4, or are there only? Yep, there is the last car, Robert Edmondson. In his number 14 car, he had a contact with the wall, pretty hard contact in the qualifying session. I'm not sure if he made it out, but if he is, he'll start in row number 4. Sounds like I'm hearing now from our producer that he is not going to be out for today, but they'll have the car fixed for tomorrow. It's a pretty hard shunt, Tom.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but nice to be able to come back for race 2, at least, the feature race of these 2 race weekends here at the SCCA Super Tour. And yes, the field is a little small, but they were close in qualifying, especially McClintock and Burt. They're on the front row. I think this is going to be a great race between these two for 25 minutes. Short and sweet, and it's going to be a burner, I think.
Yeah, it should be a good one. All of these cars are spec cars, so they're evenly matched. And that should make for some great racing. Onto the front straight they go, getting ready to come down. If the starter likes what he sees, which, looking at this, I can't imagine why they wouldn't. We're getting ourselves a green flag here, waiting for that flag to fly. And then we have a long run down to turn 1, so they're keeping them a little slow here. Green flag is in the air right at the start-finish line as they come across this time. And we are ready to go racing here. Down into the chicane here. 3-4 wide at this moment. They'll hopefully make it through clean, and then we will get to some good, strong racing for the next 25 minutes.
Oh, commanding move around the outside for Tom Hope. Moves from 3rd to 2nd position up the inside at turn 1 and was able to carry the momentum around the outside. Tom Burt seems to be on the back foot. He's back to 4th in the blue and yellow machine. Really looking a little bit uncomfortable in the early stages of this race. Now we're going side by side into turn 7 for this very first time. Tom Hope and Graham Wood, also a great start from 5th all the way up to 3rd, now showing the nose down the inside. And I think that's going to be a position gained for Graham Wood. All this has allowed John McClintock to scamper away just a little bit. He's leading by about 15 car lengths now, Brian.
Yeah, definitely. You know, these cars don't get a lot of temperature on the pace lap into those tires, and Tom Burt might have just said, you know, I'm just going to hold tight here, get a good clean first couple corners, and then be able to get some heat in the tires, dig in and move to the front. That's going to be his hope as he chases down Tom Hope, Graham Wood, and John McClintock here. End of lap number 1. Here they come to the line for the first time. Your race leader is John McClintock, followed by Tom Hope, Graham Wood, Tom Burt. That's how they line up after lap 1.
Tom Burt had more pace in the car at the very end of qualifying. Watch for that 4th place runner. Once he gets the car underneath him and in a window that he's comfortable with and likes, maybe have a bit more pace to start to race forward. But I think it's going to be maybe a little bit too little too late this early in the race already to try to start to catch back up to John McClintock, barring any incidents, cautions, or mistakes from that number 23 that leads the race. Tom Hope was able to hold on to the 2nd spot in the red and white car after an attack from Graham Wood down at turn 7. Didn't pay off. It's really tricky, that turn 8, that hairpin. It's tempting to go up the inside, but you lose the momentum on the exit down this longest straightaway other than that front straightaway. So you try to make the pass and then it doesn't pay off. All of a sudden you get motored on the exit. That's what happened between those two. But again, those top 3 now breaking away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, and McClintock breaking away even more from 2nd and 3rd place. He's starting to check out. That line last time was already 1.5 seconds. It looks like that's going to be a little bit of a bigger gap this time by. As they come past the start-finish line, we will see McClintock open the gap now to 2.084 seconds. So has added another half a second to the gap between first place and the rest of the field, essentially. Burt's now caught up pretty much to the back of the second and third place cars. They're going to have to try to find a way to catch the leader before that leader just drives away.
Spec open wheel racing here in Formula Enterprises 2. It's a 2-liter Mazda motor behind the driver, and otherwise all the cars are identical, built by SCCA Enterprises and running a 6-speed sequential transmission, so they don't even have to worry about shifting really too much, other than choosing your gear with the little lever. But that means that all of these drivers basically have to separate themselves with skill alone. Right now, John McClintock seems to have it really under control, as he's now leading by a little over 2 seconds at the last sector time, just set the fastest sector 2 of the race, as the car is still coming up to temperature, down into the 115s for McClintock. Everybody else in the 116s and 117s, but the field of 6 is still very much close, especially these 5 coming through the final corner.
Yeah, these cars are so evenly matched. If you can find as a driver a way to get 1/10, 2/10 a second per lap, you can start to pull away. That is exactly what McClintock is doing this time at the line. Tom Hope's able to catch up just a tiny bit, now a 1.8 second gap. So that's a good news for the pack as they try to hunt down your race leader in the 23 car, John McClintock.
Fastest lap of the race, the 3rd place runner, the 56 of Graham Wood. He's now starting to pull up to the back wing of Tom Hope, less than a car length as they sweep through turn 4. Across the apex at turn 5, finishing turn 6, and then the left-hander at turn 7. Graham Wood, the 56, is the fastest car on the racetrack last time by about 0.3 of a second over your race leader. Only 8 thousandths faster than the car in front of him. So both of those cars very, very quick at this stage of the race. John McClintock, the pressure is off. He can settle into a nice race pace. Doesn't need to be the fastest race car on the track, but he can't be lazy. He only has that 1.8 second advantage.
Wood had found some pace in the last 5 or 6 minutes of qualifying. Turns out that seems like he has been able to, whatever he unlocked at that point, he's keeping it with it now, because as you said, he's really putting in some good times. If he can get around Tom Hope, he might have the car to hunt down the leader. And we're pretty early in this race still almost 20 minutes to go. If he can get around Tom Hope, that might be the opportunity to go and get after it and get to John McClintock.
It's a difficult choice at this stage in the race if you're the drivers battling for 2nd, 3rd, and the rest, because do you pick up the spot, do you fight tooth and nail for it and risk not being able to challenge for the win, or do you quote-unquote lubricate the pass a little bit and make it happen easily if the driver behind is a little quicker and hope that they can help you run down the race leader? All of that may be out the window just a little bit as the fast lap of the race, though, goes back to John McClintock, the only driver now in the 114s at a 114.7. He extends his lead to 2.7 seconds after Sector 1 here, working lap number 5.
Yeah, that theory works really well in a lot of our tin tops, but the draft, not such a big help in these cars. So if you do let a faster guy get around you here, there's a good chance that driver might just start to drive away. So it's a tough decision to make here. I'm not sure how the draft works in these cars, but I don't think it's as strong as it might be, let's say, in a Formula V, where there's just a big, huge front end pushing stuff through the air. So,
right, the wings are downforce, but they also add drag, and it just creates. They are fairly equal. There's a little bit of draft, but not a transformative amount. Also, John Yeatman at the back of the pack, 6th place, is starting to pull a little bit closer to Paul Marino for 5th. But these 5 still running just basically nose to tail. Tom Burt has not been able to get the pace that he had in qualifying back to challenge for the podium, at least at this early stage. We're already 6 minutes into the race with 18 minutes to go. It's going to go by really, really quick with these cars.
And look at that gap now at the front, 3.3 seconds. You know, it's early in the race, and you never want to say that the leader's already checked out, but 3.3 seconds in a spec formula class is nearly impossible to make up in a race like this. But there's always a chance that he makes a mistake or he has some sort of an issue, so you keep at it. And obviously finishing 2nd or 3rd on the podium is never a bad thing, but John McClintock has certainly figured out something here. Here they go through turn 10, this little left-hander before they get to this kind of right hand. It's a hairpin, but it acts almost like a sweeper at the end here. and onto that front straightaway. They are hard on the gas, trying to get the best runoff of 11 so they can have the best top end speed at the end of this long drag strip before they get into the chicane.
Here comes Graham Wood. This is the closest he's been. Shows the nose up the inside at turn 1, but not able to realize it. And I have to say, passing at this racetrack does come at a bit of a premium just based on the layout. Turn 1 is a decent braking zone, but it's not that big in these race cars. You do go in there pretty quick, and of course you switch back right away. So if you think you have the inside, all of a sudden you're around the outside. Again, same thing here. It's very tempting to ride at turn 7 down onto the back straight, but then you just lose your momentum. You have to park it at the apex, and the driver on the outside tends to sweep a much better run. The final corners are so fast, to your point with that big sweeper, there's really not a braking zone to create a pass. So you almost have to rely on creating an opportunity by forcing a mistake or really, really getting in the driver's head in front of you rather than just a raw passing opportunity that we may see at other racetracks.
And it's almost desperation time for Graham Wood, because if he is the fastest car on the racetrack and can't get around Tom Hope, he can see the car in front pulling away. I'm sure he's probably got someone in his radio telling him times as well. And if he can't get around Hope, it is to the point now where he needs to make this pass happen and make it happen really quickly.
New fast lap of the race for John McClintock at the front. This is his race to control at this point for sure. But last time by, the fastest car otherwise was Tom Burt from 4th. A car having started on the front row, just across the start-finish line now. Time's updating. It looks like Tom Hope was the quickest this time. I mean, these drivers are nickel and diming each other with tenths and thousandths, trying to find any opportunity. But I think Graham Wood still seems to be the one that might be able to pull the pin on the grenade and pick up a position. If he just finds that opportunity, he really needs to start filling the mirrors and trying to get in Tom Hope's head.
Tom Hope, though, has been driving Formula cars for a long time. I don't think he's going to be rattled by a car in the mirrors, but you still got to make the effort, got to try to make that pass happen as soon as possible here. With 15 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Oh, here comes an opportunity for the pass. They go into 10, looks inside, doesn't make the move there. That might be the opportunity, though, Tom, where he knows now that if he can get a good run out of turn 8, that's a good spot for him to try to make a move on the next lap.
Yeah, that was the first real knock on the door, and now Tom Hope's attention is clearly both forward and behind. Not a great opportunity to see what's behind you in these race cars, but now looks like Wood's going to look up the inside very early, right across the start-finish line, throws it down the inside and clears him very easily for Tom Hope. Saw it coming and made it happen pretty easily to try to be able to focus back instead of fighting hard and risk losing another position. That was a really well textbook pass for Graham Wood.
Yeah, I think that Hope is probably faster than Tom Burton knows he was going to lose that anyway, and now he needs to try to hold on to keep that third spot here as we come into the last 15 minutes of this race, and giving up that spot there and making it not terribly difficult probably helps him retain third place. 14 minutes, 20 seconds to go here in our 25-minute race. Right now, it's McClintock, Wood, Hope. That's your top 3, followed by Burt, Marino, and Yeatman. Now we need to see, now we'll get to know next lap or two whether or not Wood's got the pace to try to start to catch McClintock. We'll know here pretty quickly.
That will certainly be the tell, but already Graham Wood has charged away from Tom Hope. Those two were basically nose to tail last time across the start-finish line. This time it's almost 5 car lengths or more. We'll see what the time actually is. As timing and scoring updates, I'm going to guess at least a half second, if not more. It's actually almost a full second, 9/10. Graham Wood pulled out on that lap.
Yeah, definitely. That's good for him. The diff problem is, though, is that he was still 0.8 of a second slower than McClintock in first place. So now this will be Wood's first really, truly clean lap all the way through, and we'll get a good idea now with probably about 8 laps left in this race whether or not he's going to have a chance to catch up. He's going to have to make up about a second a lap here, and that's going to be hard to do. Let's do this as we watch this lap come through and learn what we're going to learn. Let's take our break, and then when we come back, we'll have to see if Graham Wood has anything for John McClintock. We'll do a call to grid and then take a break. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid for your race. Group cars to the grid. STU, STL, Touring 3, Touring 4, and B-Spec. Group 2 cars to the grid.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
We are live. Portland International Raceway, round 9 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour underway here. And it is Brian Bielanski, Tom O with me this weekend. And we are in the middle of our FE2 race, Tom. And Graham Wood has now had an open racetrack to try to get the move on to catch John McClintock. And he's now about as fast as John McClintock was. But now John McClintock has said, screw that, I'm going to go even faster. And he just drops a purple 113.7.
Absolutely flying. On the cameras, that's second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. The first place car is way up the road by about 10 seconds. And Graham Wood has been able to pull out about a 2-second advantage as he's gone by on Tom Hope. Tom Hope in the red machine holds down third. He's got a decent little buffer back to the rest of the field. But Tom Burt was your second place qualifier. In theory, that 45 car has plenty of pace in it. Burt has yet to find it to get back up to the back bumper, the back wing, better said, than Tom Hope. But the best battle on the racetrack might be brewing actually for fifth, as John Yeatman was all over the back of Paul Marino up until this second sector and third sector this lap. He slipped back just a little bit, but they are the closest two cars on the racetrack now as we come into the final 8 minutes or so.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where it's not that we don't have any love for John McClintock, but he is so far out ahead of this 5-car battle that this is what we're looking at the moment. But he is having an absolutely textbook race, McClintock, as he is now last time by a 9.7 second lead. And Wood's still flying as well, but just not flying enough to catch up.
Yeah, McClintock had gone faster almost every single lap until that last time by. His best lap was that 113.7, slowed down to a 114 flat. But from the start of the race until that lap, he'd basically improved at least a tenth of a second, if not more, every single lap. That car built up nicely over the first 15 minutes or so of this race. Still watching Graham Wood through turn 8. Ooh, big wiggle for Tom Hope, pushing hard down into 8 as well on the brakes. Saw the car rocking just a little bit. He tried to get the car to rotate into the chicane. And once again, John Yeatman is fairly close to Paul Marino. Just needs to break through maybe another car length or so, and that is where the draft worked enough to get Graham Wood through on Tom Hope into turn 1. Maybe Yeatman can do the same.
The gap between McClintock and Wood is nearly the entire front straightaway, folks. When McClintock goes past me, I actually can't hear him before the next cars I can start to hear. That's how big the gap is. And we are literally right over the start-finish line here at PIR. So one of the best viewing locations for our Super Tour announce booth on the entire tour. So we love that. These cars, the good part about these cars and why a lot of people like to drive them is because they're so evenly matched. But here you've got an example where they're so evenly matched and the drivers are so evenly matched that they've all got about 2 or 3 car lengths between the two of them, and that's what we get to see for the bulk of this race.
Yeah, I always like to say this is the type of race that turns into basically a qualifying session the entire time. You have to push and be as perfect as possible, more perfect than the other drivers. Even though they're not side by side duking it out and practicing on their racecraft, they are pushing as hard as they can to stay within touch and just sort of waiting out for something to upset the boat, to rock the norm just a little bit. I mixed those analogies up there, but either way, you know what I'm going for. One of these drivers, the first one to make the mistake, is the first one to get pounced on in a race like this.
Right. And with the temperature right now in up to about 79 degrees, these times, if they're faster than qualifying earlier today, will be probably the qualifying times tomorrow, because tomorrow compared to even this morning is going to be pretty chilly. So we might be getting our best times of the weekend right now.
McClintock setting the fastest Sector 1 of the entire race, fastest Sector 2 of the entire race after a handful of laps where he was just knocking on the door of a new faster lap. The most recent track record sheet I can find is from 2023, so it may be inaccurate, but the previous track record from that sheet was a 1:14.4. 1:14.5. John McClintock way under that and just improves it yet again across the start-finish strip at 1:13.6, his new fastest lap of the race, another 10th quicker.
Less than 5 minutes to go here. McClintock, Wood, Hope, Burt, Marino, that is your top 5. John Yeatman in 6th. Robert Edmondson didn't make the start. He's got some damage that they're working on, but I'm told he's going to try to be back out here tomorrow. So, yeah, none of these drivers really have put a wheel wrong here for the entire race. They just didn't have the pace to keep up with McClintock.
Ooh, the only car showing some signs of degradation is Tom Hope running in 3rd. The red car, watch the back end of it, walking around just a little bit on the exit of turn 5 into turn 6. I think we saw that car wiggling just a bit in qualifying early as well. He might just like it that way. But as they say, fast is loose, but that's until it goes around.
That's right. It also might be the first 5 laps of this race. He's worked really hard to keep Wood behind him, and that may have just put a little extra stress on those tires, and now he's paying the price here with 4 minutes to go.
Paul Marino has found its footing over John Yeatman as well for 5th and 6th. Yeatman had been coming at him just a little bit by bit for a couple of laps, but Paul Marino, running in the white number 44, has pulled back out and essentially split the gap between the car in front and the car behind. These cars running just perfectly in sequence, about 5 car lengths apart. Not a lot of aero wash involved with these cars, but maybe just ever so slightly at certain racetracks. This one, I don't think fast enough, so this is just what everyone's got.
Yep. McClintock, Wood, Hope, your top 3. Let's do another call to grid. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid for your race. Group 2 to the grid. Now a 12.8 second gap. McClintock back to Wood. And then essentially 5 cars are side by, or nose to tail with a couple of car lengths between them for second, third, fourth, and fifth.
Seeing a little smoke out of the back of Paul Marino's car every time he comes into this sequence here at turns 10, 11, and 12. Just a little bit of a blue haze. It's not coming from the tires. I thought early on it might be, but hopefully that car has enough smoke in it to at least finish the race, and they can maybe take a look over where that might be coming from, just right out of the back end of it, and seems to be only in that one spot on the racetrack for the 5th place car.
Yeah. With 2 minutes to go here, barring a mistake or a mechanical, it looks like we've got pretty much how we're going to be here. McClintock, Wood, and Hope all kind of holding station. Even Wood has opened up now a 3.5 second lead over Tom Hope. McClintock, Wood, Hope, Burt, Marino. That's how they're stacked up here.
I can't stop hearing it now, Brian. McClintock would hope what? He would hope that he can finish this race and win, I would say, I guess. As the other 4 cars here have not been able to make any effect on each other at all. Basically running on the same 10th or 2 every single time across the start-finish line. Maybe Paul Marino getting ever so slightly closer to Tom Burt on the last sector or so of the previous lap. It was just a car length closer. But now that they've gone through the opening chicane, it looks like they might have just spread right back out again.
Coming up on 42 seconds to go here. I'm going to guess that we're going to get the white flag from McClintock next time by. He'll be coming onto our front straight here in just a couple of seconds. He has got a full front straight lead over the rest of the field here. And here he is onto our front straight all by himself. We haven't paid much attention to him because he's basically run away. Oh, wait a second. We've got to change for the lead. What happened to... Oh, no. Just a momentary hiccup in our timing and scoring.
Graham Wood with a big incident back down into turn 8. Somehow lost the car and is now stopped. There was definitely an impact as well. Here's what happened on the entry to the corner. Turns in just a little bit aggressive, loses the back end. There was no impact. That's just a piece of one of those track bollards.
Yeah, one of those bollards, yep.
But just lost the back end, maybe a little bit too much rear brake bias, or maybe he turned in on the gray zone just a bit where there's some extra debris out on the racetrack, but that thing came around fast.
Well, I had said it without an issue. That's how they were going to, well, someone had an issue. I guess I threw the announcer's curse at Graham Wood. So right now that moves Tom Burt up into a potential podium position here after basically circulating the entire race in 4th place. He is now 3rd, and actually there's now a little bit of a battle potential here for that last podium spot. Paul Marino sees an opportunity to move into a podium position, and he's going to press hard in his final lap. Here comes your race leader across the line doing the victory weave. John McClintock's going to take the win here in FE2. Let's see who comes in 2nd and 3rd. Right now it's Burt in the red car, followed by Hope in that blue and yellow car as they come through on the main straight for the final time. Can Marino get a run on Tom Burt? I don't think so. Here they come to the line. It's going to be Tom Hope. Then it's going to be Tom Burt in 3rd place, followed by Paul Marino and John Yeatman. What a heartbreaking mistake. Graham Wood clearly in an easy 2nd place spot until whatever caused that spin into turn 10. And that was basically the end of the road for a podium run for Graham Wood.
Yeah, that is a heartbreaker for sure. Right towards the end of the race as well, where there's just no hope. Maybe a full course could come out and I get back in this one. No, right on the very, very, very trailing moments of this race. The good news is he did set... did he? No, actually, he did not. He had set the 4th fastest lap of this race. For a long time, he had the 2nd fastest lap, which would put him provisionally 2nd on the grid for tomorrow's race, barring any changes in qualifying 2. But now he's got some work to do. He's going to be starting on the 2nd row.
All right, our finishing order: John McClintock, Tom Hope, and Tom Burt, your podium, followed by Paul Moreno, John Eatman, and Graham Wood. We'll do another call to grid, and then we'll be back for our second race of the day. Attention the paddock, Group 2 cars to the grid. STU, STL, Touring 3, Touring 4, and B-Spec. Group 2 cars to the grid.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
back here live at beautiful Portland International Raceway for the Oregon Region hosted Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We got Group 2, STL, STU, Touring 3, Touring 4, and B-Spec. And there is the chicane with beautiful Mount Hood in the background. And we are going to get ready for our starting lineups here. Starting on your front row is Gama Aguilar Gomez as your pole sitter in his Nissan 370Z. Next to him, Mark Hoover in the Mazda MX-5 STU car. On row number 2, we have Ryan Gutile in his STL Mazda MX-5. Next to him, also an STL MX-5, Jared Korth. In row number 3, Gavin Wardle in his STL MX-5, and another Miata in STL, Amy Mills, on the outside of row number 3. Going on to row number 4, we've got Tom Van Veen in his STU Honda Civic Si, and next to him in the number 15 Mazda MX-5 is Bryce Johnson. Row number 5, we've got Roldan de Guzman in his Scion FRS STL car, and Chris Johnson in a BMW 330ci Touring 3 car. Row number 6, Michael Lewis in his Mazda RX-7 STU car, and Colin Kohler in another Scion FRS on the outside of row number 6. Row number 7, Wick Gregg in his Mazda Miata, and Eric Weller also in a Mazda Miata. And row number 8, Brian Richards in a Mazda Miata on the inside, Scotty B. White in his T4 Ford Mustang. Row number 9, Derek Ambrose in his B-Spec car, and also I think he's going to be the T4 car here. Two Derek Ambroses, that's confusing, but we'll talk about that later. Row number 10, Stephen Lakey and Ryan McHale. And in row number 11, we've got Tony Karatsus in the number 21 car. Starting off now, we've got a green flag as all of these cars head down to turn 1, fanning out 2 wide, 3 wide, closer to the back as they funnel down into our chicane for the first time.
Oh, and they started with side-to-side contact, Brian. Gomez and your pole sitter for STU, Mark Hoover, had the wheels locked together as they came across the start-finish line. Hoover was the big loser, and now we're green flag for the second wave. This is mostly Touring 4 cars and a big defense down the inside as we go to yellow flag early on this field immediately into turn 1.
There they go side by side there through the chicane. All that dust on the opening rate, that's oil dry from earlier on. It was right up next to the wall. And here they come now as they get past that local yellow, racing now down into turn number 3. And apparently this is a 4th race group here. 3 split starts.
Yeah, Brian, it's unclear what's happening here. It seems like some of the field delayed coming off the grid potentially, as the STL grid was sort of split in half. The T3 car was in the second wave, and now we have these T4 cars. I think it was, maybe it was just by class, ST on STU, then T4. I think some of these fields were split, though, in the middle just a little bit. Either way, Gomez, even though the contact at the beginning of the race, leads the race in Touring 3. And yeah, his direct competitor, Chris Johnson in the BMW, was in the second wave. That start was very disorganized for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure because the information I had, there were supposed to be 2 starts here. And yeah, very, very bizarre. We'll figure it out. We'll get back to you on that. As they come across the line the first time here, we started to get our running order. And it is still Gama Aguilar Gomez in first, followed by Jared Koth, Ryan Gutile, and Mark Hoover. Then your first place car in STU is Mark Hoover, followed by Amy Mills, Bryce Johnson, Gavin Wardle. T3, Chris Johnson's your leader there. And then a whole bunch of other STL, STU cars.
Yeah, Brian, I can only guess the pace car picked up the wrong car for the second start. So all of STL and STU and Touring 3 were in the first 2 waves, but jumbled up, and that's going to really, really hurt the second wave, the accidental second wave's race start. The third start was all of Touring 4, which Scotty B. White leads in his Ford Mustang. But we'll get back to this action. This is a battle between a Touring 3 second-place driver, Chris Johnson, getting a move put over on by Roldan de Guzman in the white FRS. That's an STL STL driver sitting 6th in class, and these were the basically front runners of the second run group. So they're battling, let's call it effectively, for the lead of their own pack. Ooh, big defensive move, and look at Michael Lewis coming down the inside for turn 8, feeling really aggressive in his STU car.
That second group right now is led by Scotty B. White, Tony Karatsus, Randy McHaleel, and Steve Lackey. So those are a whole bunch of T4 cars. That was probably the right second group. But things definitely have shaken out in a weird way here. We'll keep working on figuring this out and get back to you on that.
Here's the battle in Touring 4. That is the second place driver, Tony Karatsos, who has some company from one of the out-of-class ND MX-5s. Then the other battle in Touring 4, Stephen Lakey runs a little bit wide coming off the final corner, and that's going to give Randy McAyeel a run down the inside in the MX-5. No, the power of the RX-8 is going to overcome that small slip. And the RX-8, in fact, looking racy on the inside of that ND Miata. That is, I guess that's Randy McGill in the red, white, and blue. No, that's definitely an STU car. And people are all over the place and jumbled in this race, Brian.
Yeah, a little hard to follow what the situation is. I will tell you, though I did figure out Derek Ambrose is in the T3 car, or the T4 car in this race. The B-Spec timing that was in there, he qualified in both of the cars. But in the race, he's doing the T4 car. He'll run the B-Spec car tomorrow. So
lots of smoke from Lance Stewart's RX-8, the black car here. Big move up the inside for the MX-5 on the back of Stephen Lakey's blue RX-8, and actually gets a pretty good run. The NCMX-5 just now starting to slip back as the smoking RX-8, the 111 of Lance Stewart, gets a run down the inside of the back straightaway, but that becomes the outside here into the braking zone. Are they 3 wide? Very nearly. They're definitely side by side, and yes, they were 3 wide for a split second because Stephen Lakey had an issue, maybe missed a gear shift there right at the very end of the straightaway. He had overslowed way too early for that chicane.
Under 20 minutes to go here in our early on action with Aguilar, Gomez, Hoover, and Karth, your top 3 on the racetrack. Different classes, each one of them. T3 for Gomez and STU for Hoover. And Jarrett Korth is your STL fast car. Ryan Gutile right there. So you've got 3 STL cars, Korth, Gutile, and Amy Mills. That is your battle for the top 3 spots in STL. Then a decent battle, Scotty B. White, Tony Karatsus, and Randy McHaleel. Not quite sure how we're supposed to say Randy's name. I will try to get that worked out tonight so we get it right tomorrow. Followed by Lance Stewart, Christina Etherington, Steve Lackey, and Derek Ambrose. That's how they square up in T4.
Yeah, over there in Touring 4, Scotty B. White has checked out. He's leading that class by, at the start-finish line last time, a little over 10 seconds, and is just gone from the rest of them. That battle, that 3-way battle for effectively the podium, although split by that STU car, has now been shaken up even once more as Lance Stewart has gone through on Tony Karatsos. Stewart in the RX-8 following Gomez through on this traffic, still dealing with that slower STU car. There's Lakey in the blue RX-8 up the front straightaway, getting his first lap put on by Mark Hoover. That's your leader in STU, the dark MX-5 with the big wing on the back, NCMX-5. Here's another move down the inside for Touring 4, trying to both get through on the lapped car. That NDMX-5 out of class, running in either STL or SCU. Still trying to find which car that is. It's maybe, yeah, Randy McAyeel. No, it's still, no, that's the Touring 4 car. Still trying to figure out who this is, Brian.
Yeah.
May not have a transponder on it. It's not listed in the correct order.
Yeah, well, that does happen on occasion. Say hi to Irvin in the chat, coming to us from Holland. Irwin, how you doing, man? He's with us all the time. We've got Asad Nikadabayev in the chat. He will be in our Spec Racer 4th race. Welcome, welcome. Downforce 9 is here. Hot Rod 26, rooting for Scotty B. Wright. Well, it's going well for Scotty at the moment.
Trying to keep an eye on the battle in STL. They're only a couple tenths apart for Jared Korth, Ryan Gutile, and Amy Mills is a little bit further back from them now, about 5 seconds, back from the top two. But those two in Spec MX-5, the light blue MX-5 with the white headlights, trailing Jared Korth, your class leader. Both of these drivers double dipping from SMX. And we are now big time in the churn. There they are across the start finish line, your leader in STL, the white MX-5. Oh, and there's a big move in the background from Stephen Lakey in the RX-8. These cars on different laps. There's the STL cars just through now.
Just under 16 minutes to go in this 25-minute race. Second race of the afternoon. 4 more to go after this one. And it is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Portland International Raceway. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O is with me on the call today. Tom O fresh off of his 4th One Lap of America championship. Way to go, Tom.
Thank you, sir. STL leader sweeping to the outside. That becomes the inside of some Touring 4 battles between Tony Carrazos and one of the MX-5s. I think that's Christina Etherington right on the tail of the red FRS. And then the 2 MX-5s coming at us now. White and blue are your top 2 in STL. Etherington able to make the move on Carrazos. Squeezes through nicely.
Great strong run from Christina here as she moves up into a podium position. And she runs mostly on the West Coast here with us. One of the stronger fields that she's been in here and running really strong up front. So great to see her running in 3rd place in T4 right now, on board with Ryan Gutile as they go into the chicane here. You can see how much they take that curb on that first corner, and it upsets the car, but they're able to just get it into control enough before they have to make the left-hander.
Oh, difficult timing here for Ryan Gutile. We're on board, and he's losing touch with the race leader in his class because he didn't quite get through on Lance Stewart. That's a Touring 4 car out of class, just in front of the car we ride on board with, and he's going to have to wait all the way through the first sector and into the second sector now. Stewart goes defensive, does not want to be passed in this corner, and that's going to hold Gutile back even further. He has now lost touch entirely from Jared Korth up ahead.
Yeah, and now he's got to try to hunt down that car in first place. What a gift for Jared Korth to be able to plan his pass of the T4 car just at the right time to not be able to give Gutile a chance to come through. And look at that now, Tom. What is that, about a 15-20 car length gap?
Yeah, it's big at this point. Now the third place battle for STL is maybe the best one in class. That's Amy Mills in the NB Miata circulating around turn 12 right now. She's got 1 car buffer back to Bryce Johnson in the orange and gray. The power of that car should get around the Touring 4 car, but only just barely down this front straightaway. That's Stephen Lakey once again getting a lap put on. The RX-8 is healthy in the straight line, but now the SMX car, the STL car, throws it down the inside, and they get split again coming into this sector. Amy Mills will likely be able to get away unless Johnson can get through. Just trying to get around Tony Carrazos in the FRS. That was good timing, and he felt maybe within touch of getting back to Mills.
All right, 12.5 minutes to go in this race. Let's take our break, do a call to grid, and then we'll come back and get you to the finish line. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars, Spec Racer 4 to the grid for your race. Group 3 cars to the grid for your race. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back here at Portland, and we are in the middle of our STL, SU, T3, and T4 race. Got about 9 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Aguilar, Gomez, Mark Hoover, Garrett Korth. That's your top three right now. And then it's a bit of a gap back to Ryan Gutau, who's trying to fight back after getting caught in traffic at a very inopportune time to get back to the first place car in STL, followed by Amy Mills, Bryce Johnson, Gavin Wardle, and then Michael Lewis. That's how they are sorted out right now, Tom, with about 9 minutes to go.
Watching the battle between third and fourth in STL on the racetrack, as well as the battle for second in Touring 4. Christina Etherington has caught Lance Stewart. The black Mazda's almost side by side down the straightaway. Look at the RX-8 of Lance Stewart coming back at Etherington. Etherington with the preferred entry line, but has to leave space for the RX-8. Knifes across the nose and picks up the second spot in class. And they are well back from Scotty B. White, the class leader. So that's probably as far as she goes. Now has to try to hold off the more powerful RX-8 down the front straightaway. Stewart will maybe get there just before the braking zone. Does he pop to the outside, or excuse me, inside? Yes, he does. Here he comes. Etherington sees it coming, though. Covers it.
Nice defensive driving going into that corner. Is able to keep the gap there, but now that's going to keep them really close as they come out of the chicane. That is a defensive driving masterclass, but now, oh, look at that. Nice driving.
Yeah, Stewart had a really nice run off the first chicane, but couldn't quite get the headlight underneath of Etherington's MX-5. Now the MX-5 undoubtedly in its element right now in the twisty stuff of Sector 1 and 2 before this very slow corner up onto the back straightaway. Lance Stewart really running the outside, trying to spook Etherington into leaving him a lane over at turn 7, but he does not fall for it at all, and that compromises his exit quite a bit. Etherington pulls out about a 5-car length lead.
And that is a battle for second place in Touring 4. So, you know, putting on that defensive move way legit. And look at how well it's worked. She's been able to keep that lead now. Got a nice gap. And now Stewart will try to get that speed advantage with the RX-8 coming out of turn 10 and try to make a move again going into turn that first turn chicane. But look at the gap.
It's a really nice charge. She came from fourth at a previous time in this race, maybe even fifth. He was behind both Stephen Lakey and Tony Karatsos, I think, is that orange, burnt orange FRS down the front straightaway. So big charge for the number 16 MX-5 out of Touring 4 to end up on the podium position with 6.5 minutes to go, or just over. Aguilar Gama continues the race out of Touring 3. That's the really psychedelic, almost fireball-looking 350Z. Mark Hoover leads STU. They're all by their lonesomes, well above the rest of the competition in those classes.
Gavin Wardle just came up slow down the main straight and has come off the track at pit out. So his day looks like it's done. Probably a mechanical of some sort. And he is parked. You can see him parked right there on that camera just before we switched it away. Right there on the left on the grass there, that is Wardle. So thankfully able to pull off the track in a place where we don't have to go and get him. Nice and safe there. We keep racing here with 6 minutes to go.
A lot of these drivers doing a really nice job of disappearing if they have a mechanical on the front straight. They're going to have a full course or a local yellow from start finish to pit out. So that's a bit awkward. If you have a run on the front straightaway, you have to make sure you time it right and don't pass under yellow. As soon as they passed Gavin Wardle's stranded car, they would be allowed to pass again, which opens the passing opportunity to turn 1. Here's a look at Ryan Gutile knifing underneath Derek Ambrose, who just joined the race late in that white Mazda 2. And Gutile has not been able to make any progress to get back to Jared Korth in the white MX-5 just up the road. That's your top 2 cars in FPL, just clearing turn 7 and onto the back straight.
Kind of an amazing example of getting caught up in traffic just once for just like a quarter of a lap can eliminate your opportunity to go after a race win. Such timing, so important in these races. Also goes to show you how evenly matched those 2 MX-5 cars and those 2 drivers are. Gap hasn't really changed much since Gutile's been able to get around that slower car. He just can't catch him.
Right, yeah, both of these cars double dipping from SMX, so they are identical race cars. They're certainly not making any changes for STL as they race in another 3 run groups time or so, or at least have to be on grid in 3 run groups time.
Right.
So they're just going to get 2 duels today instead of 1 between the 2 of them. Pretty cool stuff that they can do that.
Well, your top 10 right now: Aguilar Gomez, Hoover, Korth, Gutile, Mills is the top 5, followed by Johnson, de Guzman, Lewis, Johnson, the other Johnson. So it's Bryce Johnson in 6th, Chris Johnson in 9th, followed by Colin Kohler, and Whit Gregg in 11th. That's how they pan out right now with 4 minutes to go here at PIR. Looking at T4, your leader there, Scotty B. White, followed by Christina Etherington, Lance Stewart. That's the top 3. Stephen Lackey, Randy McHaley, and Derek Ambrose. Then round out your T4 field. Looks like Gavin Wardle and Tony Karatsuts have finished their day here. They've only completed 12 of the 14 laps that they probably should have completed at this point.
Watching Roldan de Guzman try to navigate his way around the ND Miata. The driver we're still working on identifying, going to show the nose up the inside and easily slip through. This is a lapped car, but again, at the beginning of this race, the pace car picked up the wrong car from grid and split the first group. We ended up with 3 race starts, and that really affected some of these other cars' opportunity to run at the front. It did not really change. I don't know that it changed who was going to win any of these classes. Gama Gomez and Mark Hoover and Jared Korth have all been pretty dominant, but it did affect the opportunity for the second half of that group to stay in touch.
.235 to go now here as we get to our closing couple of laps here. There's Michael Lewis coming in and out of our frame in that RX-7. And I think of that mix-up that Lewis is probably one of the guys who probably was hurt the most there, because he would have been had the opportunity to try to catch Mark Hoover and get around these STL cars, and pretty much that was not a thing that was able to be happened at this point with that split. So.
Correct. Yeah, but honestly, Brian, it may have also been a blessing in disguise, because the side-by-side contact between Gomez and Hoover at the very, very green flag of this race, it slipped by us because it happened so quickly. But if there were double the number of cars while that was happening, it could have been even worse. They got away with it. Unfortunately, it shouldn't have happened, but
right.
That could have been even busier for these drivers as they work their way through what is likely to be their either second or third to last lap.
Yeah, probably second to last lap. My guess is that the 109 car will get the white flag this time by, whenever that is. It's also one of the tracks where I have a really good view of the start-finish line from the announce booth here, so that's always nice to be able to see that from here.
Here comes Aguilar Gomez up onto the front straightaway momentarily, completing lap number 17. The bright orange 370Z, there he is, just coming onto the front straightaway now to take the white flag this time by. He's just put a lap on his only other competitor, Chris Johnson, who was caught out in that second race start. But obviously Gomez had plenty of pace. He was probably going to win this race no matter how it went at the start.
Gomez, pretty much, other than that little moment at the start of the race, no incidents at all here throughout there. That's a spot where I haven't seen too many people put a wheel off. No real issues for him throughout this entire race. He and Mark Hoover have been pretty well out in front of the rest of the field. Jared Korth, he was in a decent battle with Ryan Gutile for the first bit of the race until he was able to take advantage. Wow, look at that. Nice move there.
Rolled on to Guzman trying to come through on Lance Stewart. They're on different laps in different classes, but Stewart has been so defensive. Whoa, and he clunks Michael Lewis. Lewis comes back at him. It looked like they were hitting each other on purpose for a second.
Yeah.
Stewart really aggressive with these faster cars coming through. I'd say too much so at this point. As now just gets through. That's going to bring Stephen Lakey back in, the two RX-8s in a class battle.
Yeah, I think that may have been what Stewart was trying to avoid there, is to let his class competitor up in close to him. But now that's where they stand here as they come across the line here. They'll have one more lap to battle it out right there. So yeah, I think that's why Stewart was fighting so hard, because he wanted to keep those cars between him and Lakey as much as possible. Now, checkered flag in the air for Aguilar Gomez to take the win. Mark Hoover will come across the line in second place here. Then we'll have the battle for Jared Korth and Ryan Gutile, which really isn't much of a battle anymore at this point. And it looks like even Christina Etherington will be easy to a second place spot in STL. So the only real battle left, I think, on the track is going to be that battle for third place in T4, Tom, between Stewart and Lackey. That's oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Amy Mills comes through in third for STL. Here's the two duking it out. This is not a class battle, but Michael Lewis being very racy today. Fun to watch in that blue RX-8, or blue RX-7, excuse me. Just got through on rolled onto Guzman in STL, so that was an STU car making the pass on the STL car. He's going to pick up one position overall, and now here's Stewart and Lakey up onto the front straightaway. It's a heads-up duel between the two RX-8s. I think Stewart might have him covered.
Here they come to the line. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Lakey or Stewart at the line this time by? It looks like Stewart was able to keep the lead there to take second or third place in T4, with Lakey coming in fourth. Oof. All right, let's go through each class real quick before we take our break. Our B-Spec winner, well, there was nobody in B-Spec in this race. Never mind. STL, Jared Korth, Ryan Gutile, Amy Mills. That's your podium there. In STU, it's Mark Hoover, Michael Lewis, and Whit Gregg. in T3. We have 2 cars there. It is Gama Aguilar Gomez and Chris Johnson. And then in T4, Scotty B. White, Christina Etherington, and Lance Stewart. We'll do a call to grid, then take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars, Spec Racer Ford to the grid for your race. Group 3 to the grid.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
I'm John Hunter, and you might know me as the SCCA's Time Trial Program Manager. But did you also know I'm a driver? I've been autocrossing and doing time attack for a couple decades now, and here we're going to talk about some of the similarities and some of the differences in driving style between the two. So what we mean by plan of attack is you want to make sure you have a really good game plan going out. And that involves making sure that you only give yourself 1 or 2 things that you want to fix, whether you're going out for a new session of laps or that next run in autocross. So next, let's talk about things that are similar but slightly different. And the biggest thing of all is where you're looking. Obviously, with both, you want to look ahead. But with time attack, you're looking so much further ahead to find the exit of that corner. Where in autocross, you're looking for the exit and the next element, and the next element, and it's more rapid fire. So one's a little faster pace, but one requires you to look way further out into the distance. In autocross, things come at you a lot faster. It's rapid fire, and you need to move the weight around very quickly, typically. Whereas on a track, you'll have a lot more space between corners, so you're slowing the weight transfer down and making sure that you're maximizing your grip in a different way. So when you're coming from autocross and moving onto track, you'll really want to slow down your hands because you have more time to properly set the car up and get that weight transfer done to maximize the grip through the corner. Another thing that's similar but different is how you use the pedals. In both instances, you want to be aggressive but squeeze and maximize the weight transfer in each situation. However, once you move to the track, you really want to know how to heel toe so that you can manage that weight transfer even better. So let's talk about what's different. The biggest thing that I can think of is in autocross, you typically want to make a plan and stick to it because you only get 3 runs. But on track, when you're doing time attack, you typically can run that track over and over and over again. So it affords you the ability to change up that plan and explore new options on lines and how you take certain areas of the track. So even though I'd autocrossed for decades, once I started doing time attack, I found it helped me as an autocross driver as well. So don't hesitate to try the other sport. Whether you're an autocross or a time attack driver, do both. It'll make you a better driver either way.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live at Portland International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Tomo on the call. Spec Racer Reports next. Let's start with our starting lineups. On the pole for this race, our 2025 SCCA Spec Racer Ford National Champion, Caleb Schrader, followed by John Black on the outside of row number 1. Row number 2, Asad Nikodimbayev. Next to him, Calvin Harris. Then we've got Taylor Harris and Steve Fogg in row number 3. Row number 4 is Michael Newmeyer and McGuire Dickerhoof. Then we've got Mike Miserandino and Paul Marino on row number 5. Tom Burt and Christian Gurgis in row number 6. Row number 7, Mark Ballingy and Robert Edmondson on row number 7. Then we've got row number 8 is John McClintock and John Arscott. Followed by row number 9, Paul Gowdy and Dave Robson. In row number 10, Don Dranius and Donald Pingray. Ron Tanamura and Michael Moshe will start in row number 11. And then we've got Gary Knisevich, who will start in row number 12. That's our starting lineup here for our 25-lap Spec Racer 4 race. That's next, Tom. It's going to be a good one.
Sure is one of our favorite classes to watch, although we always say that. All of them are our favorites. This is going to be a great race, our biggest class of the weekend, 25 cars. Caleb Schrader in the red, John Black in the blue, leading us to the green flag.
It's like your children. Whichever one's in the room is your favorite at that moment.
Exactly.
All right, here they come to the line. Car number 99, the national champion defender, is Caleb Schrader. He's on the inside. Next to him is the guy who is in big part taught him how to race these cars, Jack Black. Student and mentor on the front row. Green flag is in the air as they head down to the turn chicane for the first time, with beautiful Mount Hood in the background, 6 wide into the chicane.
When John Black is going to get the advantage, he noses ahead around the first corner, but Schrader slingshots the outside, picks the spot up. Asad Nikodimbayev is going to go with him in the black and green. I also saw Miserandino, one of the cars that popped from a couple rows back, picked up maybe a spot or two, but they're still side by side for about 6th on back. The top 5 have done a nice job to get single file through sector 1, call it the top 6 actually, and now the rest of them sorting it out nicely. Schrader, Nikodimbayev, Black are your top 3.
Whenever I see 25 cars spread wide on that big drag strip going into turn 1 and they all come out the other end fine, I'm always amazed at how that happens. Single file now down towards turn 7. Through turn 7, down towards 8 and 9. Here they come for the first time. Sneaky snake through 7 and 8, and now down towards turn 9 and turn 10. Now very orderly single file. No issues for anybody. It is Schrader first, Nikodimbayev second. John Black cycles in and slots into third. Nikodimbayev, the star of the show at Buttonwillow a couple of months back. Very, very young driver, 19 years old. Kind of reassumed the position of he and Caleb Schrader, the young guns, showing the way here at the end of lap 1 at PIR.
Oh, Steve Fogg with a big move down the inside of turn 1, becomes the outside of turn 2 and picks up the spot over Calvin Harris, I believe, for 4th. That's the black and blue car, and indeed goes through. So now Calvin Harris and Taylor Harris run nose to tail for 5th and 6th. White and blue and white and red in the background. That's your top 6 breakaway. So far, John Black has hung on just inside the draft of Nikodimbayev, but unfortunately for Black, Nikodimbayev has plenty of draft from Caleb Schrader and probably knows better than to try to go by now. It's very, very early on in this race, but he can only wait so long before John Black is going to enter the conversation and turn it into a 3-car battle potentially. If he's not just a little bit slower than those two, going to jump on board here. Nice. This is a great look at the final sector with John McClintock currently running just outside the top 10, 14th place. Look at everybody just trying to get a sight line into the corner, fanning out down to the inside. It's actually going to pinch their entries, and McClintock's going to get a run on him.
Oh, is that damage?
Through.
Yeah, that car right in front there is damage on the outside of that. Oh, and he's going in. I don't know which car it is, but the whole center section of the bodywork pulled up on that car. We saw it from McClintock's car as they come across the line here now at the end of lap number 2. We talk about Schrader, Nikodimbayev, and Schrader being a national champion. We shouldn't forget that John Black is a multiple national champion. A little further back in the field, we've got Mike Miserandino, also a multiple national champion, all in the same race. We think it's Paul Marino with the damage to that car on pit lane. Black, a Schrader, Nikodimbayev, and Black now opening up about a 2-car length lead over Steve Fogg in 4th place. Top 5 still in the discussion here early on. We haven't even gotten 5 minutes into this race, so excuse me.
Then just a little further behind them, after that first 6-car pack, Michael Newmeyer and McGuire Dickerhoof running in close quarters, or close enough at least, to get a little bit of a draft for Dickerhoof in the background there in the blue and yellow, just sweeping into turn 10. Then the next car after the gap is Miserandino, who has Christian Gerges with him. Miserandino, big flat slide coming out of turn 11. Holds onto it, gets it woed down. That's a little more loose than she'd like, I think.
Across the line this time, the gap very, very little between first and second place, 0.2 seconds. As we've seen over and over again, if you get into one of these draft battles in Spec Racer Ford, oh, that was almost a lost cause there, but he was able to pull it together. If you get into one of these draft battles, Tom, you want to be in second place on the last lap. We're a long way from the last lap, but there's no benefit to leading right now. It's really good just to keep in line and start to try to pull away.
We talked a lot, Brian, at Hallett about making the pass on the last possible corner that you could control. And at Hallett, that often was turn 2, if not turn 9. But if you weren't there with us, the car behind did have a great passing opportunity and a great braking zone. And here at Portland International Raceway, again, I think it's a bit of a premium to try to find an actual passing zone other than maybe turn 1. Otherwise, you're really just trying to get in the other driver's head, try to create a mistake, create an opportunity any way you can. After this lap has unfolded, John Black is fully in the conversation with the top 3. He's pulled away from the next group of 3, which is still Steve Fogg leading Calvin Harris and then Taylor Harris.
15-year-old Assad Nikodimbayev sandwiched between 2 national champions, Caleb Schrader and John Black, as they come across the line once again starting onto lap number 5 here. Your top 10, Schrader, Nikodimbayev, Black, Fogg, then the 2 Harrises, Calvin and Taylor, followed by Here comes a bit of a replay. Not quite sure what we're looking at. In a moment, we'll see it. Oh, wow. I heard someone was going to go way wide. That is not an underestimation. I don't know who that was, but they went off like there was no brakes on that car almost.
Yeah, that was massive, and I feel almost certainly had to have gotten to something hard over there on the left side. Maybe not, though. We haven't heard anything yet. Dave Robson is the only car that dropped down timing and scoring, so I'm going to speculate it potentially was that number 47 car. That was a big entry spin. We saw it catch a couple people out in turn 1, but that's a new one, at least for this weekend.
Definitely. Here looks a piece of bodywork from. Oh, there's another car with problems there. That might have been the car that went sliding off. Hit something hard enough. The thing you don't see very often is that center section on a Spec Racer Ford getting pulled up like that. We've seen it now twice in this race. Oh, it's the same car. Okay, so that might have been Paul Marino again, where they maybe tried to make a fix and it didn't work. And the wind, which comes up under that section, may have blown that piece up again.
Mike Miserandino has caught McGuire Dickerhoof, for 8th position. Coming down the front straightaway now into this corner. Here we go. Miserandino is about a car length back for that 8th position. And Michael Newmeyer is pulled away from Dickerhoof just a little bit. Pair of black cars, and then the white and red. Past national champion of Mike Miserandino seems to be a little bit on the back foot as raw pace is concerned this weekend. Qualified down in the bottom half of the top 10, has not been able to race his way forward. We saw that one flat slide, but otherwise just appears to kind of be in the rhythm of this racetrack in this position of the field.
So Dave Robson still stuck there at the end of the back straight. So that was the car we think that went off there that we saw on the camera during that replay. So it turns out what we didn't see on that car with the center section pulled up is that the front left of that car is also damaged, and the wind's not being able to be blocked into that center section, which makes sense to be able to push that section up like that, looking almost like a gullwing door, except that these cars aren't supposed to have doors.
Right.
As our lead pack comes across the line again, it is still Schrader, Nikodembayev in black, followed by Fogg and the two Harrises. Here they go into turn one.
So far, that top three has been very patient. Caleb Schrader, comfortable leading this race. He looks very comfortable with the car as well. Asad Nikodembayev showing no urgency to try to make anything happen here. John Black has run them down, but has stayed in position as well. D. Fogg with the early pass to pick up fourth spot has Calvin Harris at bay, but Harris is all over the back of that number 21 machine. Those two running in a pair and have pulled away nicely from Taylor Harris. So it's kind of a 3, a 2, and a 1 in the top 6. And if anything, John Black looks to maybe have stalled just a little bit. He's a bit further back from Nikodembayev and Schrader than he was 2 laps ago.
"15 minutes and 40-some seconds to go here, and now that front pack's got about a 10-car length lead over the 4th and 5th place cars of Fogg and Harris. Not necessarily a comfortable lead, but as comfortable as you may get in a Spec Racer Ford race.
Right. And in the background of that shot, just picked up that Miserandino was able to get through on Dickerhoof, now onto the front straight for those two. The 11 can focus forward on Michael Newmeyer, the solid black car coming across the start-finish line now. But I think it's a bit too far of a way to go to get maybe any further up than that. 7th might be the best-case scenario for Miserandino in this race.
Yeah. There is Miserandino, that number 11 car, white and red. He got around Dickerhoof, but Dickerhoof is not letting him get away.
Oh.
I think maybe he's hoping that that Miserandino will pull them up to 7th place. This is one of those classes. Oh, yeah, definitely a slide there. One of those classes where the working together in the draft is really important if you want to make a move forward. 2 or 3 cars faster than one by themselves.
It's also a class where you need to have the pace. Obviously, you need to have the pace across the entire race, but it seems a bit easy to lose pace in these cars, either at the beginning or the end. It seems to be a bit difficult to keep the pace in the car, whether that's setup or driving style, maybe even just small adjustments in the car, getting tire pressures wrong. There's an infinite number of reasons why, but it seems like these front runners are the only ones that consistently are fast at the top and the bottom of the race. Just there we saw Newmeyer from 7th start to have that little bit of a slip, potentially that car falling off in the second stage of this race.
The front 3 cars look like they're slot racing. They are in each other's wheel tracks lap after lap after lap. No real change, nowhere peeking out to look. Nikodembayev saying just far enough back where he doesn't have to worry about the car overheating, giving that little half car length gap allows air to get into that little tiny 3-inch wide inlet at the front of the car, so he doesn't have to worry about dunking his nose out there to get air in there to cool the car. It's also not terribly hot this weekend, but they just look like they're all 3 hooked up.
They really do, and are continuing to pull away. All 3 drivers under a 1:23 last time by. The next fastest cars were in the 1:23 3s and 2s. So they're just putting time and time and time on everybody. Fast lap of the race still to John Black's name from early on, but Caleb Schrader this lap, session best sector 1 goes purple, personal sector 2 goes green. Now they're going to complete the lap and see if he can maybe take over the fastest lap once again, because that will be potentially pole position for tomorrow's race. That does influence the grid.
On board now with John McClintock. you'll see the camera has got this, what looks like a really large mirror. I can tell you from experience that that is a fairly useless mirror. You can't see much out of the back of these cars with that mirror. But yeah, it looks really big and helpful in that shot, but it's not, Tom.
Yeah, of course, the back of the car is the tallest part, so you're basically having to look over your own hips to try to figure out what's back there. And understanding what a driver might do is almost better than being able to see what they're doing, because you sort of have to race on the trust of others and a bit of the spidey sense. Last time through, John Black reset the fast lap of the race, a 1:22.6 from third position, still all glued together at the start-finish line. 4/10 advantage to Schrader, then 2/10 for Nika Dembayev back to Black.
And then the gap to fourth place is grown now to about 3 seconds. So the top three not really getting too racy with themselves, but just slowly pulling away, so that when it is time to go racing, probably with 6 minutes, 5 minutes to go here, they can race all they want and not worry about having to lose a podium. The worst they would do is end up third. That's their goal right now, as they keep trying to pull away from fourth and fifth place. We're past halfway here at PIR, so we'll take a break, do a call to grid, and then come back for the finish. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4, GTs 1 and 2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and A Sedan. Group 4 to the grid for your race.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Now at PIR, he's Tom O. I'm Brian Bielanski, and this is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are 8 minutes to go in our Spec Racer Ford 3 race, and we have 3 cars driving away up front. Caleb Schrader, Asad Nikadimbayev, and John Black. They are our top 3 right now, and they have a 5.5 second lead over the fourth place car. But look at this, Tom. Caleb Schrader starting to pull away just a little bit at the lead.
Yeah, you said there are 3 cars pulling away, but one of them is doing it more than the other 2 for sure. And it looks like this number 99 car coming at us, leading the race, is just coming into its own with about 7.5 minutes to left, still going left in the race, still going quicker and quicker and quicker. Set the fast lap of the race last time by at a 122.5 and put 4/10 on everybody else. Nika Dubayev and Black have no response for that so far. And Schrader has effectively broken the draft at this point. He just needs to be careful through some traffic that they're coming up on. But that number 99 is flying. It almost looks a little softer than the other cars, Brian, just making so much mechanical grip. Watch it through this first sector. It's really impressive.
I've had the joy of watching Caleb drive these cars for the last 5 so years. And he has a way, and I don't know how he does it, Tom, but it always looks like he does this for the first 3/4 of the race or first 2/3 of the race, and then somehow he's able to preserve his tires, even running out front, where in the last third or quarter of the race, he just slowly starts to pull away, and I just think he's found a way to not stress those tires in the first half of the race, and he's got more at the end. And there he puts a purple lap down, a 122.5 on lap 13. Caleb Schrader goes purple. And it's not that Assad's that much slower, Tom. He's only 2/10 slower, but 2/10 over 2 or 3 laps, and you get what you got.
Right. It's pretty impressive, or pretty crazy to watch how time actually unfolds in front of our eyes. That's, like you said, only 2/10. We wouldn't think of it as that much, but visually, it is a massive amount of space. They're getting into mission critical here for these second and third to just try to stay in conversation for the win. John Black almost looks like he's starting to consider a move on Nika Dubayev and risk losing touch with the win, as he's experienced enough to know that it's a long shot at this point.
Well, it's definitely a long shot, but if he doesn't give it a shot, he's going to have no shot. So sometimes a long shot's better than no shot. And there's the move you're talking about. Black tries to think about going underneath Nika Dubayev, but Nika Dubayev has enough pace to make his way through, and now he's going to lose a couple of car length. That would be Black as they come through turns 2 and 3.
That's the risk you run. If you make the move and it doesn't pay off, you lose a little bit of time. He salvaged it nicely, only lost 2 car lengths or so, and maybe still has the pace to just be in there anyway. Still in drafting distance as well. Nika Dubayev's attention is going to have to focus a little bit more behind him than it has been for a while. Still the top 3 in the race. Little bit of a consideration there for Black. Once again, he's clearly trying to find space to make a move if he can. It's just poking the nose, looking for a clear shot vision more than anything to get up underneath Nika Dubayev.
Under 5 to go, your top 10, Caleb Schrader, Assad Nika Dubayev, John Black, then Steve Fogg, Calvin Harris, Michael Newmeyer, Mike Miserandino in 7th, McGuire Dickerhoof in 8th, followed by Christian Gurgis and Tom Burt now in the top 10. Let's see if Black tries to make a move this time, again going into turn 1. He's not as close this time as he was last time out of 11. I don't think he'll be close enough to make the move this time.
It's a pretty long front straightaway, but you're coming onto it at a pretty low rate of speed as well. So this is not a very fast racetrack as far as mile an hour is concerned, and that affects the draft in a big way. The faster you go, the bigger the draft becomes. The bigger the draft, the bigger the air pressure on the front of the car in front becomes, really, the bigger the resistance. So it looks like the draft is really not a game changer here, even in Spec Racer Ford. John Black was hardly able to pick up maybe a car length down that front straight.
Today's physics lesson brought to you by Tom O, the science guy.
Tom.
3:30 to go now. It looks to me, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is kind of a battle for second place at this point.
It is, and I think Nika Dubayev's trying to make it even less of a battle. Look, he's pulled another car length over John Black. Black is closing up down the straights, but every time they turn the wheel, looks like Nika Dubayev has the stronger race car.
Yeah.
And that could be, when I say stronger race car, that could equally be the stronger driver at this phase of the race, not to take away credit from him.
Yeah. I mean, these cars are allegedly equal. You know, there's always little 1% here, 1% there between the cars, but these are spec cars, and there's Black putting a nose out there. It looks like that nose is trying to be like, so he can see him in the mirrors it's not in a position to make a move, but he's definitely trying to look like there's stuff to look at back there when really he's not that close.
Right. He's also got quite a different line choice for the first chicane, turning in a little bit later and rolling a bit more speed after the maybe trying to jump on throttle earlier rather than rolling speed in. Excuse me. Nick Dabayev, a little bit of a slide at turn 5 into 6, maybe opening the door for John Black to close up just a bit. Held onto it nicely, but that was a bit of drama there from the number 144.
The lap time difference in line at the line last time between second and third was 4 1,000ths of a second. And Caleb Schrader is just hoping they race hard and mess each other up or make each other drive a little harder so he can continue to keep that 1.6 second lead that he's got right now. Doesn't seem like much, but with 1:40 to go, that is an eternity in a spec racer.
And how about this? The second and third place cars both set their personal best lap time on the previous lap and still lost distance to Caleb Schrader, who did not turn his fastest lap of the race. This time up through, second and third were quicker by about a 10th. But Schrader absolutely has this race under control as he also set the fastest third sector that time through.
Next time by, we should get the white flag. That is the official word from race control here. Coming up to be the 1 minute to go mark right now at the front. Our defending national champion, Caleb Schrader, 15-year-old Assad Nikodimbayev, multiple national champion John Black. That's how they stack with about a half a lap to go. Or no, a lap and a half to go. Sorry. Caleb Schrader running essentially the perfect race here. Assad Nikodimbayev, look at John Black right now up underneath. This is going to be an opportunity here going into turn 1. Does he try to make the move with 1 lap to go here, or does he hold tight? This will be the one spot going into 1. If John Black's going to do it, this is the time, I think, Tom.
Yeah, it's unlikely that the draft will make it that you pass between the last corner and the start-finish line, so I agree. Black pops to the inside for the move.
And there is Nikodimbayev trying to hold on. He gets the better line. Oh, they both go off through the chicane. I wonder if there was a little side-by-side contact as they went into the entrance. I don't know how that's going to work. No position change. That's going to be one that they're going to pull the video cameras out of these cars and look at the end. I have a good idea.
Right. Yeah, I didn't see any contact, but also, John, typically here in the drivers' meetings or the regulations, they advise that you have to rejoin from turn 1 all the way around the cones. You can't go through the cones. Nikodimbayev did go through the cones, and John Black didn't. So that might affect something here. Also, just a local track knowledge type thing potentially. Or they may look at it and say, you know, both of you were racing so hard that you both ended up off the track. It's kind of up to the stewards, not us, to decide that. But worth mentioning, either way, the white flag is in the air. Schrader dominant in this first race.
Carl T in the draft. If you have nitrous, now's the time to use it. I can assure you none of them have nitrous, but good idea. I love it. Here we come to the line. Caleb Schrader is going to win the first race of the weekend here in Spec Racer 4. The victory weave to the checkered flag for the number 99, Caleb Schrader. In second place at the line, Assad Nikodimbayev. John Black will finish third. We'll see if that holds up afterwards with that last lap incident in turn 1. We'll learn more about that as the weekend goes on. In fourth place, Steve Fogg, followed by Calvin Harris, Michael Newmeyer. Mike Miserandino will come home 7th, followed by Maguire Dickerhoof, Christian Gorgeous, and Tom Burt. That's your top 10, Tom. All right, let's do another call to grid, and we will then take a short break. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid, Group 4 cars to the grid, GT1, GT2, GTX, T1, T2, and A sedan. Group 4 cars to the grid.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
My name's Pat Prevenus.
Dave Onischuk, Chicago Region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee Region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee Region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years.
I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
Oh, it's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing.
Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot.
There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since.
This is the best seat in the house.
Group 4 about to go racing here at Portland International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We've got our GT1, GT2 cars, Turn 1, Turn 2, and A sedan. Let's get right to our starting lineups. On our front row, we have Michael McElhainen in his Lamborghini Huracan. Next to him, the Acura NSX of Xuanchen Wang. Now moving on to row number 2. We've got Michael Lewis and Matthew Butson in the Jaguar XKR. And then on to row number 3. From our associate producers who are with us on the broadcast, Tim Adelson on row number 3, Jim Valdez on the outside of row number 3. Now on to row number 4, David Adelsman on the inside of row 4. Next to him, Scotty B. White in his Mustang. And row number 5 is Ed Gless in the Pontiac GTO. And next to him, Ross Murray in the A Sedan Mustang. Row number 6, we have Gary Laddick and Jason Fiorito. Fiorito had problems in qualifying, didn't get more than a lap or 2 in. He's going to start in 12th. That's our starting lineup here for our big bore race. 25 laps through the, I would say the rolling hills of PIR, but there's a hump. And there it is. There is the hump we're talking about. Not the one in the background. That is Mount Hood. It is the hump after the chicane that I'm looking at, the entire elevation change at PIR. Anyway, here they come going into turn 10. Tom, what's the key to this first lap? Just survive that chicane, right?
Yeah, it's really tempting to go 3, 4, 5 wide, especially with all these cars making different horsepower and different lap times. You may see a car from the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th row have a big motor, and all of a sudden it's tempting to make those moves, and it ends up really pinching everything down once we go single file basically into those first couple chicane corners. It's very, very important to manage those expectations. Also notice Pratt Cole joined the grid here at the last minute. Don't think he was, and also Brad McAllister in GT2, a couple of latecomers.
All right, there we go. As they all come now down towards the line, we'll see if the starter likes what they see. And they did not like what they see. No start here. We're going to go around one more time. Not exactly sure what they didn't like, but that doesn't matter. They now get to cycle through with Michael McElhainen, now your new pace car.
And that will start the race as well. So time is ticking, and the expectation is for McElhainen to maintain safety car speed on his own. So I'll mention again, the blue RX-7 towards the back, that's Pratt Cole.
Got it.
And then the white Mustang in just behind is Brad McAllister, who's had some really strong runs at other Super Tours and in the runoffs. So maybe keep an eye on both of those cars towards the back. Pratt Cole, excuse me, that is not the blue RX-7. Cole is in the red Mustang. That is the latecomer to the grid. That's out of T1, and McAllister's in GT2.
I have to wonder if they were just a little strung out in the back, which with a 12-car group, you really shouldn't have that problem at all. They should have no problem being gapped up nice and tight with 14 cars in the race. That might have been what the starter didn't like. So hopefully they'll pack up a lot nicer and tidier here as they come out of turn 11. The other thing is with that long run down to the start-finish line, there is no excuse for not getting packed up.
Kids behave.
All right, here they come now for the second time through turn 10, side by side. Rows of 2, our preferred starting lineup here in the SCCA. Well, they certainly look tidy through turn 12. Everybody needs to get lined up. You can see a little bit of, no, they look fairly tidy to me. We'll see if the starter likes what they see this time, and they do. Early green flag this time. Mike McElhainen, look at Michael Lewis there in the Jaguar trying to come up follow him into the first turn. He's not going to get to make that move done.
Oh, but the brakes, of the GT3 NSX, so good, almost too good. It baited Xuanchen Wang to go in a little bit too hot. And Michael Lewis did come out on top between those top two, between those second and third place cars, in GT1. McElhainen gets a clean getaway. And then in GT2, Matthew Butson in the Mustang with that throwback Days of Thunder livery is your race leader in class, but he's got a bit of a buffer between himself and the rest of the class as Tim Adelson in the Camaro slots into 5th overall.
Yeah, it didn't look like Lewis was going to get the pass done coming out of turn 1, but he was able to get the power down so much better coming through the rest of the chicane that he was able to take over second place from Wang, and that's how they sorted themselves out now as they come towards turn. But look at the big gap by Michael McElhaney, and already about 10 car lengths ahead of Michael Lewis. All of that shenanigans in turn 1 has given McElhaney a chance to be able to pull away a little bit here on this opening lap.
Couple of hard chargers a little further back. Jason Fiorito with mechanical issues in qualifying in the yellow Challenger, already up challenging for the top 5 and 5th in class already, having started at the back. Right behind him is Brad McAllister in the GT2 Mustang, thundering down the front straightaway up the inside of the BMW. Gets just past on Jim Valdez. Valdez a little too deep and too wide, has to give up the spot.
We have a different Challenger that races with us down in SoCal, and if those cars are put together well and driven properly, they are wicked fast. So keep an eye on that car of Fiorito to see what he can do here and put himself in a good place, if not for today, to put himself in a good place for tomorrow.
By the way, McAllister with that pass went from last to first in class, having joined the grid at the back. The white Mustang is on a tear, looking up the inside of Matthew Butson. Excuse me, Butson is a GT2 car, so now this is the battle for the lead in GT2. Butson still has it in the black and green, but McAllister is charged all the way to challenge for it.
That is, at the moment, best battle on the racetrack, and there is a potential move here going into turn 10. Thought about it, but then thought better of it. Maybe trying to just set himself up for a good run into turn 1 this time. At the line, McElhaney already 3.8 seconds ahead of Michael Lewis.
This is a cool battle. A Trans Am 2 car trying to go for the pass on what looks like a late model, maybe even a super late model for Matthew Butson. A little bit weaker on the brakes and has to tuck in behind. McAllister now officially is the GT2 leader. Looks like he's got just a little bit more pace everywhere than the stock car behind.
Good, strong racing action here in the first 5 minutes of this race. Still 20 minutes to go. It's McElhaney and Lewis, Wang, Adolfson, and then Fiorito. That is your top 5 right now. And Fiorito on the hunt, trying to catch Adolfson and make that move into 3rd place in GT1. 4th place, actually, would be that move. Then coming through, you've got the GT2 battle of McAllister and Butson. That's the one we've been talking about here. McAllister in that white car, followed by Butson in that Dayglow green and black Days of Thunder liveried car. And as soon as McAllister was able to get around, he started to drive away.
Sure did. He's absolutely checked out. And these cars we're watching here are somewhere between 10 and 17 seconds a lap faster than the slowest cars in this race group from Touring 1 and Touring 2, as well as American sedans. So these cars are only going to get a couple of clean laps before they get into lapped traffic. They'll have to navigate through the rest of the race. 6 minutes down, 18 minutes to go.
Fiorito's made the move on Adolfson into 4th. Now his sights set on Michael Lewis and a potential podium spot. He is right there on Michael Lewis. That car, that Challenger, is on the move. It looks like Michael Lewis almost just got out of the way for him, which is very unusual. But now Adolfson may be going through. There might be a problem with that Jaguar.
I think there is, Brian. Look at him pulling all the way to the left side of the racetrack to get out of the way. He had some issues in qualifying as well. Maybe they're coming back just into the second third of this race. It's tough.
There's Lewis slowing down, and now it's going to be Matthew Butson who might be able to get around him, and it looks like, yeah, he's not going on to the pit, so whatever the problem is, he's going to try to stay out, maybe just get to halfway to count himself as a finisher here. That is important if you're trying to qualify in the runoffs, and Lewis tries to qualify typically in several different classes, so sometimes just a finish is better than anything else, but that's just not a good sign as he starts to fall back through the field. Butson now moves up into 6th place.
That's McAllister going through on Tim Adolfson for 4th position overall. McAllister running pretty close to what Jason Fiorito has been able to do as far as raw pace. Both cars coming from the back of the grid, but Fiorito, a GT1 car in the Challenger, McAllister in a GT2 car in that white Mustang. Meanwhile, McAleenan at the front in the Lamborghini has continued to get quicker and quicker and quicker. Fast lap of the race that time by a 1:11.7. We saw him into the 110s earlier today. Track certainly much hotter as the air temps have surpassed 80 degrees and sitting in the sun all day. But that is absolutely flying. And as we mentioned, lap traffic, he's already working his way through it.
It's always easiest to go through lap traffic when you're a leader by yourself. The corner workers know you're the leader. You get a really deferential blue flag, as you can see right there. Big blue flag given to those cars. So there's no doubt that the leader's coming through. Now, when you're the second and third place car, you don't always get that kind of courtesy.
Right. Yeah, there's only so much track they can keep of the running order while they have to pay attention to the safety of everything and waving the flags, et cetera, et cetera. McAleenan coming through on your Touring 1 leader at Gless in the GTO and had just passed your leader in American Sedan, Ross Murray, in that silver Mustang in the background. Next car in his sights will be your leader in Touring 2, Scotty B. White, who is a bit of a ways up the road, actually, from Ed Gless.
McAleenan coming through without any issues. A little more than 15 and a half minutes to go in this race. Your top 10 right now: McAleenan, Wang, Fiorito, McAllister, Adelson, Butson, Lewis, Valdez, and Adelsman. Yeah, those Dodge Challengers, like I said, we've gotten another one. Ben Valentine drives it down more so in the California races. But when those cars are put together, they are really fun to watch. I also like the way of the stance on the front of the car. It just looks like it's fast, Tom.
Absolutely. The older versions of that car were so boxy and it was almost just straight up and down, but this one, big, wide, flared out. It's more like a wedge. Reminds me of those 70s Group 5 cars, right?
Yep.
When they were the BMWs and the Ford Capris, etc. It just looks so proper. And these guys, I mean, the most impressive part about McAleenan's lead is just how quickly he got up to pace. But Xuanchen Wang and Jason Fiorito are not going slowly. They're both in the 113s with their fastest lap. McAleenan just goes to the 111.2 range, so they're still within about 2 seconds regularly. It's just that McAleenan fired out of a cannon, and it's taken Wang and Fiorito a bit to get there.
Yeah, but even so, I mean, Wang's still 2 seconds slower per lap on fast lap time. So I always tell people, if you want to talk about your car, paint it yellow. We can see it from everywhere. We know which one it is. Coming up on 13 and a half to go. And McAleenan drops another purple time, 1 minute 11.228 seconds. That car just continues to get better and better, and he's navigating through traffic. He's setting fast times, Tom, while going through lap traffic. It's pretty impressive.
It is. Just now has caught up to Scotty B. White, your Touring 2 leader, and White has actually been running right on the 6 of David Adelsman in the Monte Carlo SS, the stock car out of GT2, running 4th in class. In GT2, it's McAllister, then Butson, then Valdez, then Adelsman.
All right, coming up on the halfway point here, let's take our break. We'll do a call to grid, and then we'll come back and get us all the way to the finish. Attention to the paddock, Group 5 cars to the grid, Group 5 cars to the grid, Formula V, Formula F to the grid for your race. We'll be right back, everyone.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because Built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Live at Portland International Raceway, that white snow-covered hill in the background, that is Mount Hood. We are in Portland. That's about an hour and 25 minutes from the racetrack. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O is with me here this weekend. Jordan Worth is our director. Brendan Kizmarek making the pictures look pretty. Appreciate everybody's work out here. Of course, all the staff at SCCA who invites us out here to do this. 10 minutes, 15 seconds to go. As it sits right now, our race leader, Michael McAleenan, followed by Xuan Chen Wang in second, Jason Fiorito in third, Brad McAllister in fourth, your first GT2 car, followed by Tim Adelson, Matthew Butson. Michael Lewis is in seventh, Jim Valdez eighth, David Adelsman ninth. Your T2 leader is Scotty B. White. He is in 10th. And your T1 leader is Ed Gless. He is in 11th. Ross Murray, your only car in A sedan, is in 12th. There is Matthew Butson in that mellow yellow liveried car. There is your race leader, McAleenan, coming through. He's about halfway through the entire field now, lapping the entire field. He will probably lap everybody before this is over, Tom. 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, definitely most of them. And while there may not be any direct battles on a racetrack, sometimes a race like this can be kind of nice to just get some good open racetrack and really focus on both yourself as the driver and the car. Whatever maybe is at the top of mind, this could be a great learning opportunity for how your car works over a 25-minute period. It could be a great opportunity to get some reps in on whatever part of your driving you're working on. So it can still be a very productive exercise to do a race like this, even though for a lot of these drivers, it's a little closer to an HPDE or a qualifying session. Scotty B. White really heads up there with a Touring 1 and GT1 car coming through. He does stay on the racetrack and that Touring 2 car, the least horsepower of anybody on the racetrack. Across the start-finish line. He looks slow though, doesn't he, Brian? Is he at full pace? Oh, Butson goes for a spin at turn 1.
Yeah, there is that problem there. I saw a lot of stuff flying around. That might have been from the spin there. Now he's going to get out of the way because that's a really uncomfortable place to be parked where he was.
Yeah, looks like this was just a self-spin, maybe on the downshifts, probably a dog box in that car, got it a little bit deep and then popped the gear and it came around on him. And Brian, could you tell, was Scotty B. White at full pace down the front straight? We hadn't seen that car on the front straight yet and I couldn't tell.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but he does
looks like he's got
a
an
little
issue.
slower.
Yeah, look at this. He's on the right side of the racetrack slowing down.
I would say he's probably, well, we're definitely past the halfway mark, so all he's got to do is get to the pit lane here, and he'll be classified a finisher, and I think He is the only car in his class, so he'll actually be classified a winner. Yeah, he's just nursing that thing home. Wonder if he's lost a gearbox. I don't see any smoke coming out of the car.
No, look at this scrum. Holy cow. We've got just half the field down into the chicane at turns 10 and 11.
Out of the way a little bit. His car, yes, definitely still off song, not going as fast as it was early. I think that's actually, he's being caught by Ross Murray in the A sedan Mustang right there. Oh, there's another car going around. That I believe is the number 97 car? 67. Yep, that is David Adelsman in the Monte Carlo SS. That's one of those stock cars converted to road racing there, and he is parked right there.
Yeah,
probably trying to get the car started.
Unfortunately, made it all the way to the concrete. Here's the corner exit, gets the power down, and just goes for a big, long slide. That's practically harmless, but he did hit the wall.
Yep, tapped the wall with the front left corner, and he is still parked there. That is not a place where you're going to want to leave a car, sadly. Oh, now he's able to pull it away. Let's see how much damage. Doesn't look like a ton of damage, but he'll go in and get it checked out. He was not going to probably get much higher than where he is on the track anyway. So probably better to call it a day. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Your top five: McElwain, Wang, Fiorito, McAllister, and Adelson.
I will say for third place and second place in GT1, Xuanqian Wang has been kind of balked in this awkward section of racetrack where there's a handful of different classes, a handful of different cars on different laps, and it took him a long time to get through, and that's allowed Jason Fiorito to close the gap by about half in that yellow Challenger. There's the difference. They're still far apart on the racetrack as far as a race with 4 minutes and a half to go, but he has been coming closer and closer, which bodes well for maybe tomorrow's feature race where he will start much closer to the front and maybe be able to challenge legitimately.
Yeah, Fiorito, I don't think put in even one good lap in qualifying. So the fast lap in this session will basically, and there's a qualifying session tomorrow morning as well, which will be in cooler temperatures. So there may be another opportunity for him to jump up on that qualifying board. So that's probably not very good news for the rest of the GT1 field.
Yep, and just in front of him is the battle for second place in GT2 between Matthew Butson after that spin has resumed just in front of Jim Valdez's E46 BMW. Those two cars battling for position. I think Butson had the pace early on, but it looks now like Valdez able to keep up with them. Fiorito going to clear them both down into turn one, I think, easily. Yes, indeed. But the battle for the podium in GT2 is still on.
There you go. 3:55 to go. That's probably our best battle on the racetrack at the moment. Valdez really trying to be big in Butson's mirrors. They do look fairly evenly matched.
Funny enough, in this first and second sector, it looks almost like the circle track car, the stock car with the Ford Mustang bodywork and stickers on it for Matthew Butson is the better handling of the two. And then maybe the BMW comes back a bit on the straights potentially. Here they come down into 10. But Butson is still able to maintain a pretty comfortable gap coming back onto the front straightaway to start lap number 19 for these two, or 18, excuse me, for these two.
Valdez has that smaller profile front car, which is taking advantage of the big hole in the air being pushed by that big stock car. Now looking like a potential move for a pass here. Well, without any issues, he makes that pass going into turn one. And Butson has slowed down, it looks like, because the next car back, that is the Pontiac GTO of Ed Gless, just drove through as well. Is that, yeah, that's the Pontiac, I believe. While all this is happening, Wang puts down his best lap of the race, which on this last lap is slightly faster than McAleenan, but not faster than McAleenan's fastest lap. So looks like McAleenan's just trying to manage the pace now to the end of this race. But the Acura is starting to find its way a little bit here.
Looked away for a split second. Maybe you caught it, but Jim Valdez did get through on Matthew Butson in Sector 1 that lap. Here's the look at Xuanchen Wang in the NSX GT3 Evo. This is quite a bit of car for this racetrack. I must say he's probably pretty busy in that car. It's two nice little breaks down the straights, but otherwise a relatively small racetrack for cars as capable as these, really across the board in this race group.
Yep. Under a minute to go, I would say next time. Oh, white flag actually in the air. I missed McAleenan coming through, so he is now on his final race lap. Coming out of turn 2. Got about 8 corners to go. A very uneventful run for the Lamborghini Huracan. Few more corners and a couple of slower cars to negotiate, but a pretty easy win here in GT1 for the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo of Michael McAleenan. He based out of Tacoma, Washington, so my guess is he's also got a ton of laps here at PIR. Come through here nice and smooth going into turn 10, 3 corners to go here. On to the main straight, a quarter mile down to the start finish line for Michael McAleenan. He's going to take the first win of the weekend in GT1. Then a good lap back to everybody else here. Did he get past the entire field? I believe he lapped the entire field, Tom.
Yeah, looks like he did. Maybe not Xuanchen Wang, who's coming up onto the front straight now.
Okay.
That will be second place in GT1, second place overall, and indeed on the lead lap. But he certainly lapped everybody else outside of the top 5. I think maybe Tim Adolfson just there was the last car to get lapped. So McAllister, your winner in GT2, coming up onto the front straight. Well, eventual. He needs to make it a couple hundred yards further, but here he comes from the back of the grid to take the win in class, also on the lead lap. Yeah, McAleenan passed everybody but the top 3, really.
All right, let's run through them. Each class, the top 3 in A sedan, only one car, and that was Ross Murray. In GT1, your top 3 are Michael McAleenan, Xuanchen Wang, Jason Fiorito. In GT2, your top 3 is Brad McAllister, Jim Valdez, and Matthew Butson. In T1, 2 cars, Ed Gless and Pratt Cole. And in T2, all by his lonesome, Scotty B. White. Let's do a call to grid. When we come back, we've got 2 more races to go today. Stay with us, everybody. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars, Formula F, Formula V to the grid for your race.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Hi there, John Hainsworth from Vineland, New Jersey. This is my number 95 E-Production RX-7. When I bought this car 7 years ago, I knew it was a special car. I knew it was going to take a lot of work, but it's the best thing I've ever done in racing. I was able to get in a top flight car for pennies on the dollar. Yeah, it took a little work. It was so worth it. I would do this 100 times over, and I would recommend if you have an opportunity to buy a previously front-running car, take a look at it, see what it would take, give it a shot. It can be well worth the effort. A car that was this fast prior to being put away for a couple years, they have a lot of secrets to them. First rules do no harm. You don't want to start ripping out all the special parts that the people before you had put in there for good purpose. You have to see what's working and what isn't. And once you figure out the weak parts, fix them, and then figure out what makes the car go fast. The transmission was definitely one of the things that makes this car go fast. But again, no manual. So you got to find out who built the transmission, who helped maintain the transmission, where do you get the parts, where do you get the bearings. The motor is the same motor that was in there, except it's been rebuilt a couple times. In the 7 years that I've campaigned this car, I'd say just about every single part has been replaced at least once. But a couple parts need to get replaced every few weekends. You need to figure out what they are so you can be reliable on the track and make your track time count. When we started taking a look at some of the aerodynamic aspects of the car, the front splitter that came with it, there's a lot of different pieces. I wasn't sure exactly how they went together, and I knew there was a different solution. So this is one of the aspects of the car that I had confidence in changing myself, and I knew I really wasn't doing any harm. We've campaigned RX-7s for quite a number of years. So this is actually a splitter that we used on our ITS RX-7. So it was a part that we actually downgraded from what was on there, but it was reliable, it was predictable, and it was one of those no-nonsense things. We just knew it was going to work, put a splitter on that we knew about, and it was going to work. When it came to suspension, I used what I had on there. Just because it worked for the previous owner, why not give it a shot? Just don't start pulling parts out and throwing in new parts until you see if you got good stuff. It might not look pretty, but it might work really well. You know, the seat, your pedal box, your distance to the wheel and the shifter, they're all critical. I did not like the pedal box when I got this car, but the good news is I know the way you can make a pedal box feel in an RX-7. So we applied that to my pedals. Wheel spacer, help bring the wheel right to where I needed it. It's natural, it's exactly where it belongs, and you can go fast if you're comfortable. When I started working on the car, you know, you could tell it had good bones. There were a lot of really well thought out aspects to it. They just needed to be refreshed. You put a little TLC into it, and you can put it right back up at the front where it was initially designed to be.
We are live at Portland International Raceway for the Group 5, Race 5, Formula F and Formula 6. We've got a great little group of cars here in this race, and one of my favorite groups. I've done a little time in Formula V, so that's a ton of fun. Let's get right to our starting order for today's competition. On your front row is going to be the two Crosley 35Fs of John Hill and Mark Smith. Row number 2, we've got Jonathan Kotek and Quinn Posner. It's going to be a split start here. I believe the Formula Fs are going to start out front, with the Formula Vs a little further back. It's going to be a split start, more of a gap start, I think. Quinn Posner in Formula V. Now you've got Marjorie Lundberg and Patrick Critico in row number 3, although I'm not quite sure that's how it's going to work. Alden Zorich and Robert Posner in row number 4, followed by Andrew Maudsley in row number 5. So, yeah, maybe the split start's not going to happen in this race.
Yeah, Brian, they're in overall order right now.
Yeah,
but this is going to be a lot of fun to watch with John Hill, Mark Smith swapping fast laps in qualifying, lap after lap after lap, less than 0.2 apart. Over in Formula V, it might be a bit of a different story, as quite a big gap between each car in qualifying, but those top 2 and maybe even 3 is Jonathan Kotick probably coming to terms with the Crosley. I'm not sure he's got seat time, as most of his Formula F driving is in a different car, a much newer car as well.
All right, coming on to the main straight, they'll line up in SCCA's traditional 2x2 fashion as they head down for the green flag, hopefully. All of our course trucks back in place there at the exit of turn 12. Coming down for the green flag. Starter likes what they saw way back in the field. Green flag is in the air. We are racing here at PIR. Long drive with these slower cars down to turn number 1, and there you go. The Fords start to cycle through into a single file order as they come through this right, left, right chicane here. Everyone seemed to manage the first part of the chicane cleanly as they come on to this short little uphill, the only elevation. Oh, somebody came together with something. Flying bodywork there on the inside of turn 4. Not quite sure what car that came off. It looks like the nose on the green car is what's gone.
Oh, that's your pole sitter, John Hill, who had gotten past.
More contact.
Now more contact in Formula V.
That's Marjorie Lundberg, I believe, in the white, the red over black Formula V. Chaos on turn 1 in Formula cars here.
Yeah, it was a crazy good start for Mark Smith. Picked up the lead, but didn't get a good run out of the first chicane. Here's another look at what happened in Formula V. Maybe get backed up just a little bit by the Formula F. Marjorie Lundberg having contact with Patrick Tretico. Between those two cars, just a miscommunication and maybe not good visibility. And somehow as well, you mentioned the nose cone of John Hill's car missing. Doesn't seem to be slowing him down all that much as he's retaken the lead.
That's a thing you're not going to see very often. Look at ginormous radiator that was behind that front nose. Now it becomes more of an aerodynamic device. Wow.
I'm really impressed that that car has all this pace in it with no nose cone. Begs the question what it's there for in the first place, doesn't it, Brian?
Yeah.
He now leads the race once again after sitting on pole, losing the lead early, getting back to the front over Mark Smith. Jonathan Kotick has been able to stick right with them after he was a bit off pace in qualifying, and it looks like the corner workers are just going to run out there and try to grab this under local yellow.
You think he waves to his nose cone as he drives by? Hello, goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the nose cone's just a rock deterrent to keep rocks from going through that radiator.
Good point. He's going to want to stay in the lead so he doesn't pick up any extra debris.
Yeah. That's a potential problem there. Yeah, Hill able to out front. He's actually seems like he's making a bit of a gap on Mark Smith and Jonathan Kotick.
Sure does. And here comes Jonathan Kotick up the inside potentially for turn 10. Does he have an overlap? Not quite. Just going for the sight line. Fades back in to follow. These cars all look to be the same. Crosley 35.
Yeah. A little further back now, it's Posner, Quinn Posner, Robert Posner, and Andrew Maudsley, your top 3 in Formula V after that incident on lap 1 between Marjorie Lundberg and Patrick Tretico. Both of them went into the pits, and it looks like they have not returned to the racetrack at this point. So we'll see if either one of them are able to affect repairs on those cars. Lundberg's car got pretty well up in the air when it clipped, I don't remember what the order was, but when they got together there. So there is the track truck. I wonder if one of those cars actually didn't make it back to the pits. I see one car on pit lane a little further down. I don't see a second. Looks like that's the Formula F car of Tretico down there. And it is making, is it going to make the right? Yeah, it's making the right turn onto pit lane. Now, that's actually Marjorie Lundberg going onto pit lane. So she's going to call it a day, maybe get that car repaired and come back out tomorrow. Okay, so they both made it to pit lane. It's possible that Tretico already pulled onto the pits and I didn't see it happen. So here it's Hall, Smith, Kotek as they come through turn 10 now. And Hill is just doing a nice job with that aerodynamic disadvantage. Kotek, though, without the aerodynamic disadvantage, is looking like wanting to get a little bit racy here. Let's see if he can catch up. Last time by 0.8 seconds at the line. This time by, actually, it looks like Mark Smith has retaken that position. So what's happening, I think, Tom, is that these two cars in second and third are racing enough with each other that they're letting John Smith stay out front.
Yeah, Jonathan Kotick just went through into turn 1 after setting the fastest lap of the race of a 124.9. That's a change of position for second and third. That's gifted John Hill the gap you mentioned, 0.6 of a second at the line, but now it's probably closer to 1.5 seconds or more. Waving yellow with debris flags, probably due to the contact from the V and the
right
Formula
there,
F a little bit earlier.
Actually, we've got a course truck with another truck out, with another car out there. What is it doing? That's weird. Maybe there was more debris out there that they're picking up. Oh, we have Alan Zorit, who maybe, is that a car stuck out there possibly? He's a lap down.
Yeah, Zorik is out in the final corner on the front straight now. He's about to get caught by the race leaders who are in the final corner as well. Jonathan Kotick's been able to hold the point over Mark Smith without a challenge, but here's the big question. What does the draft do for Smith? Is he able to come back at Kotick? Or if he wants to, if he can, are two different questions.
Yeah.
New fast lap of the race for John Hill that time by. There's plenty of pace in that number 10.
And Zorich in that Titan MK6, getting out of the way nicely, letting the faster leaders come through without any issues here. Ooh, actually puts a wheel off, trying to be way too gentlemanly. I've done that more times than I care to admit to. And while all of that is happening, John Hill has opened up a 1.1 second lead over that duo behind him of Kotek and Smith. Now we have this is like a shorter version of Road America without the hills. Beautiful tree line, park-like atmosphere. They call Road America the National Park of Speed. This is just very, very pastoral here. For the first time, Tom, I got to go check out kind of the back part of this racetrack this morning before we got going, and it is just really a cool place.
It is. They do a really cool rally. That's a special stage around the access roads, parts of the road course, and even through parts of the dirt at this facility once a year during, I think it's just called the Portland Rally. It's one of the special stages for that event. I've always wanted to try that, but even so, just a cool place to be. Between these two, Mark Smith is the quicker that time through, running in third position, the slightly darker red car over Jonathan Kotick, who has really found his footing with this car. Sat a little over, actually, I think it was right at 2 seconds in qualifying, slower than the top two. but maybe just kind of went and dove deep into some video, into some data, potentially was able to pull data from the other cars. You can do a comparison and see quite clearly and literally where the other cars are faster on a mile-an-hour trace. It'll just show you, oh, they're the squiggly line on a chart. It'll show you exactly where the speed is. Jonathan Kotick, a past national champion, obviously has the driving skill to apply that. Seems to have done so pretty quickly here. About 4 hours of time to study, or even less.
Yeah. There is Alan Zorich coming through our screen there.
Haven't mentioned Formula V after the impact, or after the incident, excuse me, back on lap 1, but Quinn Posner leads in a dominant fashion over Robert Posner, and then Andrew Maudsley, the last car running after Marjorie Lundberg's retirement. But this is the best battle on the racetrack, and they're coming up on the Vs we just talked about.
Yeah, all of that shenanigans on lap 1 happened behind Posner, so he was able to get through without anything to get through. He just drove off. Everyone else had to check up and take evasive action, and that has given Posner this nice 18-second lead. Anybody in the chat knows Quinn and Robert, father, son, brothers? Fill me in here. I'm guessing somebody might know. But whatever the case may be, Quinn's got a bit of a lead over Robert, and that was all basically put together with the fact that the way everything played out on that first lap. So,
right.
I think that was Quinn Posner who we just saw go through the lead. So the Formula F leaders are catching up to the back. That might be Robert that he's going to catch next. He's a little further up the racetrack than that. 15:20 to go here at PIR. One more race to go after this one. So don't go away, folks. We still want to have some fun, and that's going to be with our production SM and SMX cars. So that should sure to be a barn burner. It's scheduled to go off here at 3:45. Then we're going to come back and do it all over again tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning we'll have qualifying first. There's a little shorter sessions tomorrow on the qualifying side, 15-minute qualifying sessions, and then a little longer races tomorrow, so 35-minute feature races. So if you're just not able to get enough of this, don't worry. There'll be more to have of it tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's kind of the appetizer before the main course tomorrow afternoon.
I'm having a blast watching John Hill wheel that number 10. It's just absolutely on the limit. Just leaves a huge streak of rubber on turn-in for turn 7 from the left rear tire, and just really, really snappy changes of direction in that car. He's basically turning the exact same lap times as Jonathan Kotick behind. You can really see the body language of the cars very different. The driving styles of the two drivers quite different. It's a lot of fun to watch. Kotick really keeping him honest. Top 2 down through turn 10 and 11. Nice rotation for Kotick. Exiting the corner, pulls another bit of the brake pedal into the final corner, and these two have really checked out from Mark Smith. 4.2 seconds at the last sectored line, which was only about 30 seconds ago.
Your top 10 right now, or your top 7 on the track: John Hill, Jonathan Kotick, Mark Smith are all Formula Fs. Then you've got 3 Formula Vs of Quinn Posner, Robert Posner, and Andrew Maudsley, followed by Alan Zorich. That's how they set right now. And you can see your top 2 cars right in this shot. That's Hill and Kotick. Mark Smith falling back a lot more, so he's kind of out of the discussion here. But with 13 minutes to go, and John Kotick just dropping a purple lap, I think he still has a little bit left in him to possibly put the screws to John Hill and maybe vie for the win here yet. Coming up on 12 and a half, the halfway point here. We'll take a break. I'll do a call to grid, and then we'll come back for the finish. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 6 to the grid. E, F, and H production, Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Group 6 cars to the grid for your race.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Live? We're back here live at Portland International Raceway for the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. Of course, I asked the associate producers in the chat, and they have come through for me. Carl T. says Quinn is Robert's father. So that is the relationship between the Posners. Quinn is the kid. Rob is the dad. Robert is the dad. And see, I knew if I asked, we'd find the info. Up front, no changes, but Jonathan Kotek, Tom, keeps dropping fast laps. Another purple lap for 123.3, 0.2 faster than John Hill.
Sure did, but he's been exchanging fast laps with John Hill every once in a while, back and forth. They're kind of just picking at each other, tenths here and there. That time, Kotek was the faster car. This time, Hill was the faster car by just a giant 6,000ths of a second. These two are just absolutely perfectly matched with one another. Unfortunately, there's 5 car lengths between them, so I'm not sure whether we'll get a race here in the last 10 minutes. It's going to take a little bit of a mistake, or hopefully not, but potentially even some traffic, as they will probably catch at least one more round through the Formula Vs.
Yeah. Gotta wonder if the lack of that nose cone will change the tire wear on the front of that John Hill car, whether it's using up more tires here because there's either more or less downforce and you need to use more mechanical grip to be able to get there. That might be a thing that we need to look for here as we get into the last quarter of this race, and an opportunity for Kotek. Just don't know. I'm going to guess that John Hill's never driven 25 minutes without a nose cone. So it's all a new thing for him.
Yeah, it's a good point. That would be because if the nose cone comes off the car, maybe loses a bit of front downforce, he might be able to make up for it with just riding the front tire a bit harder. Although watching the body language of the car, he's really relying on the back of it more than the front. Is really, again, just kind of driving it off the back end in a couple places. Yeah. You can really see how it's rotating into the corners. I would say this time looks like Jonathan Kotek maybe quite a bit quicker. Yeah, in the final sector, he closed up a ton, put a 10th on John Hill, but put over 2 tenths on him in the final sector.
Yep. I don't think this race is over, folks. If you are worried that there's nothing going to happen here in the last 8 minutes, I am not so certain that is a worry that you should have.
Right.
Kotek looks like he's coming right now. And now you're going to have some more slower cars to deal with here as well, as it looks like, I believe they're coming up again on Andrew Maudsley here in the white car. Patrick Lipsinick is back in the chat from Travis Lake in Austin, Texas. Nice to have you back, Patrick. You were a big help to us during our Hallett round. Big helping us follow the track records that we're dropping it seemed like every other lap with the new sealant they put down there at Hallett. So Patrick, welcome. Thank you. Welcome back.
Jonathan Kotick yet again quicker in sector 1, quicker in sector 2. We'll see what the lap time does here, but it was 0.8 of a second between the top two. Jonathan Hill in the green, Jonathan Kotick in the red. At the start finish line, it's down to 0.7, takes another 10th out of the lead that John Hill has. And I have to imagine at some point he's going to hit the clipping or the tip over point where he's got a pretty significant draft, just based on these open wheel cars probably poking a pretty decent hole in the air towards maybe the last quarter of that front straightaway.
Yeah, the reason we're focusing so strongly on the Formula Fs here is that it is really the only battle on the racetrack. And of course, it is the battle for the lead overall and in class. So the most compelling story on the track right now are these two cars. The car up front is John Hill. Jonathan Kotick is the car in second. That is the red car. If you've noticed, that front car of John Hill, no nose cone. That ended up exiting stage left on lap 1. And he's been driving the entire race with that front radiator out in the air. I don't think he's got any cooling problems.
No. We got Washington versus Florida. John Hill in the lead from Washington State. Jonathan Kotick, be curious if he's ever been here before. Maybe that first session and qualifying was his learning curve, and that's all he's got under his belt.
Yep.
Closer yet again, Brian, I think, just visually ever so slightly, and again cuts another 10th or so. Actually 2/10 this time. That was a big lap for Jonathan Kotick. He's very close now. Look at John Hill pushing hard.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the tires on that number 10 car, for whatever reason, are starting to be a little bit slippery. And Kotick's being able to have just a little more success running the lines that he really wants to run. And look at that, Kotick now right up, almost under the rear tailpipe at the end of that Crosley. And we also have a couple of slower cars now that they're going to come up on as well. They're going to get by one of them here without any issues. And one of the other Formula, that's the Titan of Alan Zorich that they're going to come up on next. And he's going to do right tough spot to catch that car. That's going to help Kotick more than Hill.
Oh, he really balked him. Yeah, had to pinch the exit. And now it's a drag race between the two, ironically, on the drag strip, all the way to the pit wall for Jonathan Kotick through the oil dry nearly. And they're still 3 wide. As Zorich, sticking in this one, lifts out of the brakes, and now Kotick's going to go for the apex. They're still side by side.
Side by side into one. Now the over-under as Hill tries to get the better run out of one, and Kotick doesn't get to capitalize here, but now he's right under the tailpipe as they go through turn 4. I don't think there's much left in that car for Hill to hold off Kotick now that there's no traffic in the way. I think it's just a matter of a lap or two before Kotick gets this done, but let's see how this plays out.
A little bit of a snap rotation on entry there for Jonathan Kotick. Had to catch the car and lost a couple car lengths though, Brian. So maybe both of them in a similar situation in the late stages of this race. Trying to do my scary mental math, as you guys have experienced in the past. I think we're going to get this lap +2, based on where they are on the racetrack.
Let's see if we've got any official word from race control here. Have not gotten the official white flag next time by, but I bet you that's going to come soon here. Yeah, that could be snap oversteer. That could also be just being a little impatient and going a little hard on the gas coming out of that corner, knowing there's not much time to go. No white flag this time by. Although timing did, just now, white flag next time by from race control. So 4 miles to go for Jonathan Kotek to try to get around John Hill. And on the same regard, John Hill going to make that car as wide as he possibly can to try to hold off Jonathan Kotek. Here they are, nice and tight, going through 4. Kotek definitely looked like he's able to put his car more where he wants to, whereas Hill's car looks like it's kind of where it wants to be.
Yeah, I agree. Hill using a little bit more racetrack, tracking out of turns 4 and 5, compromises entry to turn 6, but does a good job to still make it with plenty of pace. This is a pretty big racetrack for these cars as far as width goes. Lots of line choices between the two. And here's a look at Mark Smith, who's ended up a very lonely 15 seconds back. His pace is okay. He's about 1 second slower than the top 2 on raw pace. Look at the back end, still dancing for both of these cars, especially John Hill had to catch it at turn 10. And this is potentially going to give Jonathan Kotek in second a decent run up onto the front straightaway to take the white flag.
1.97 miles, 12 turns to go. The battle's been raging for the entire race here, and Kotek puts his nose in, goes side by side. Last lap into turn 1, makes the pass for the first time in this race, but Hill fights back on the exit there. Will he be able to get the power down? It does not look like Hill, for the first time in this, Kotek, for the first time in this race, takes the lead with about 8 corners to go.
That was masterful placement through the second part of that chicane. Kotek really earning that pass, but it's not done yet. Here comes Hill trying to sweep the outside, his preferred line. Nowhere to go. It shows the nose at the inside of turn 6. Somehow creates space as Kotek had a bit of a wobble. Side by side into turn 7. Maybe the bigger radius going to help. Look at the big pivot, and it's an over-under for Jonathan Hill trying to go up the inside down the back straightaway, which becomes the outside for turn 10.
Next time we see these cars, they'll be going into turn 10 for the final time. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Jonathan Kotek, or is it going to be John Hill? Right now, it's John Hill out front. He's taken over again. Jonathan Kotek in second place. Will he try to throw it in here as they go through 10 and 11? Kotek's got one big drag race with the better arrow down the line. Will he pop out here? He'll definitely try it at the line. Is it going to be Hill, or is it going to be Kotek? Kotek pulls out at the line. This time, Jonathan Kotek with the win by 6/1000ths of a second.
Unbelievable, Brian. That was incredible from both of those drivers. And I don't even know if that's that. They've got to double check whether where the transponders are in those cars and make sure there's a visual confirmation of that one. We haven't had a photo finish like that all year in the Super Tour. We've had some really close ones, but not 6/1000ths of a second close.
Well, I can tell you, John Hill's transponder is not in his nose cone. Oh, what a great finish here. One of the smallest race groups of the weekend, putting on one of the best races of the weekend, or of the Saturday races, no doubt. Jonathan Kotek's your race winner. John Hill, who led the entire race until the final lap, comes in second. Mark Smith will be your third podium finisher in Formula F. Now your podium in Formula V. Quinn Posner on the podium. Second place, Andrew Maudsley was able to come up and get around Robert Posner to take second place. Robert Posner will finish third. Then you've got the remaining field for your Formula F cars is Alan Zorich. He will take home fourth. Patrick Critico and Marjorie Lundberg, they did not complete the first race lap. They came in after an incident on lap number 1. Wow, what a finish, Tom. All right, let's do a call to grid, and then we'll take a short break before our final race of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid for your race. Group 6 cars to the grid for your race.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
I'm John Hunter, and you might know me as the SCCA's Time Trial Program Manager. But did you also know I'm a driver? I've been autocrossing and doing time attack for a couple decades now, and here we're going to talk about some of the similarities and some of the differences in driving style between the two. So what we mean by plan of attack is you want to make sure you have a really good game plan going out. And that's making sure that you only give yourself one or two things that you want to fix, whether you're going out for a new session of laps or that next run in autocross. So next, let's talk about things that are similar but slightly different. And the biggest thing of all is where you're looking. Obviously, with both, you want to look ahead. But with time attack, you're looking so much further ahead to find the exit of that corner. Where in autocross, you're looking for the exit and the next element, and the next element, and it's more rapid fire. So one's a little faster pace, but one requires you to look way further out into the distance. In autocross, things come at you a lot faster. It's rapid fire, and you need to move the weight around very quickly, typically. Whereas on a track, you'll have a lot more space between corners, so you're slowing the weight transfer down and making sure that you're maximizing your grip in a different way. So when you're coming from autocross and moving onto track, you'll really want to slow down your hands because you have more time to properly set the car up and get that weight transfer done to maximize the grip through the corner. Another thing that's similar but different is how you use the pedals. In both instances, you want to be aggressive but squeeze and maximize the weight transfer in each situation. However, once you move to the track, you really want to know how to heel toe so that you can manage that weight transfer even better. So let's talk about what's different. The biggest thing that I can think of is in autocross, you typically want to make a plan and stick to it because you only get 3 runs. But on track, when you're doing time attack, you typically can run that track over and over and over again. So it affords you the ability to change up that plan and explore new options on lines and how you take certain areas of the track. So even though I'd autocrossed for decades, once I started doing time attack, I found it helped me as an autocross driver as well. So don't hesitate to try the other sport. Whether you're an autocross or a time attack driver, do both. It'll make you a better driver either way.
Back live. Final race of the day here at Portland International Raceway. A racetrack in a park in a city. Gotta love it here, folks. We've got our final race, EFH Production, Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. And let's get right to our starting lineups here. On the front row, Austin Bradshaw in the old school Mazda RX-7. Next to him, Michael Lewis in the new school Mazda RX-7. Row number 2. We move on to that Ken Kennard in the Acura Integra. Next to him, Joe Carr in his E-Production Mazda Miata. But I'm hearing that car will not be on the grid because of mechanicals. They're hoping to have it back tomorrow. Next on row number 3 is Lance Stout in his Mazda Miata. And nobody next to him on our grid. I guess this is the split start. Row number 1 in the split start is going to be Jared Korth in the Spec MX-5 cars, and next to him, William Wallace, also in a Spec MX-5 car. Row number 2, Ryan Gutile, and next to him is going to be Christian Hoagland. Row number 3, Spec MX-5 cars, Emmy Kissick and Gavin Wardle. Moving on to row number 4, we've got more Spec MX-5 cars, Bryce Johnson and Adrian Comstock. Row number 5. Now we get into our Spec Miatas, John Salerno and Nick Leveroni. Row number 6, we've got Bill O'Kell in an HP MG Midget and Jason Rawlings in a Spec Miata. Row number 7, Eric Weller in the last Spec Miata in the field. Quick story on Bill O'Kell. His H Production Midget has been the same car he has driven literally for 50 years, the same chassis. And he is here with that car. They brought up a cool hero card. His racing highlights, I'll go maybe later about them. But really nice guy. We're going to do a podcast with Bill to talk about racing the same exact car for 50 years. Looking forward to that on Inside the SCCA somewhere into the future. See, Tom, how I got my little shameless plug in there?
Nice.
All right, here we go. First 2 groups actually packed up nicely. This is how I like to see split starts. If you get them too far apart, then the second group comes up and gets past too soon. Here they come now. Green flag in the air. Here comes our production cars up front and coming to the first corner. And then we've got our Spec MX-5 and Spec Miatas next as we go into our next part of the start.
Really nice start for Ken Kennard in the first wave. The Acura Integra took the lead in F Production, but SMX hot and heavy. Ooh, a bit deep in maybe for our pole sitter, and one car is going to have to dive to the pit, to the cut through. That's Gavin Wardle. Wow, that was Jared Korth barely keeping it on the racetrack. They're side by side. This is so important for this part of the race because they're going to catch the back of the production grid very quickly here in Spec MX-5.
If Korth doesn't keep that car on the racetrack and that snaps pass across, it takes out the entire Spec MX-5 field. What a great job. He also takes the lead now as they come through turn 6 going on towards turn 7. That was a heck of a save there by Korth. Now those production cars trying to get up to speed here, get those tires warmed up before they get caught by the Spec MX-5 cars. In theory, they're faster, but they get the temperature much differently. So we'll see what happens here. On board with Ryan Gutile as they head down to turn 10. They'll be hard on the brakes before this left-hander. Then it's a right-hander into another little left-hander, and then a bit of a sweeper here onto the main straight. Gutile right there with the number 25 car right in front of him. That number 25 car is William Wallace now down the front straight.
Also got a challenge for the lead in F Production. After his slower start, Michael Lewis is side by side with Kennard once again and takes over the top spot in the braking zone into turn 1. Lewis back to the point in F Production, second overall, but the best battle is certainly going to be in SMX as they stream their way back through the chicane for the second time. It's still Korth, Wallace, Gutile, then Hoagland, Kissick are your top 5, and they've actually strung out nicely into a single file order, which is exactly what they needed to do before they catch these cars here, or else that would have been even more chaotic. First car to deal with, Bill Carr.
Battle and for the F Production supremacy there of Kennard in the orange car, Lewis in the blue car, and out front driving away in E Production, Austin Bradshaw in his RX-7, different class car. So we'll see that as he pulls away there. And then we've got our entire Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 group coming through next. Kennard not giving any break to Michael Lewis there. Right on the rear bumper. And look at all of those Spec MX-5 cars coming up on Joe Carr. Actually, I believe that's Lance Stout they're coming up on. Joe Carr's a little further back in the other red Miata in F production.
Yeah, look at the mirror flopping on Jared Korth's car. That implies there's been some side-to-side contact at some point, maybe down into turn 1 at the beginning of this race. Top 2 breakaways. Gutile has dropped back into the scrum for 5th or so. So these top 2 are going to clear the F production car. Korth and Wallace get a bit of a gift. Now it's Hoagland up into 3rd. Gutile and Kissick are side by side. And Gutile at risk of slipping out all the way back to 5th position now for our camera car.
That mirror flopping, Tom, is that more annoying or is it really a problem as far as looking back and keeping the car behind you? I know they have decent-sized rear view mirrors in the cockpit. How big of a deal is that mirror missing?
It's not a huge deal, but the driver's side is definitely more important than the passenger side, as most of these cars are going to have a big, long, convex or some sort of extra large mirror inside the car that covers the passenger corner. But you will have a blind spot if your driver's mirror is knocked off like that. I'm sure these drivers are kind of used to dealing with whatever they've got to deal with, as they are no stranger to rubbing shoulders, and by shoulders I mean mirrors, in these races.
Yes. First 5 minutes of this race, fast and furious action here. Again, on board with Ryan Gutile as he comes through this sweeper out of turn number 12 onto the main straight. And then it's a long drag strip, literally a drag strip down to turn 1. So it is flat and it is wide and there's a lot of racing room. Oh, we got a car spun. That's either Lance Stout or looks like it's probably Lance Stout as he's falling down through the field there off in the distance. It's either stalled or he's just looking for a good gap. That looked like it would have been a good gap, Tom, if he was able to get the car going. Could have gotten back on the track right there. There's Joe Carr coming through next. And then Bill O'Kell in that H production car we're telling you about either. Bill O'Kell is a SCCA and NASCAR West GTL champion. Has been to the runoff several times with the best finish at 5th place at Sonoma. So, yep, definitely lots of history with that car. And he gave us a hero card. His family made him a bobblehead, Tom. How cool is that to your kids to give you a bobblehead if you were dressed up in your race suit? I want one of those.
That is pretty cool. I like that.
That is very cool.
The F production battle has not gone anywhere either. Just up ahead of the SMX cars, Ken Kennard in the Integra in pursuit of Michael Lewis in the formerly GT Light. So that's a tube frame MX-5. Big mistake for Korth, grows through the dirt and is going to open the door quickly and easily for William Wallace. Knifes up the inside after seeing it coming. Compromises entry just a little bit for the final corner at turn 12. That's going to allow Korth to maybe get a run back at him and tuck underneath for the front straightaway. But a big mistake there. That could be a big shift in this race. As always, passing opportunities, passing at a premium here at Portland.
Yeah, but big mistake not compounded by a second mistake of really trying over hard to fight back and not let that pass happen. By sliding in, he lost almost no time and was able to get back in there, giving him a chance to fight back a little bit later in this race. I've seen that so many times where you make a mistake and by trying to overcome it, you make even a bigger mistake and you end up going back 5-6 spots or maybe even binning your car into the wall. Luckily, he did not do that. I think that was a better move there than we thought.
Yeah, so true. Absolutely true. And it's also brought Christian Hoagland just a little bit closer. So what was a 2-car battle is now at risk of even becoming a bit of a 5-car battle, but certainly insert and enter Christian Hoagland into the conversation. Austin Bradshaw just sweeping through turn 10, leading this race overall and in E production. And then that little battle in F production in front of the battle in SMX.
Yeah, the top 5 in SMX still pretty much close enough to call it a race. You've got Korth, Wallace, Hoagland, then Emmy Kissick and Ryan Gutile. They're all kind of close enough there to not be out of the discussion as we get a little deeper into this race. Coming through that last corner, Tom, it just looks like those SMX cars are just floating through that corner.
Yeah, carrying so much speed. It's really one of those corners that's so easy to overslow because there's a deceivingly large amount of space to work with on the exit. You really just have to make sure you keep it off the wall. Emmy Kissick with an issue down at turn one. It's going to slip and move back one spot. Kind of missed how that happened. She looked like she just kind of lost momentum coming off the second part of the chicane, potentially a missed shift or something else. Low consequence mistake, didn't lose too much time in only one position and put Ryan Gutile back to fourth.
Yeah, if she can stay with Gutile, that car is known to be quick. They can work together to get back up to the third place car without too much trouble here. Didn't look like, other than the mistake or whatever caused her to lose that position, she's right back on pace now and is right back up with Gutile. Now we've got to see the F production cars of Lewis and Kennard working their way around Joe Carr there. And there is the entire group of leaders in Spec MX-5 who are now going to have to get around Joe Carr as well. That could become problematic depending on where they catch him. And it looks like they're going to catch him all going into turn one.
I have to wonder if William Wallace is aware of just how much dust flies when he takes his preferred line through 10 and 11, because that basically takes the sight line away from everybody behind. It could be a decent strategy idea, a little bit of dirty play, but hey, if they don't call you on it and it's not told to stop dirt dropping, why not? Continuing to lead the race over Jared Korth and Christian Hoagland, sticking with them. The mistake from Kissick separated the rest of the field, so it's kind of a top three conversation now back to SMX.
Yeah, Joe Carr being ultra gentlemanly, letting the entire front five and SMX come through pretty much unabated. Third, fourth, and fifth may have had to slow just a little bit because they caught him right on the entry of one, but for the most part, Carr did a really nice job of staying out of the way there as the faster cars came through.
This doesn't happen very often, Brian, but we forgot to mention Spec Miata for almost the entire race. There are four on the racetrack. The lead for John Salerno, a couple-time winner of this year's Super Tour schedule already, is a pretty big one by Spec Miata standards. And then Jason Rollins and Nick Lavaroni having a good battle for second and third, but not quite as close and not involving nearly as many cars as this battle for the lead in SMX. Really good run for William Wallace. This is a quick lap for the leader. Pulled out maybe another car length or two over Korth.
SCCA's head honcho of road racing, Eric Prill, watching from home in the chat. Vince Vovrosky's in the chat, rooting for Austin Bradshaw and wanting us to say hi to Holly, who's working in turn one. Also rooting for Emmy Kissick. Looks like we got a lot of Northwest people in the chat rooting for Emmy and Austin in this race. Rob Clark Racing, the pocket sand strategy you were talking about earlier. All right, here we go. 14-13 left in this race. Your top 10 right now, before we head to break, we've got Austin Bradshaw, Michael Lewis, Ken Kennard, 1E production car, 2 F production cars. Then we've got our Spec MX-5 racers, William Wallace, Jared Korth, Christian Hoagland, Ryan Gutile, and Emmy Kissick, followed by Bryce Johnson and Adrian Comstock. 13:40 to go. Let's take our final break of the day. We'll get it in now, and then we'll go hopefully green all the way to the finish. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. Back live in Portland, there's Michael Lewis. Right behind him, Ken Kennard, one of the best battles on the racetrack. That is for the lead in F production. Michael Lewis in the RX-7, Ken Kennard in the Acura Integra. Then the next good battle on the racetrack is basically a top 5 battle in Spec MX-5. They're going to come through next. That next orange and black car you're seeing is William Wallace, followed by Jared Korth. Right behind him is Christian Hoagland. Then a little bit bigger gap back to Emmy Kissick and Ryan Gutile. Kissick back around Gutile after making a bit of a, I don't know if it was a mistake or a car hiccup going into one. Then there's in front of this battle, that is Joe Carr right in front of the Spec MX-5 car. Oh, actually it's not. That is the H production car. That was a little cozy.
Yeah, really awkward with Lance Stout just taking the normal driving line.
Yeah,
and I think William Wallace thought he would disappear somehow and waited till the very last second. Look at the big slide through turn 5 of the leader in SMX. The back of these cars starting to get a little bit loose in the closing stages of this race with just under 10 minutes to go. And between the slide and the little miscommunication in traffic, Jared Korth is as close as he's been since the pass.
That slide does not bode well for these cars for tomorrow, Tom. They all have to be on the same tires tomorrow for a qualifying session and 35 minutes of racing. So, boy, that's going to be very, very sketchy if that's what's happening now, only 15 minutes into this race. Oh, look at a possible move here.
Yeah, and William Wallace has no time to be patient, just throws it down the inside on Bill Carr, who has been exceptionally aware of what's going on around him, lets all that happen without interfering with anything. And that's a big advantage for William Wallace because it didn't create an opportunity for Jared Korth. Unfortunately, it looks like Carr may be suffering some issues as well as the number 12 retires from the pit lane, or at least comes through for a look over.
Yeah, Joe Carr wasn't even supposed to make it out for this race because he had some mechanical problems. So maybe he was coming out just for a lap or two to see how everything was going. But, oh, look at that. Big, hard run off of the chicane by Korth, trying to keep it together. Looked a lot like lap 1, turn 1 there.
Just trying to pick up the throttle so early in that chicane because it's a pretty meaningful straightaway between the chicane and turn 4. Especially in these cars, it's a big, long run relative to the amount of power they have. So if you're going to go in the dirt, I guess you just go in the dirt to keep your foot on the floor. It did slow him down a bit, though. Look at the lead now that Wallace has. If anything, Hoagland is now starting to challenge the track position for Jared Korth.
Yeah. Yeah, Korth has to keep an eye on one eye out the front and one eye out the back of that car because Hoagland's not being very, very nice to him and is staying right there tied to the rear bumper. Coming up on 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this race. So I want to remind everybody we'll be back live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for another 6 qualifying sessions, and then 6 more feature races tomorrow, 35 minutes at length. So each race about 10 minutes longer than today.
A little bit of debris. It looked like maybe a piece of trim from the bottom of a bumper or something long and skinny in the chicane. It turns 10 and 11. William Wallace did hit it just a little bit. Now it's Wallace's turn to drive it off the racetrack at turn 1. Keeps his foot in it all the way out to the tire wall. Wanted to say hi to our camera, I think, and then that's very smart. Wiggle the car around just to kind of clean those tires off before you load the car on dirty tires. Heads up driving from your leader in SMX, and didn't hurt him too bad. Still leads by 5 car lengths or so.
Yeah. While we keep an eye on this, the battle still Lewis and Kennard. Their gap at the line, not very much. Austin Bradshaw, haven't spoken much about him. He is driven off in the E-production of the overall win in his RX-7. You know, as much as you want to get TV time, when you've driven out front so far that we don't pay attention to you, that is both a blessing and a curse, Tom.
Right. A bit of an issue for Michael Lewis. What is this? Maybe a hiccup of the car? Did it just die? Yes, it's low on power, and that's going to give Ken Kennard an easy pass up onto the front straightaway. It's tough for Michael Lewis. This is 2 mechanical failures in 2 different races, 2 different cars in the same day.
Kennard now drives by and has a huge lead going into turn 1 over Michael Lewis, who is really slowed down. We'll see if that was a momentary hiccup, but now you've got the Spec MX-5 leaders all on his back bumper. He may not know that that's the lead pack for Spec MX-5, although he gets out of the way nicely. All 3 of them should be able to get by without any issues here. Oh, what a tough time for Christian Hoagland. Caught him right on the corner there. Wallace gets a wipe best from those 3. So it looks like Wallace got by a little bit cleaner, but it does appear, Tom, that Wallace has opened his gap up over second place now by at least another second.
Yeah, that's one of the big differences that we're seeing unfold in SMX as it's establishing itself as one of the big national classes. Is it's quite different than Spec Miata in that you can genuinely just put together a race where you start to drive away from the cars behind you. The draft not nearly as big of a factor, even on the big racetracks, but especially here on some of the smaller tracks. It just seems like if a driver gets the car under them and they have the pace, there's nothing stopping them from starting to drive away the way Wallace is doing right now. Hoagland, close as he's been in the blue with the red headlights. In the background, Emmy Kissick continuing to hold off Ryan Gutile, coming onto the front straight now, and we're under 5 minutes to go, nearly under 4 minutes to go in the late stages of this race.
Yeah, and that battle for 4th is important because if either of these cars have any issues on the final lap, that will be a podium position that Kissick and Gutile are racing for right now. Wallace in the catbird seat, no issues if he keeps doing what he's doing for the next 3 minutes and 55 seconds. He'll take the Spec MX-5 win, but absolutely no decision yet on who the 2nd and 3rd place spots on that podium are right now. Your top 10, Bradshaw, Kennard, Wallace, then Korth, Hoagland, Kissick, Gutile, Johnson, Gavin Wardle, and Adrian Constop. That's how they stand with 3:30 to go.
And John Salerno's continuing to lead Spec Miata now by 3.2 seconds over Jason Rollins, who's been holding off Nick Leveroni by about something between 6 and 8 tenths of a second lap by lap. So they're in close quarters, but again, with this smaller track, the draft not a huge deal here. I have raced Spec Miata in one of these races before, and there's not a whole lot you can do. Gutile,
who is that? Gutile's off.
In an awkward spot in the braking zone. This car has some serious damage on the right side. Looks like it scraped the wall, but it is still driving.
Not quite sure what led to that. Here we go. Here's a replay here as they come down side by side. That's Kissick on the inside, just clips the back end of Ryan Gutile's car. Yeah, it looks like possibly that Utile thought he was clear and tried to come over, and he wasn't clear yet. He's back in the action now. There's Michael Lewis coming out of the pits right in front of, that would be, I don't know who it could be. You can see the damage on the front of that Spec MX-5 car. That was not a love tap. That was a pretty significant hit into the wall there.
Yeah, it was. And Brian Bielanski, he ain't no quitter. After no rain tires, finishing a race in the rain back at Hallett, head on into the concrete here at Portland and still trying to finish. Credit to him on that part, but I do think he might have sort of done that to himself. That's for the stewards to say for sure, but
right.
It looked like he thought he was clear and just sort of put himself straight into that position.
Yeah, and talk about no give up. Emmy Kissick was not giving up either, so it looks like she's been able to continue on without any big problems here. Here is your top three. That is Wallace, Korth, and Hoagland. The next car out of turn 12 off in the distance should be Emmy Kissick. Yep, there she is. So no worse for the wear there. You can see a little bit of damage on the front left corner of that car, but nothing like what Utah had. Wow, big off there by Hoagland coming in at least two wheels way off and over the curb, but able to just keep the power. Actually still see the dust, able to keep the right foot on it and trying to keep caught up. But that's a big movement, and that's going to help Korth a lot.
Korth just dancing the car through some of these corners, especially the chicane at the end of the lap. So much fun to watch these cars just dance across the surface. And it'll be white flag next time by for Austin Bradshaw, who's just about to finish this lap up onto the front straightaway any moment for the E-Production leader. There he is, white flag for the overall leader.
And just before we cut to that, don't look now, but Korth looked like he was catching William Wallace at a pretty decent clip. This race, I don't know if this race is over. Definitely closer now than he's been in a couple of laps as Wallace comes through just a dance through that corners.
And Korth was about 70% off the racetrack to the inside, trying to gain any advantage he can just through the grass and the dirt. For the second place car, it's white, but mostly brown at this point with all the dirt that's been flying around it. White flag for these two. Does William Wallace have Jared Korth covered, or does Korth have anything to say about it?
Yeah, the problem for Korth is the best place to pass was right there, and he was not close enough to make it happen. So now I think he's going to have to hope for a bit of a mistake by Wallace if he has any chance here. One more place going into turn 10, maybe, if he's close enough, but it will be absolutely a full send to get a pass done there. Looks like Wallace has maybe opened up just a tiny bit of a more gap in the last half a lap. Another great race out of this Spec MX-5 group here. That's your checkered flag for Austin Bradshaw. He's going to take his win at the home track here in E-Production. Ken Kennard's going to come across next as your F-Production winner. Here comes your two lead cars, your three lead cars in Spec MX-5. The orange car is William Wallace, followed by Jared Korth. And then the dark blue car there is Christian Hoagland in third. After all that lap after lap of battling, this is a little anticlimactic. I don't think Korth has anything to be able to put a move on Wallace here as they come across the line. Wallace, Korth, and Hoagland, your top three in Spec MX-5.
Great run for those three. Here's Spec Miata. Oh no, this is a battle between just outside the top five in SMX as Bryce Johnson trying to hold off Adrian Comstock. And Ryan Gutile, despite the impact head-on into the concrete, has actually caught these guys just enough to put himself in the mirrors, but not enough time to get back by up onto the start-finish stand. And I think the Spec Miatas may have already come through for John Salerno. He would have taken the win over Nick Leveroni, who got through on Jason Rollins. We missed that on our cameras, but surely those two had a great battle. Leveroni comes out on top late in the race.
Yeah. Well, two things we didn't expect to see. The front end on a Formula Ford, a radiator, and a radiator on a Spec MX-5 car, but we've seen both now today. All right, let's go through our top cars in each class. Our E-Production winner is Austin Bradshaw. Second place in E-Production. Was he the only E-Production? Yeah. Joe Carr finished second E-Production, but he might have gotten enough laps to be a finisher. We'll see how that works out. Ken Kennard, your race winner in F-Production. Second place in F-Production is going to go to Michael Lewis. And third place, Lance Stout. Now we go into Spec MX5. William Wallace, the winner. Jared Korth and Christian Hoagland will join him on the podium. And then now to Spec Miata. Our winner is going to be John Salerno. Nick Leveroni will finish second, with Jason Rollins in third. Tom, any final thoughts before we wrap it up for the day?
Yeah, for me, I think today proved that you don't need a field of 50 cars every single time to get some darn good racing. We had some really good shows from a bunch of the classes, and I can't wait to do it again tomorrow. I think we're also going to see a bit of a different ebb and flow with 10 more minute longer races, a bit cooler weather, and maybe some opportunity for these drivers to find some pace overnight, repair the cars, whatever they need to do to get back out for tomorrow.
All right, we're going to be back and do it again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time, our seemingly annual Mother's Day race from Portland. If you're going to spend a little time with Mom, dip in to look at us and watch us a little bit tomorrow as well. And we'll be back at it at 9 a.m. for the 10th round of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're at Portland tomorrow. I'm Brian Bielanski. He's Tom O'Gorman, our director, Jordan Worth, and of course, our fearless leader, Brendan Kazmarek. See you all tomorrow. You guys have a great night. Have fun, stay safe, and go play with cars.